Hey there. The day's behind us, and somehow you found your way here again. I'm Nick, and I couldn't be happier to keep you company tonight. Whatever's been on your mind can wait until morning. For now, there's only the quiet, the rain, and a handful of strange stories waiting to be told. Just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then nothing but uninterrupted listening for the rest of the night. If this little tradition has become part of your evenings, I'd really appreciate a subscribe and a like. Tell me where you're listening from tonight. Now, let's get comfortable. The sound of the plow blades scraping ice, metal on asphalt, the specific pitch that meant packed snow underneath, frozen hard. Warren Sutton knew that sound the way a dentist knows a drill's frequency. He'd been running this route for 9 winters. Highway 200 between Lincoln and Rogers Pass. The blades sang different notes depending on what it hit. Black ice sang high, packed snow lower. Bare road a grinding bass. This was packed snow. He slowed the plow. Ahead in the headlights, a sedan nosed down in the ditch. Driver's door hanging open. Interior dome lights still burning yellow against the darkness. Warren eased off the accelerator, feeling that tightening in his chest. Recognition. The sedan was a Civic, Nevada plates, rental most likely. Front end buried deep enough that the rear tires had lost purchase, spinning uselessly in the gouges someone had carved trying to rock it free. The nearest town was Lincoln, 18 miles back. Rogers Pass, another 22 forward. Nothing between but forest and mountain, and this narrow strip of asphalt the state kept open through winter. The plows ran twice daily when the weather was bad and once when it wasn't. Tonight the weather was turning. Movement beside the car. A figure straightening. Young man, maybe 25. Parka hood up, hands shoved deep in pockets. He stepped into the headlight beams and raised one hand, not waving, just raising it. Warren put the plow in neutral and let it idle while he watched. The young man took 3 steps toward the plow and stopped. Even at this distance, Warren could see him shivering. The kind that starts in the core and radiates out until the whole body shakes. He reached over and flipped the toggle for the passenger spotlight, and the beam caught the young man full in the face. Pale, lips already showing the faint blue tinge that came before hypothermia set in hard. No gloves, his hands red when he lowered them, fingers curled slightly inward the way they do when the cold starts to take them. Warren killed the spotlight and put the plow back in gear, rolling forward slowly. The young man stumbled toward the driver's side as Warren pulled alongside. Warren hit the button to lower his window. Cold air rushed in, sharp and clean, carrying the smell of exhaust and snow and the young man's terror. Fear as a scent. Sweat turned sour by adrenaline. Warren had learned to recognize it the way wolves recognize wounded prey. The young man bent down to the window. His breath fogged the air between them. Warren could see the hope in his eyes, the desperate, pathetic hope that help had arrived. The young man thanked God, voice shaking. Said he'd been out here almost an hour. Phone dead. Car wouldn't start. Said he thought nobody was coming. Warren looked past him at the Civic where the interior light was still on and he could see a phone charging cable dangling from the dash, plugged into nothing, a coffee cup in the holder, fast food bag on the passenger seat with the rental agreement visible on top. Everything exactly the way it should be for a stranded motorist. Everything exactly the way Warren would have staged it if he'd been staging it. He turned his attention back to the young man and let his eyes rest on the face, really studying it now. Thin features, dark hair visible under the hood, no wedding ring, clothes that looked expensive with the North Face parka and good boots, someone with money, someone traveling alone through the pass at night. Warren asked where he was headed. Missoula, the young man said, teeth chattering now, something about a conference and being late already. Should have left that morning, but got held up. thought he could make it before the storm. Could Warren call someone, give him a ride, just to somewhere with cell service? Warren let the silence stretch and watched the hope in the young man's eyes start to curdle into fear, just a little, just enough, before he asked the young man's name. Austin Larson, from Henderson. Software consulting for casinos. He said it quickly, eagerly. The way people give their names when they think it will make them more human, harder to ignore. Warren nodded slowly. Let his expression stay neutral. Concerned, but not too concerned. Helpful, but not rushed. The Good Samaritan face he'd practiced in the mirror until it looked natural. He asked if anyone knew Austin was out here. Austin hesitated for just a second before shaking his head. Nobody. He was supposed to check in when he got to Missoula, but nobody was expecting him until the next morning. Perfect. Warren let the silence run one beat past comfortable, watching Austin's face, and then gestured toward the passenger side and told him to get in, said he'd get him warmed up. The relief on Austin's face was immediate and profound, and he actually sagged a little, the way people do when the will can finally let go, thanking Warren and thanking God, saying he didn't know what he was going to do. He moved around the front of the plow, and Warren watched him in the headlights. The way he walked, careful and measured, like someone trying not to slip on ice. But his balance was good, and his movements controlled despite the shivering, not drunk, not injured, healthy and strong enough. Warren reached across and popped the passenger door locks, the heavy clunk of the solenoids echoing through the frame. 9 winters of refinement had gone into that latch, a custom alteration that gave no outward sign of its real purpose. The door opened, and Austin climbed up into the cab, brought the cold in with him along with that sour sweat smell, and pulled the door shut behind him. The sound solid and final, like a bank vault closing. Austin held his hands up to the heating vents, said something about how good the heat felt. Warren put the plow in gear and pulled back onto the highway, and the blades scraped ice again as they accelerated, the sound cutting through the cab despite the insulation and the heating system's hum, a heavy, grinding pitch that vibrated up through the steering column, confirming the road belonged entirely to him, and to the trap he was towing into the dark. He glanced at Austin, saw the young man with his eyes closed and face tilted toward the heating vent, hands still extended, vulnerable and trusting and perfect. Warren turned the wheel and pointed the plow north, away from Lincoln and away from Rogers Pass, into the mountains, where the logging roads branched off Highway 200, and the old camps waited, where nobody would hear anything until spring thawed then. The headlights cut through darkness ahead, where the road narrowed and trees closed in on both sides, and Austin opened his eyes and looked out the windshield but didn't say anything. Didn't ask why they weren't heading toward town. Not yet. Still too cold and too grateful and too relieved to question. Warren smiled, not at Austin, but just smiled because the expression felt right on his face and natural, like the plow blade's song and the specific pitch of metal on ice, like coming home. They drove in silence for the first few miles with the blades scraping ice beneath them and the heating system's low hum. Austin sitting with his hands still pressed to the vents and eyes half closed, shivering mostly stopped, color coming back to his face. Warren watched the road where the headlights carved a narrow tunnel through darkness, and snow had started falling again. Not heavy yet, but steady, the kind that built up fast once it started. And by morning, this whole stretch would be impassable. The plows wouldn't run again until the storm passed. 36 hours, or maybe 48. More than enough time. Austin asked where they were going, his voice quiet and careful with the first hint of unease creeping in around the edges of his gratitude. Warren let a few seconds pass before answering. There was a ranger station about 12 miles north, he said. They'd have a phone, and he'd take Austin back to Lincoln, but that was adding an hour to his route, and he had 3 more passes to clear before morning. The lie came easily and naturally because Warren had told it before, twice actually. The ranger station had been closed for 6 years due to budget cuts. The building's still there, but the phone lines pulled. Nobody manning it or checking on it, just an empty structure slowly rotting back into the forest. Austin nodded and thanked him. Said he didn't know what he would have done if Warren hadn't come along. Warren told him it was lucky timing, and another 3 miles later the turnoff appeared. Forest Service Road 330, no sign, just a gap in the trees and tire tracks, mostly filled with snow. And Warren slowed and hit his turn signal even though there was nobody behind them for 20 miles, because habits were the kind that kept you invisible. Then he turned onto the forest road. The change was immediate. As the road narrowed to barely wider than the plow with trees pressing in on both sides, branches scraping against the cab, the surface rougher with potholes, hidden under the snow, making the plow lurch and bounce, and Warren kept his speed steady. Not too slow, not too fast. Austin shifted in his seat and asked if the ranger station was down here. Back in about a mile, Warren told him. They'd built it off the main road because they wanted it closer to the trails. Another lie as effortless as the first, and the forest swallowed them. The headlights reflected off snow and bark and the occasional glint of animal eyes watching from the darkness. An elk, or a deer probably. Something smart enough to stay away from the road when the plows were running. The logging camp appeared through the trees. A clearing, maybe, 50 yards across and ringed by forest with 2 structures still standing, an equipment shed and what used to be the foreman's office. Both sagging with roofs heavy under snow, the rest of the camp cleared years ago and hauled out or left to rot. Warren pulled into the center of the clearing and put the plow in park, left the engine running. Austin sat forward and peered through the windshield, said he didn't see any lights. Generator was probably off, Warren told him. They only ran it when someone was there and he'd go check. He reached for the door handle and paused, turned to look at Austin. The young man was watching him, and something in his expression had changed. The gratitude still there, but underneath it, a thread of uncertainty. The kind of doubt that comes when the story doesn't quite add up, but you can't put your finger on why. Warren asked if he was okay waiting here. Heater was on and wouldn't take but a minute. Austin said he was good. Warren nodded and opened his door, let the cold rush in as he stepped down to the snow with boots crunching as he walked toward the equipment shed. Got about 10 paces and stopped, turned around. Austin was still watching him through the windshield. Warren walked back to the plow, slow and unhurried. Could see Austin's expression shift with the uncertainty blooming into something else that wasn't quite fear yet. He reached the passenger door and grabbed the handle, pulled it open as Austin looked at him and started to say something. Warren asked if anyone knew he was out here, his voice different now, flat with no more warmth or concern. Austin said he'd already told him. Nobody. Warren leaned into the cab, his hand moving to the center console to find the switch, said he knew what Austin had told him, but was asking if it was true. Austin's eyes tracked the movement and saw Warren's finger on the toggle, asked what it was. Warren smiled because the expression felt different than the Good Samaritan face, looser and more honest, then flipped the switch and stepped back. The locks engaged with a sound like bones breaking. Heavy clunks from all 4 doors simultaneously, with the pneumatic system hissing, and Austin jerked toward his door handle and grabbed it and pulled, but it spun uselessly in his hand. Warren watched him try it twice more, watched the realization hit, and watched Austin's face drain of color. He told Austin about the shatterproof glass, conversational tone, rated for prisoner transport, the kind they used in police vehicles. Told him the cab was soundproof too, spray foam insulation in the door panels. Said Austin could scream his lungs out and nobody would hear him 20 feet away. Austin was pulling on the handle over and over, the mechanism clicking but not engaging, telling Warren to let him out. "Nobody's coming for you," Warren said. He leaned against the open passenger door outside the cab, safe. Austin's breath was coming fast now, visible in the cold air inside the cab. The heating system still running, but the open door letting the temperature drop. Pleading, saying he didn't do anything. He just... Warren's voice stayed calm, almost gentle. Told Austin he knew, said Austin hadn't done anything. That wasn't why he was here. He reached into his coat, pulled out his phone, checked the time. Just past 8. He had hours before anyone would notice the plow hadn't returned. Days before anyone would think to look in places like this. He looked back at Austin. The young man had stopped pulling on the handle and was pressed back against the driver's seat now, as far from Warren as the cab would allow. Warren told him how this worked. He was going to close this door. The locks would stay engaged. In about an hour, or maybe 90 minutes, the engine would run out of fuel and the heat would stop. It was going to get down to about 10 below tonight. The cab would hold some warmth for a while, but eventually Austin would get cold, really cold. And did he know what hypothermia felt like? Austin was shaking his head, not answering, just shaking his head. Warren stepped back, gripped the passenger door, and told Austin he'd wanted warmth. Said to enjoy it while it lasted, then pulled the door shut and heard the locks re-engage automatically. Pneumatic system cycling, the sound of a mechanism doing exactly what it was designed to do with perfect precision. Through the windshield, he could see Austin pounding on the glass, mouth open, screaming probably. Warren couldn't hear anything. The soundproofing worked exactly as advertised. He walked to the equipment shed and pulled the door open, sat down on the bench against the far wall to wait. Not for Austin to die. That would take hours, just long enough to watch the hope drain from his eyes, to see the exact moment when he understood there was no escape. Warren had been watching for maybe 10 minutes when something changed. Austin stopped pounding on the glass, stopped pulling the door handle, just sat there in the driver's seat, hands resting on his thighs, head tilted back against the headrest. The panic that had been rolling off him in waves, all of it gone. Acceptance, Warren thought, faster than most. Movement in the cab showed Austin's hand going to his coat pocket and pulling something out, and Warren leaned forward slightly, trying to see through the windshield's glare. Small object, white, rectangular, photograph maybe, because people carried those sometimes. Pictures of family or loved ones, something to remind them why they needed to survive. Austin looked at it for a long moment before his other hand moved and made a gesture Warren recognized, a toss that was underhand and lazy, the photograph sailing across the cab to land on the passenger seat. Warren frowned because that was odd. You didn't throw away the thing that was supposed to give you hope unless the hope had already run out, unless you decided there was no point. Austin was looking at him now through the windshield and across the 20 feet of snow between the shed and the plow. Eye contact direct and steady, with no panic in his expression, and no fear. Just something else entirely. Something registered wrong, not fear. Warren recognized it specifically as the absence of what should have been there. Panic, desperation, the animal look of a man who's realized he's dying. None of it. The physical transformation was total. The slouch, the trembling chin, the awkward hunch of a man fighting sub-zero winds, all of it had melted away like cheap stagecraft. Austin sat with absolute stillness, his breathing measured and light, studying Warren through the glass with the quiet efficiency of an inspector checking a line item. Warren stood slowly, coffee forgotten, and walked to the shed's doorway, stepped out into the snow and moved closer to the plow while Austin watched him come. Didn't move or react, just watched. Warren reached the driver's side and looked in through the window. Austin looked back and then smiled. Not the grateful, desperate smile from earlier, but a different smile, the kind you give someone when you've been waiting for them to catch up and they finally have. Warren's hand went to the door handle before he could stop himself because the locks were still engaged and he could hear the pneumatic system's faint hiss. But his fingers found the exterior handle anyway through that muscle memory override when wrongness registers and you need to fix it now. He caught himself and stepped back. Austin was still locked in. The mechanism was working. Everything was fine. This was just what? A last act of defiance or some kind of psychological game? Austin reached across to the passenger seat and picked up the photograph he'd thrown there, held it up against the window pressed flat with the image facing out. Warren looked at it and had to step closer to see detail through the windshield frost. A woman and a young boy on a couch where the woman had dark hair and was pretty, late 30s maybe. The boy 7 or 8 with a gap-toothed smile. And they were sleeping, or looked like they were sleeping with the woman's arm around the boy, domestic scene and peaceful. Warren's wife and Warren's son, and his breath stopped. He looked up from the photograph to Austin's face beyond the glass, and Austin was still smiling. He pointed to the photograph, then tapped the glass. 1, 2, 3, holding up 3 fingers. Then he pointed to himself. Warren's mind went white. Not fear, not yet. Just the blank incomprehension when reality shifts faster than thought can follow. Austin's lips moved. Warren couldn't hear him through the soundproofing, but he could read the words being mouthed, slow and precise. Inside. Your house? Warren grabbed the door handle, pulled, locked. He slammed his palm against the window, the impact solid, but the glass didn't even shudder. Security rated. The kind they used in prisoner transport. The kind he'd installed himself. Austin was still talking, lips moving, easy to read. 3 associates, currently sitting in your kitchen. Warren's hands went to his coat pocket, found his phone, fingers shaking now. Not cold, something else. Pulled it out, swiped to unlock, pulled up his home security app showing the cameras he'd installed. Living room, kitchen, front door, garage. He opened the kitchen feed, empty, dark, nobody there. Relief hit him, sharp and immediate. This was a bluff, had to be. Some kind of... Wait. The camera angle was wrong, not showing the full kitchen. The lens pointing slightly down, like something had bumped it, or adjusted it, or covered the part of the room where someone might be sitting. Warren swiped to the living room feed, also dark. But there, on the couch, 2 shapes. His wife and son, exactly where the photograph had shown them. Same positions, same peaceful sleep. How long ago had that photograph been taken? The metadata would show. He zoomed in. Could see the timestamp in the corner of the photo Austin still held against the glass. Tonight, 2 hours ago, while Warren had been driving. While he'd been finding Austin on the highway. While the trap had been closing. His phone vibrated in his hand. Text message, unknown number. Cabin. North 18 miles. You know where. Keys under mat. Money and floor. Bring everything or they don't wake up. Warren looked up at Austin. The young man was no longer smiling. His expression was neutral now, clinical. The way someone looks when they're performing a task they've done before, a procedure with established steps. Austin reached down beside his seat in a movement Warren couldn't quite track, and his hand came up holding something small and black. The radio handset with its coiled cord running down to somewhere below the seat, and Warren's eyes tracked to the plow's center console where his own radio should be. The spot was empty. When had Austin taken it? When Warren had been walking to the shed, Or before that, while Warren had been explaining how hypothermia worked. No, it had to be earlier, which meant Austin had been planning this and waiting for the right moment, and had never been trapped at all. Warren's hand went to the exterior door handle again and pulled, but the mechanism was solid and unmoving, and he stared at the custom housing beneath the handle. He had spent months in his garage perfecting the internal bypass, ensuring no amount of pressure from the inside could override the seal. He had simply never calculated a scenario where the threat was sitting behind the glass while he stood in the snow. "But 3 of my associates are currently sitting in your kitchen," Austin said. Warren could hear him this time, faint and muffled but audible. The driver's side weather stripping was thin, a corner Warren had cut during the modifications, because he'd never imagined standing outside while someone dangerous sat inside. Austin's voice was different now, too. No tremor, no desperate edge, just flat statement of fact. The voice of someone giving instructions they expect to be followed. Warren found his own voice and asked what Austin wanted. Austin told him to check his phone again. Another message should have arrived. Warren looked down. New text. Same unknown number. This one containing an address. Warren's address. And a list. His wife's full name. His son's full name. His son's school. His wife's workplace. The make and model of both their cars. Austin told him about the external override. Every pneumatic lock system had one. Safety regulation in case of fire or accident. Usually a keyhole somewhere on the driver's side panel below the door handle. Warren had installed his 3 years ago and never thought about it since. Warren looked down and found it. Small, circular port, almost invisible against the black paint. His keys were in his coat pocket. He pulled them out, hands still shaking, found the small hex key on the ring, the one he'd almost thrown away a dozen times because he never used it. He inserted it, turned, heard the pneumatic system cycle down with a hiss and clunk, all 4 doors unlocking simultaneously. Austin told him to open the passenger door and get in. Warren walked around the front of the plow, boots crunching in snow, each step feeling wrong. He reached the passenger door, pulled the handle, the door swinging open, interior lights spilling out yellow into the darkness. The seat where his victim sat, where they realized nobody was coming. He climbed in and pulled the door shut, and the locks re-engaged automatically. Austin gestured toward the driver's seat with the radio handset. Warren slid across the console and settled behind the wheel. Austin didn't look at him, just sat there holding Warren's phone, which he'd somehow acquired without Warren noticing. Austin told him they were driving north to the cabin. Warren was going to show him where everything was kept, and if Warren followed instructions, his family would wake up tomorrow morning safe. Warren asked what happened if he didn't follow instructions. Austin said Warren already knew the answer to that. Warren put his hand on the gear shift and felt the metal cold under his palm. Outside the windshield, the logging camp waited, dark and empty. Behind them was the highway. Lincoln, Rogers Pass. The route Warren drove every night for 9 winters. Ahead was forest and darkness and whatever Austin had planned. Warren put the plow in gear and turned north into the trees. The snowmobile trail was barely visible under fresh powder, and Warren followed it by memory, where the trees thinned just enough for a path, where the slope stayed level enough for passage. The plow's blades scraped over buried rocks and stumps, the whole vehicle lurching and grinding. Austin sat in the passenger seat with the radio handset resting on his thigh, and Warren's phone face up on the console. No timer visible, no countdown. Just the phone's dark screen reflecting the dash lights. Warren kept both hands on the wheel and his mind working through the problem, testing the edges of what Austin had claimed, looking for the hole in the story because there was always a hole if you looked hard enough. 3 men sitting in his kitchen. A photograph taken 2 hours ago. text messages with his family's details. The radio Austin had taken from the console. But Warren had security cameras, and he'd seen the kitchen feed. Empty. The living room feed showed Sarah and Michael on the couch, exactly where the photograph showed them, but that meant nothing. That was where they watched television every night after dinner. Austin could have taken that photograph any time in the past week and claimed it was from tonight. The text messages came from an unknown number, which meant nothing except someone had Warren's cell number, which wasn't exactly classified information. And the radio. Austin held the handset, its coil lid disappearing into the shadowy recess beneath the seat frame. Warren had bolted that base unit down himself 3 years ago, hardwiring the transceiver directly into the auxiliary loom. Uncoupling it cleanly required specific knowledge of the harness, something impossible to execute in the dark during a 10-minute wait in an open cab, which meant either Austin had somehow managed all of that during the 10 minutes Warren had been in the equipment shed watching him panic. Unlikely. Or Austin had done it earlier, before Warren had even stopped the plow, which meant this whole thing had been planned and staged, and Warren had walked into it like every other victim who thought they were smarter than the trap. But even if Austin had the radio, even if he'd somehow removed the base unit and was carrying it with him, that didn't mean he was transmitting to anyone. Radio required two things, a transmitter and a receiver. Austin had shown Warren the transmitter. He hadn't shown him anyone receiving. Warren made his decision. He eased his foot off the accelerator, and the plow began to slow. Austin's head turned toward him, and his voice came out flat. "What are you doing?" Not a question. A statement that Warren was deviating from instructions. Warren said the trail ahead was washed out, there was a ravine about 50 yards up, and the usual route was blocked. They'd need to take the long way around through the hollow. Another lie, and this one was a test, because there was no ravine and no washout, and the trail ahead was clear all the way to the cabin. And if Austin really had associates in Warren's house, then those associates would know the route, because they'd need to have researched it the same way Austin clearly had. And if Austin radioed them to confirm Warren's claim, they'd tell him it was a lie, and Warren would know for certain that someone was actually on the other end of that radio. But if Austin was alone, if the whole story about associates was a bluff, then Austin wouldn't know whether Warren was telling the truth or not, and he'd have to make a choice. Trust Warren's claim about the route, or call the bluff and reveal he couldn't actually verify anything. Austin looked at Warren for a long moment, his face showing nothing. Then he looked down at the radio handset. Warren watched him, watched for any tell, any hesitation, any sign that Austin was making the same calculation Warren had just made. Austin picked up the handset. Warren's hands tightened on the wheel. This was it. If Austin pressed the transmit button and asked someone to confirm the route, Warren would hear whether anyone responded. If there was silence, or if Austin just pretended to transmit without actually pressing the button, Warren would know the whole thing was theater. Austin brought the handset halfway to his mouth and then stopped. He looked at Warren, and something changed in his expression. Something that might have been disappointment, or might have been cold amusement. Then Austin set the handset down, reached across with his other hand, and did something Warren couldn't quite see with the wiring below the seat. A sharp crack of electricity. Every light in the cab went dark. Headlights, dash lights, everything. The engine died. The plow rolled forward on momentum for maybe 20 feet before the snow and the grade brought it to a stop. Silence. Complete darkness except for the faint gray light coming through the windshield from snow and cloud cover. Warren sat frozen, his hands still on the wheel, trying to understand what had just happened. Austin's voice came out of the darkness beside him, and Warren understood. The base unit was hardwired to the plow's electrical system, and Austin could disconnect it whenever he wanted. And right now, Warren's vehicle had no power, no lights, no heat, no radio. 4 miles from the nearest highway in a whiteout at 10 below. And Austin was saying Warren's family was asleep in their house. And whether they woke up depended on whether Warren started telling the truth or whether Austin left him here in the dark and walked to the cabin alone with Warren's keys. Warren felt something cold settle in his stomach that had nothing to do with the temperature. Austin asked if there was a ravine. Warren's throat was dry. He said no. Austin said Warren had been testing him. Wanted to see if he'd call someone to verify the lie. Warren didn't answer because there was no point. Something rustled in the darkness. Movement. Then a metallic click, and the cab's interior lights came back on. Not the headlights, not the dash, just the overhead courtesy light that Austin had apparently triggered manually. In the dim glow, Warren could see Austin looking at him, and the expression on Austin's face was the most terrifying thing Warren had seen in 9 years of watching people realize they were going to die. It wasn't anger. It wasn't rage. It was just cold, clinical assessment, like a mechanic looking at a piece of equipment that had tried to malfunction and noting the attempt in a log somewhere for future reference. Austin reached down again and did something else with the wiring, and the electrical system came back online. Headlights flooding the trail ahead, dash lights glowing, engine turning over and catching. Austin told him about the 6 months he'd spent learning everything. Warren's routes, his vehicle, his house, his wiring, which breakers he'd tripped last winter, and which fuses he'd replaced, his son's teacher's name, and what his wife ordered at the coffee shop on Saturdays. Things about Warren's life that Warren had forgotten he'd ever told anyone. Austin said when Warren tried to test him, tried to find out if he was bluffing about having people in the house, what Warren was really doing was testing whether Austin had done his homework, and he had, completely. Austin gestured at the trail ahead and told him to drive to the cabin and the real route, and not to make him prove what else he could do to this vehicle while Warren was still inside it. Warren's hands were shaking when he put the plow back in gear. He drove north through the trees and didn't say another word, and beside him Austin sat with the radio handset in his lap and Warren's phone on the console. He'd been wrong from the moment he stopped the plow on Highway 200. Not wrong in execution, in premise. He hadn't found Austin. Austin had found him. The cabin appeared through the trees 15 minutes later. Dark shape at the bottom of the hollow, logs and stone chimney, and snow piled against the foundation. Austin told him to stop 20 feet from the door. Warren put the plow in park. Austin said they were going inside. Warren was going to show him where everything was kept. And if Warren tried anything else, anything at all, Austin would leave him locked in the cabin and burn it down with Warren inside, and Warren's family would still be waiting in their house for men who would never show up because Austin would be long gone. Austin reached down, and Warren heard the pneumatic system cycle, the locks disengaging with a hiss. Austin told him to get out. Warren opened his door, and the cold rushed in. Warren climbed down into the snow and walked toward the cabin with Austin behind him. And when he pushed the door open, the hinges screamed in the cold, and Warren walked into the room he'd built for secrecy with the overhead bulb flickering on to show the table and the trophies and the cot and the floor where the money was hidden. Austin stood in the doorway and looked at everything Warren had accumulated over 4 years of killing, and his face showed nothing at all. Austin said, "Show me where the money is. Now." Warren crossed the room and knelt beside the cot, worked his fingers into the gap between the floorboards and pried them up one by one, and underneath was darkness and the smell of earth and plastic-wrapped bundles of cash. He pulled them out and stacked them on the floor while Austin watched from beside the table And when the space was empty, Warren said just under 200,000 total. Austin picked up a duffel bag hanging from a nail near the wood stove and told Warren to load it. Warren knelt and started packing the bundles, and the plastic crinkled with each one, and the bag grew heavier till all the money was inside, and he pulled the zipper closed. Austin looked at the table where the trophies were spread out. A woman's ring, a man's wallet, a college trig ID card, a set of car keys, a hiking permit, with Emma Larson's name visible even from across the room. Austin picked up the permit and held it, and for the first time since the photograph reveal, something flickered across his face. Not anger, not grief, just recognition of a specific object that meant something beyond its physical form. He set it back down exactly where it had been. Austin said they were leaving, they were taking the money back to the plow, and then Austin was going to make a call. Warren asked what kind of call. Austin said the kind that told his people the job was done. Warren stood with the duffel in his hand and walked to the door with Austin behind him, and when he reached the threshold, he looked back one last time at the cabin and the table with its careful rows of trophies and the empty space under the cot where $200,000 had been hidden. Then he stepped out into the cold, and the door swung shut behind them. The walk back to the plow took less than a minute, with the duffel's weight and the snow and Warren's boots crunching through the crust. And when they reached the vehicle, Austin told Warren to put the bag in the back of the cab behind the seats. Warren opened the passenger door and leaned in and shoved the duffel into the narrow space where it landed with a soft thud. Warren climbed into the driver's seat, and Austin climbed into the passenger seat, and the locks engaged automatically with that familiar pneumatic hiss. Austin picked up the radio handset and looked at Warren. Warren said he understood. He'd killed those people and taken their money and left them to freeze, and Austin's sister was one of them. Austin said his sister had been gone for a year, and he'd driven every logging road between Lincoln and Rogers Pass until he found the plow driver who ran Highway 200 at night. Austin lifted the radio handset to his mouth. He said the words into the radio. Stand down. Repeat. Stand down. He set the handset down. Static filled the cab. No response. Just the empty hiss of an open channel. Austin told Warren his family would wake up safe. Warren felt his throat close, and he said thank you because whatever Austin did to him now didn't matter if Sarah and Michael were safe. Austin opened the passenger door and the cold rushed in, and he reached behind the seats and pulled out the duffel bag. Austin stepped down from the cab with the duffel in one hand and Warren's keys in the other. Warren's stomach dropped as his eyes hit the vacant ignition cylinder. His right hand darted instinctively to the door latch, tugging once, then clawing at it with full force, the mechanism moving with empty, unresisting slack. On the dash, the pneumatic status light glowed a steady, uninterrupted amber, override locked from the exterior. Through the windshield, framed in the white glare of the headlights, Austin stood motionless in the falling snow, holding the heavy key ring dangling from one finger. Austin walked toward the passenger door and looked in through the window, and Warren looked back and started to say something, started to ask what he was doing. But even as the words formed, he understood what was happening, and his voice died in his throat. Austin reached into his coat and pulled something out. The photograph. He held it up against the window, image facing in. Sarah and Michael on the couch, sleeping peacefully. Then turned it around and pressed the back against the glass. A date stamp in small gray numbers. December 14th, 6 months ago. Warren stared at it, and his mind went blank, and then the understanding came all at once. 6 months ago was reconnaissance, long before tonight, long before the staged accident. which meant there had never been associates sitting in his kitchen because there had never been associates at all. The whole story was a lie. The text messages came from Austin's phone. The radio calls went to empty air. Sarah and Michael had never been in danger. Warren had been the only target from the beginning. He pressed his hands against the window and tried to shape words. "Please, I understand now. Just let me out." But Austin was already lowering the photograph and stepping back. Warren pounded on the glass. Austin walked across the clearing toward the tree line with the duffel bag over his shoulder and Warren's keys in his hand, and at the edge he turned back one last time, raised his hand holding the keys, and gave Warren a small wave, just a lifting of the fingers, then turned and walked into the trees, and the darkness swallowed him. Warren watched until his eyes burned and then pulled back from the window and looked around the cab. The locks, the handles, the shatterproof glass, the soundproofing, the heating vents still blowing warm air. He looked at the fuel gauge. Just under half a tank. He lunged for the driver's door latch, yanked it until the internal cable strained, but the mechanism offered no traction, just a dead, hollow slack. He slammed his shoulder into the reinforced panel, the steel frame swallowing the impact without a creak. He seized the heavy iron flashlight from the pocket and drove the blunt end full force into the side glass. The reinforced laminate barely pitted, leaving only a faint, dull scuff. He tried to hotwire the ignition, but the steering column housing was screwed in with tamper-resistant screws, and he had no tools. And even if he could access the wiring, the plow's computer security would prevent it anyway. He rested his palm against the door latch one final time, feeling the useless, tensionless give of the severed linkage, then let his arm drop to his side. Outside, the snow kept falling and the wind kept blowing, and inside the cab, Warren sat with the heating systems hum and the engines idle, and the understanding that he'd built this trap so well that even he couldn't escape it. The engine ran for 2 hours and 37 minutes. Warren watched the fuel gauge drop and felt the heating vents blow steadily, and then less steadily, and then in intermittent gasps. When the engine finally died, the silence was absolute. The heating system's hum stopped, and Warren sat in sudden quiet with his breath visible, and the cold already seeping through the insulation he'd chosen because it worked both ways. The windows started fogging from his breath, and then the fog turned to frost as the temperature reversed, and the cold outside became colder than the warmth inside. Warren pulled his coat tighter and tucked his hands into his armpits, and he could already feel the cold in his feet where his boots touched the metal floor. The shivering started maybe 20 minutes after the engine died. Small tremors at first in his hands and shoulders, then spreading through his core and down to his legs, his teeth chattering, and he couldn't make them stop. Spring. By then he'd be nothing but bones and frozen tissue and evidence. The trophies were still in the cabin. Anyone who looked would understand exactly what had happened here. Sarah would know. Michael would know. They'd carry it the way Austin had carried, knowing his sister disappeared. The shivering got worse, and Warren's muscles ached from constant contraction, and he tried to stay curled up, but his body kept fighting him, and eventually he gave up and let himself unfold. He put his hand against the passenger window, and the glass was so cold it burned, and he pressed his palm flat against it and felt the frost crackle under his skin. 4 people. And now him. Maybe that was the right number. Maybe that was justice. The thought came clearly. I built this perfectly. Not with pride, but with recognition. The way you recognize your own face in a mirror, even when you don't want to look at it. Every choice he'd made in designing this trap had been correct. Every test he'd run had confirmed what he'd wanted to confirm. And the mechanism worked exactly as intended. He'd wanted something foolproof, and he'd built something foolproof, and the proof was that even he couldn't escape it. The shivering started to slow. Warren noticed it gradually, the tremors coming less frequently, with less intensity. And he knew what that meant because he'd watched it happen 4 times before. Had watched the exact moment when the body gave up trying to generate heat and started shutting down. His core temperature was dropping below 95 degrees. Warren looked at his hands, and they were white, and he tried to flex his fingers, but they barely moved, and he could feel the cold in his chest now, deep inside where it shouldn't be. His hand started to slip down the glass, and he didn't have the strength to hold it there, and it slid slowly until it reached the bottom of the window and fell into his lap. The cold was everywhere now, not painful anymore, but almost comfortable, and Warren's thoughts were getting quieter and further apart. He looked out at the clearing one last time and saw nothing but white and darkness. His breathing slowed, and he could see each exhale as a small cloud of vapor that got smaller each time, and then smaller, and then barely visible. Warren closed his eyes because keeping them open took effort he didn't have, and the last thing he felt was the cold spreading through his chest and into his head, and then he didn't feel anything. Outside, the snow kept falling. Inside the cab, the frost spread across the windows until nothing was visible from outside. The plow sat in the clearing, engine cold, locks engaged, another shape in the snow, and Warren Sutton sat behind the wheel of the mechanism he'd built perfectly. Henry Bryant had been fostering teenagers with his wife for nearly 15 years when Isaac Walker arrived on a January evening, silent and small for 16, carrying everything he owned in a black duffel bag. The boy's previous placement had described him as difficult, but Isaac seemed neither sullen nor violent when he stood in the front hallway of the house on Parkview Drive, his hands gripping the duffel's handles until his knuckles went white. Henry's wife took the bag, told him his room was upstairs, and Isaac nodded without looking at either of them before climbing the stairs. They had dinner an hour later. Isaac sat at the table with his hands folded in front of his plate, his head bowed, lips moving in prayer. The intensity of it made Henry think of drowning Manet. The boy's fingers laced together so tightly the tips lost color, lips moving rapidly, forming words Henry couldn't hear. Something about how Isaac held himself, spine rigid, shoulders drawn in, suggested this wasn't grace before meals, but desperation. Henry's wife touched his arm from the kitchen doorway. They had taken difficult placements before, kids the system had nearly given up on, and Henry had never met one he couldn't help. This one would be no different. He was certain. Isaac ate without speaking. Henry tried the usual questions. How had the drive been? Had he been to this part of Ohio before? Did he need anything? And Isaac answered with single words or brief nods. His voice was soft and careful. After dinner, Isaac asked if he could be excused, and when Henry's wife said, "Of course," the boy carried his plate to the kitchen, rinsed it, dried it, set it in the rack, and went upstairs. Henry heard the door close, heard the lock turn. His wife cleared the rest of the dishes. She asked Henry what he thought, and Henry said what he always said. Give it time. The boy was processing. Let him settle in. But even as he said it, he had been watching the ceiling, tracking Isaac's footsteps in the bedroom above, and he had felt something he didn't have a name for yet, an awareness that Isaac Walker was different, and different in a way Henry would need to understand before he could help him. Over the next 2 weeks, Isaac maintained the same careful distance. He went to school, did his homework without being asked, ate dinner in near silence, and retreated to his room by 8 every night. He prayed before every meal with the same desperate focus, and never looked Henry or his wife in the eye. Henry had spent 20 years as a child psychologist, helping teenagers rebuild trust, and he recognized the pattern. Isaac had been hurt, probably repeatedly, and had constructed a fortress. Prayer was part of it. Silence was another. The challenge was finding the right way through those defenses without triggering collapse. He tried patience first, gave Isaac space, made clear through small gestures that this house was safe. His wife did the same. They asked nothing beyond the basics. School, homework, dinner, and Isaac gave them no trouble. A model placement. But Henry knew that perfect behavior was often its own problem. Kids who never pushed, never tested boundaries. Those were the ones who had learned the hardest lessons. On the 15th night, a Tuesday in late January, Henry woke to use the bathroom and noticed light coming from under Isaac's door. 2 in the morning. He stood in the hallway listening, heard nothing. Then he saw the door was open an inch, and when he pushed it wider, the bed was empty. He went downstairs, checked the kitchen, living room, den. No Isaac. Front door locked from inside, deadbolt engaged, back door the same. He checked the basement and found nothing. Standing in the kitchen, he noticed the back door's deadbolt was still warm. Someone had locked it within the last few minutes. Henry unlocked the door and stepped onto the back porch. January air cut through his pajamas. The backyard stretched out before him, dark except for the security light above the garage, and at the far edge of the property, 60 feet away, the dead oak rose against the winter sky. It had been dead for 3 years, killed by blight his wife had never identified. Now, standing in the cold, he could see the ground near the base looked different, disturbed. Even in dim light, he saw where earth had been turned over, a patch 2 feet across, soil darker and looser than the frozen ground around it. Henry went inside, locked the door, climbed the stairs. Isaac's door was closed, the light off. Henry stood outside, listening, heard faint breathing, slow and steady. The boy was asleep or pretending. In the morning, Henry went to the oak before breakfast. The disturbed earth was exactly as before. Freshly turned soil, 2 feet across, at the base facing the house. Henry crouched and touched it. The dirt was loose, slightly damp. Someone had dug here recently and filled the hole back in. He looked around the yard for explanation. A dog, a raccoon. But the only other marks in the frozen ground were his own footprints. He stood in the cold morning air, looking back at the house, and saw Isaac's face in the second bedroom window. The boy was watching him. When their eyes met, Isaac stepped back from the glass and disappeared. Henry waited 3 nights. The 3rd night, he woke to the back door closing and went to the window overlooking the backyard. A dark figure moved across frozen grass toward the dead oak. Isaac knelt at the base, digging. The security light threw long shadows, and the boy worked quickly, hands moving in steady rhythm. After 10 minutes, he stopped, reached into his jacket, withdrew something wrapped in white cloth, and placed it in the hole. Then he filled it back in, patted the earth smooth, and stood. He remained there, head bowed, and Henry saw he was praying again, that same desperate intensity. Isaac came back inside. Henry heard the back door, the lock, footsteps on stairs. The second bedroom door closed. Light stayed off. The next morning, after Isaac left for school, Henry went upstairs. He had never searched a foster child's room before, but whatever Isaac was doing had crossed the line. He stood outside the second bedroom door, hand on the knob, telling himself this was necessary. The room was spare. Bed made with hospital corners, desk clear except for textbooks, clothes folded with military precision, a worn Bible on the nightstand, a photograph of a woman with dark hair tucked into the mirror corner. Henry checked the closet. Shirts, jeans, coat. The duffel bag pushed to the back, empty except for a folded note at the bottom. Isaac. You are not what they said. You are loved. He checked under the bed, then the desk drawers. School supplies all organized. He was about to give up when he noticed the bottom dresser drawer wasn't quite flush. He opened it, pushed aside folded shirts, and found them. 2 items, each wrapped in white handkerchief. First, wire-rimmed reading glasses with a chip in one lens. Second, a gold wedding ring, worn smooth. Henry sat on the bed holding them. These belonged to adults, things that had been stolen. And if Isaac had 2 items here, the object he'd buried last night was likely a third. He rewrapped each item, returned them to the drawer exactly as found, then went downstairs and opened his laptop. He searched for Bexley civic leaders. The bank president, in a ribbon-cutting photo, wearing wire-rimmed reading glasses with a chip in the left lens. The county judge, Franklin County Court, married 30 years. His wife's anniversary interview mentioned the simple gold band he'd worn since their wedding. Henry closed the laptop. 2 of Bexley's most respected citizens. And if the object Isaac buried last night belonged to a third, Henry pulled up a search for the mayor's office. The mayor, 3rd term, known for youth programs. In every photograph, wearing a silver wristwatch with black leather band, 3 civic leaders. Isaac had stolen from all 3, but that didn't explain why he'd kept the items, or why he buried them, or why he prayed over them. He would need to catch Isaac in the act. 2 nights later, Henry stationed himself at the upstairs window at midnight. At 1:30, Isaac slipped out the back door and crossed frozen grass to the dead oak. Henry grabbed his coat, pulled on boots, went downstairs. He circled around the side of the house, approached from shadow. The security light didn't reach this far. He moved carefully across frozen ground until he could see Isaac clearly. The boy knelt at the oak's base, digging with bare hands. The earth was frozen. Isaac's fingers scraped against it, but he didn't stop. He dug until the hole was 6 inches deep, then reached into his jacket and withdrew something wrapped in white cloth. A silver watch gleamed for a moment in the dim light before Isaac wrapped it again. He placed it in the hole, bowed his head, began to pray. Henry stepped forward. Frozen grass crunched under his boot. Isaac's head snapped up. The boy saw him, and something crossed his face. Not guilt, not fear, resignation. Henry stood over Isaac, looking down at the boy kneeling in frozen dirt, with hands black from earth and breath coming in visible clouds. The handkerchief-wrapped watch sat in the shallow hole between them. "What are you doing, Isaac?" The boy looked up at him. His eyes were fixed on a point past Henry's shoulder, not quite focusing. His breathing had gone shallow and rapid, the sound thin in the cold air. His fingers were still curled in the dirt, and Henry could see they were bleeding where the frozen earth had cut them. "I'm keeping them safe," Isaac said. His voice was barely a whisper. "I'm keeping everyone safe." Henry crouched down, bringing himself to Isaac's level. Safe from what? Isaac's gaze dropped to the wrapped watch in the hole. He reached out, touched the white handkerchief with one bleeding finger, then pulled his hand back. "From what they are," Isaac said. Henry stood slowly, knees aching from the cold ground. "What they are?" He kept his voice level, the same tone he used in his office when a patient was spiraling. "Who are they, Isaac?" The boy wiped his face with the back of his hand, leaving a streak of dirt across one cheek. His whole body was shaking. Not from cold. The trembling came from somewhere deeper, and Henry recognized it. This was the moment terrified children either broke or retreated completely. Isaac looked at the wrapped object in the hole, then at the dead oak rising above them. The branches were black against the winter sky, skeletal and wrong. When he spoke again, his voice had gone flat. He visits me in my sleep. He shows me who they really are. Henry crouched again, meeting Isaac's eyes. Who visits you? The angel, Isaac said. He comes when I'm dreaming, but I know I'm not dreaming because everything is exactly where it should be. My room looks the same. The sounds are the same. But he's there, standing in the corner by the window. Henry nodded slowly. What does he tell you? Isaac's fingers curled into the frozen dirt again, and Henry watched the boy's knuckles go white. He tells me about the wolves. The ones who look like people, but aren't. The ones who hurt vulnerable people because they can. He said there are 3 of them in this town, and he showed me their faces. The mayor, Henry said quietly. The bank president. The judge. Isaac's head snapped up, eyes wide. You know, I found the items in your room, Henry said. I know you took them. What I don't know is why. The boy looked away, back at the dead oak. Because this is a binding tree, the angel told me. If you bury something that belongs to a wolf beneath its roots, their dark impulses get paralyzed. They can't hurt anyone while the binding holds. Henry sat back on his heels. He had spent 2 decades treating traumatized adolescents, and he knew the architectures they built to make sense of abuse. Paranoid ideation with religious features, compulsive, ritualistic behavior stemming from trauma-induced need for control. Isaac had been hurt, probably by someone in authority, and his mind had created this framework. The angel was wish fulfillment. The wolves were failed protectors. The binding tree was an illusion of agency in a world where he'd had none. Isaac, Henry said gently, those men are good people. Whatever happened to you before, it wasn't them. The boy's face went slack. No, you don't understand. I understand, Henry said. The mind tries to make sense of trauma. Sometimes it creates stories that feel true. But Isaac, they're wolves, Isaac said. His voice had risen, urgent now. The angel showed me. He showed me what they've done, what they're planning to do. And without the binding, they'll hurt people. Vulnerable people. Families who can't protect themselves. Henry gentled his tone. How long have you been having these visions? Since I was 14, Isaac said. After my mother died. She was the first one who saw them. She tried to warn people, but no one believed her. Then she died in a car accident, and the angel came to me because I was the only one left who could see. Textbook presentation. Mother dies, grief overwhelms the boy, auditory and visual hallucinations begin as compensatory mechanism. The maternal figure who saw threats became internalized as a protective voice. Classic transference of unresolved attachment trauma. I'm going to help you, Henry said. But first, we need to return what you took. These items don't belong to you, and keeping them isn't protecting anyone. It's reinforcing a delusional belief system that will prevent you from functioning in the real world. Isaac's expression shifted to something Henry had never seen on the boy's face before. Terror, raw and desperate. If I dig them up, if I give them back, people will die. The angel was clear. The binding is the only thing stopping them. No one is going to die, Henry said firmly. We're going to dig up every item, return them, and you'll see nothing terrible happens. When you face reality instead of the story your trauma created, you'll start to heal. This is evidence-based intervention, Isaac. It works. Isaac was crying openly now, shoulders shaking. Please don't make me do this. Henry reached out, placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. I'm not giving up on you, Isaac. That's not what this is. This is me showing you there's another way to live. A way without angels and wolves and fear. You deserve that. The boy looked at him, tears running down his face, and Henry saw something break behind his eyes. The fortress was crumbling. Good. Dismantling the maladaptive protective framework was the necessary first step. They could rebuild something healthier in its place. "We'll start tomorrow," Henry said. "We'll dig up everything, and we'll return it together. You'll apologize, and they'll understand. They're kind men, Isaac, you'll see." Isaac didn't answer. He just stared at the wrapped object in the shallow hole, and after a long moment, he covered it back up with dirt. His hands moved without pause, patting the earth smooth, and when he stood, he looked smaller than he had before. They walked back to the house together. Isaac went upstairs without speaking, and Henry heard the bedroom door close, heard the lock turn. He went to his office, pulled out Isaac's intake file, and began making notes. Paranoid ideation with religious features, auditory and visual hallucinations, compulsive ritualistic behavior, probable onset following maternal death, treatment plan, reality testing through graduated exposure, forced confrontation with falsified beliefs until cognitive restructuring occurs. Prognosis. Excellent. Given patient's youth and absence of comorbid conditions. When he finally went upstairs, his wife was awake. She asked what had happened, and Henry told her everything. Isaac had been stealing from community leaders because he believed they were predators. He had buried the items as protection. Tomorrow they would begin the intervention. His wife asked if Isaac was dangerous. Henry said no. The boy wasn't violent, just lost. She asked how long it would take. He didn't know, maybe weeks. They lay in bed without speaking. Henry thought about Isaac's terror when the boy had begged him not to dig up the items. Terror based on delusion wasn't something you validated. You dismantled it until the patient could stand without it. He was certain he could do it again. In the morning, after breakfast, Henry brought Isaac to the backyard. The boy had barely eaten, and he moved without hesitation or resistance. They stood together at the dead oak, and Henry handed him a spade. "Dig them up, Isaac. All of them." The boy looked at the spade, then at the tree. "How many are there?" "3, Isaac said. His voice was hollow. "The mayor's watch. The banker's glasses. The judge's ring. Then we'll dig them all up, and we'll return them," Henry said. "And when we do, you'll see nothing happens. No one gets hurt. The world keeps turning." Isaac took the spade. His hands were shaking. He knelt at the base of the oak, pushed the blade into earth, and began to dig. The first hole was shallow. The earth came up easily near the surface. Henry stood over him, coat pulled tight against the January cold, watching the boy work. Isaac dug in steady rhythm, scraping aside frozen dirt until the hole was 6 inches deep. He stopped, blade hovering, and Henry saw the boy's shoulders go rigid. "Keep going," Henry said. Isaac's fingers curled around the spade handle. "If you make me do this, people will die." Henry had heard this before. You couldn't argue someone out of delusion. You had to show them reality until it collapsed. "No one is going to die, Isaac. Put it in." The boy set the spade aside, reached into his coat pocket, withdrew something wrapped in white cloth, the watch. He held it in both hands for a long moment, lips moving in silent prayer, then placed it gently in the hole. His hands were shaking. "Now take it back out," Henry said. Isaac stared down at the wrapped watch. He didn't move. "Isaac, take it out." The boy reached into the hole, lifted the handkerchief out, unwrapped it with trembling fingers. The silver watch gleamed in morning light, engraved on the back, with gratitude. The council. Isaac stared at it, and Henry saw tears on his face. Henry took the watch from Isaac's hand and slipped it into his coat pocket. This was the item Isaac had buried 3 nights ago, the one Henry had watched him bury from the window. And now the boy had just reenacted the burial and immediate excavation, completing the ritual only to have it immediately undone. "Where's the next one?" Henry asked. Isaac pointed to a spot 6 feet away, closer to the oak's trunk. He kept his gaze fixed on the ground. His left hand had developed a fine tremor. Henry handed him the spade. "Dig." This hole was deeper. The earth was harder here, roots from the dead oak threading through frozen soil. Isaac worked slowly, blades striking wood every few seconds, the sound sharp in winter air. Henry watched the boy work. Isaac wasn't just digging. He was saying goodbye. 8 inches down, Isaac stopped, set the spade aside, reached into his coat pocket, and withdrew the second handkerchief. The wire-rimmed glasses with the chip in one lens. He held them, stared at them, his face pale. "These belong to a man who cheats families out of their savings," Isaac said quietly. "Who forecloses on widows and orphans. The angel showed me. I saw him at his desk, signing papers, smiling while people lost everything." "Put them in the hole," Henry said. Isaac placed the wrapped glasses in the earth, bowed his head, prayed silently for 30 seconds. "Now take them out," Henry said. Isaac reached in, lifted the bundle out. His hands were shaking worse now, breathing shallow and rapid. Henry crouched beside the boy. "The bank president has run Bexley First National for 20 years. He's helped more families get mortgages than any banker in Franklin County. Whatever you think you saw, it wasn't real." Henry took the glasses from Isaac's hands. "You're doing the right thing," he said gently. The boy didn't answer. He just stared at the dead oak, at the black branches against winter sky, and Henry saw tears running down his face again. Silent tears, the same as before. "One more," Henry said. "The deepest one, where the roots are thickest." Isaac pointed to the base of the tree. He whispered something Henry couldn't hear. "Dig." This hole took longer. Isaac had to clear roots, some as thick as Henry's wrist, and the frozen earth fought him every inch. The boy worked without speaking, breath coming in visible clouds, and Henry watched the physical toll mount. Isaac's shoulders began to shake, not from cold or exertion, from something breaking inside him. Halfway down, Isaac stopped digging. He sat back on his heels, staring into the hole, lips moving in prayer. Henry knelt beside him, placed a hand on Isaac's shoulder. "You can do this. Just a little more." Isaac looked at him then, and Henry saw something in the boy's eyes he hadn't seen before. Not fear, not desperation. Pity. As though Isaac understood something Henry didn't, something terrible, and felt sorry for him. The boy turned back to the hole and kept digging. 12 inches down, roots cleared, Isaac stopped. He set the spade aside, reached into his coat one final time, and withdrew the third handkerchief. The gold wedding ring worn smooth with age. He held it in his palm, stared at it, and Henry watched the boy's face crumble. Isaac placed the ring in the deepest part of the hole, folded his hands, rocked back and forth, a low, keening sound coming from his throat. "Take it out, Isaac." The boy didn't move. "Take it out," Henry said again, firmer. Isaac reached into the hole with both hands, lifted the wrapped ring out, held it against his chest, and kept rocking, the keening louder now. Henry took the wrapped ring from Isaac's hands, helped the boy stand. "It's over," he said. "You did it. Now we're going to return these, and you're going to see that nothing terrible happens." Isaac looked at the 3 holes in the ground. The fortress was gone. What remained was a 16-year-old boy who'd just been forced to complete his protective ritual and immediately destroy it 3 times in a row under Henry's supervision. They walked back to the house. Isaac moved without looking where he was going. Henry sat him at the kitchen table, where the boy stared at his dirt-black hands without speaking. Henry went to his office, placed the 3 wrapped items on his desk: the watch, the glasses, the ring. All 3 items now sat on Henry's desk, and tomorrow they would go back to their rightful owners. He called the mayor's office. He explained the situation: troubled foster teen, delusional episode, wanted to return the items with the boy present. The secretary scheduled them for tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock. He made similar calls to the bank and courthouse. Both men agreed to see them. All 3 had been gracious, concerned, willing to help. He went back to the kitchen. Isaac was still sitting at the table, hands folded, head bowed, praying again, but without the desperate intensity. Surrender? Tomorrow afternoon, Henry said. We'll start with the mayor. Isaac nodded once without looking up. The boy was listening. The intervention was working. The next afternoon, Henry drove Isaac to City Hall. The boy sat in the passenger seat with the mayor's watch wrapped in its handkerchief on his lap, staring out the window without speaking. He had barely eaten breakfast, and at lunch he'd moved food around his plate until Henry's wife cleared it away. When Henry asked if he was ready, Isaac had nodded, the same small from the night before. They parked on Broad Street. January sun made the snow-covered courthouse steps gleam. Henry led Isaac through the main entrance, up 2 flights, to the mayor's office, and the secretary smiled at them with practiced warmth. She told them the mayor was expecting them, gestured to the door. The mayor's office was large, windows overlooking downtown Bexley. The mayor stood when they entered, came around his desk with hand extended. He was in his 50s, silver hair, good suit, presence that filled rooms without effort. He shook Henry's hand, then Isaac's, told them both to sit. Henry explained Isaac's situation: foster placement, significant trauma, delusional episodes with religious features. Taking the watch had been part of a compulsive protective ritual. Returning it was crucial to helping Isaac separate reality from constructed belief. The mayor listened without interrupting. When Henry finished, he turned to Isaac. The boy sat with the wrapped watch in both hands, staring at it. Henry waited. Isaac's lips moved silently, praying again. And then he held the handkerchief out to the mayor without raising his eyes. The mayor took it, unwrapped the watch, looked at it. He said nothing for a long moment, then set it on his desk and leaned forward. "Isaac," the mayor said. His voice was gentle. "I appreciate you bringing this back. I know that took courage." The boy's hands were shaking in his lap. His coat hung looser on his frame than it had 2 weeks ago. Henry noticed the hollows beneath Isaac's cheekbones had deepened. "I want you to know I'm not angry," the mayor continued. "Dr. Bryant explained your situation, and I understand you've been through something difficult. What matters is you're getting help now. That's what this community does. We help each other." Isaac didn't respond. The mayor looked at Henry, who nodded slightly. The apology didn't need to be verbal. The mayor stood, came around the desk again, placed a hand on Isaac's shoulder. "You're going to be fine, son. You've got good people looking after you." They left 10 minutes later. Isaac walked beside Henry, down the courthouse steps, hands in his pockets, shoulders drawn in. He looked smaller than he had the day before. Henry unlocked the car, and they sat in silence for a moment before Henry started the engine. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" Henry said. He meant it gently, an invitation for Isaac to acknowledge what had just happened. The mayor had been exactly what Henry said he would be: kind, understanding, human. Isaac stared out the windshield at the snow-covered street and said nothing. The first return was complete, and nothing terrible had happened. Progress. The bank was 3 blocks away. Henry parked in the visitor lot, and they walked through glass doors into the lobby. Bexley First National was old money. dark wood and brass fixtures, an institution that had survived the Depression by being careful with other people's trust. A receptionist directed them to the second floor where the bank president kept his office. The banker was younger than the mayor, early 40s, wire-rimmed glasses perched on a narrow face. His office was smaller, more functional. He stood when they entered, but didn't come around the desk, just gestured to the chairs across from him. Henry gave the same explanation. Foster child, trauma, religious delusions. Isaac had taken the glasses during an episode. Returning them was part of the therapeutic process. The banker listened with his hands folded on the desk. When Henry finished, he looked at Isaac. The silence stretched. He didn't speak, didn't smile the practiced warmth the mayor had offered. Just watched the boy with an expression Henry couldn't quite read. "You're the boy who's been staying with Dr. Bryant," he said finally. "I heard about you from the school board. They said you were doing well in class." Isaac sat with the wrapped glasses in his lap, staring at them. His breathing had changed, shorter, shallower. Both hands were locked in a rigid tremor now, not the fine shake from the morning, but something deeper, muscle failure. "Isaac," Henry said quietly, "go ahead." The boy stood slowly. His legs shook. He walked to the desk, placed the handkerchief in front of the banker with both hands, then stepped back quickly. Not the controlled movement of the mayor's office, something closer to retreat. The banker unwrapped the glasses without hurry, held them up to the light. The chip in the lens caught the afternoon sun. He turned them over in his fingers, examining them from every angle. The silence in the office was complete. "I've had these since college," he said. "My father gave them to me when I graduated. I thought I'd lost them." He looked at Isaac. The boy had gone pale. He put the glasses on, adjusted them, looked at Henry, then back at Isaac. "I appreciate you bringing them back. That takes integrity." He stood and came around the desk, extended his hand to Isaac. The boy stared at it, and Henry saw his shoulders go rigid. Isaac shook his hand once. The grip lasted 3 seconds too long, fingers tightening before release. "You're going to be all right. Keep working with Dr. Bryant. He's good at what he does." They left the bank as the sun was setting. Isaac walked beside Henry to the car, got in without being told. Henry started the engine, pulled out onto Main Street. The boy sat with his hands folded in his lap, staring at nothing. His fingers trembled. "How do you feel?" Henry asked. "Two down, one to go." Both men were exactly what I told you they were. Good people. No wolves, no predators, just human beings doing their best. Isaac's lips moved, but no sound came out. He was praying again, but the words were too quiet for Henry to hear. Henry glanced at him. The boy was crying, silent tears running down his face, hands clenched together until the knuckles lost color. Something in the banker's office had unsettled him, more than the mayor's smooth kindness had. Henry told himself it was the progressive weight of surrendering his delusions. Each return made the truth harder to deny. At home, Isaac went straight upstairs. Henry heard the bedroom door close, heard the lock turn. His wife asked how it had gone, and Henry told her. Both meetings had been textbook. The mayor and the banker had been gracious, understanding, concerned for Isaac's well-being. Exactly the response you'd expect from men who dedicated their lives to public service. His wife asked if Isaac was all right. Henry said the boy was processing. Isaac had built his entire sense of safety around the delusion. Watching it dismantle in real time created cognitive dissonance. Eventually, reality would win. She asked when they would return the judge's ring. Henry said tomorrow. The judge had scheduled them for late afternoon, after court adjourned. One more visit, and the intervention would be complete. That night, Henry lay in bed replaying Isaac's face when the mayor had placed a hand on his shoulder. The boy had flinched, then held still. Progress. The banker shaking Isaac's hand. The boy had participated. Small victories. In a few weeks, Isaac would understand. The angel wasn't real. The wolves were public servants. The binding tree was just a dead oak. Henry was certain of it. The next morning, Isaac didn't come down for breakfast. Henry's wife went upstairs, knocked on the bedroom door, got no answer. She tried the handle. Locked. She called through the door that breakfast was ready, and after a long silence, Isaac said he wasn't hungry. Henry was in his office when his wife found him. She closed the door behind her, stood with her arms crossed. They needed to talk about Isaac. Henry set down the file he'd been reviewing. What about him? She said the boy hadn't eaten a real meal in 2 days. He wasn't sleeping. She'd heard him moving around his room all night, heard him praying in that desperate way he had. Whatever Henry was doing, it wasn't helping. Henry explained that this was the difficult part. Dismantling delusions created distress. But that distress was necessary. His wife listened, then asked how much more distress Isaac needed to endure before Henry would admit this wasn't working. It is working, Henry said. The mayor and the banker were both gracious. Isaac saw that the men he'd called wolves were human. That's exactly what he needed to see. She asked if Henry had actually looked at Isaac. Really looked. Because the boy she saw yesterday wasn't healing. He was breaking. Henry felt frustration rise in his throat. One more return, and the intervention would be complete. The boy would see. This is exactly when we need to push through. His wife stood in the doorway for a long moment. She didn't answer. She picked up her coffee mug from his desk, the one she'd brought him that morning, and carried it with her as she left his office and closed the door behind her. Henry went alone. His wife had always trusted his judgment before. This was no different. That afternoon, they drove to the courthouse. Isaac sat with the judge's ring wrapped in its handkerchief, staring at nothing. He hadn't eaten, hadn't spoken since the bank. The courthouse was older than City Hall, stone and columns, built when Franklin County was still farmland. Henry led Isaac through security, up 3 flights to the judicial chambers. A clerk directed them to the judge's office at the end of a long hallway. The judge was in his 60s, gray hair, reading glasses on a chain around his neck. His chambers were lined with law books, a desk covered in case files. He stood when they entered, gestured to chairs, but didn't come around the desk. Henry began his explanation. Foster child, trauma, religious delusions. Isaac had taken... The judge raised one hand. Not to Henry. To Isaac. The boy went silent mid-sentence, eyes fixed on the judge's raised palm. I'd like to hear from Isaac first, if you don't mind, Dr. Bryan. His voice was quiet, almost gentle. A voice that expected answers. Henry sat back, uncertain. This wasn't how the previous returns had gone. The judge folded his hands on the desk and looked at Isaac. The silence lengthened. 30 seconds. A minute. The judge didn't move, didn't speak. His gaze rested on Isaac with the weight of something much heavier than curiosity. The boy sat with the wrapped ring in his lap, staring at it. He'd been crying again. Henry could see the streaks on his face, but now the tears had stopped. Isaac looked hollowed out, empty. Henry shifted in his seat. The quiet in the chambers had texture. The ticking clock on the judge's shelf sounded loud. Son, the judge said finally, why don't you tell me what you think you saw? Isaac's head came up slowly. He looked at the judge, and something passed between them. Henry watched, uncertain what was happening. This felt less like a gracious return and more like cross-examination. Tell me about the angel. Isaac's lips moved. No sound at first. Then barely a whisper. "He shows me who you are. And who am I?" The judge's tone hadn't changed. Still gentle, still patient. But Henry noticed the man's hands hadn't moved from their folded position on the desk. Completely still. Isaac stood, walked to the desk, placed the wrapped handkerchief in front of the judge. His hands shook. Then he sat back down, hands folded. The judge unwrapped the ring without hurry. He held it up to the light, turned it in his fingers, put it on his left hand, next to the wedding band he already wore, adjusted it, looked at his hand with the two rings together. 30 seconds passed, then a minute. The silence was absolute. He didn't acknowledge Henry's presence, didn't acknowledge Isaac, just sat looking at the rings on his hand. "My wife gave me this 30 years ago. Anniversary gift. I thought I'd lost it months ago." She was heartbroken. He looked at Isaac. The boy met his eyes. Henry watched the exchange, saw the judge's expression shift. Something cold moved across the man's face. Not anger, not concern. Recognition. Then it disappeared, smoothed away so completely Henry wondered if he'd seen it at all. "I appreciate you bringing it back. That took courage coming here." Isaac didn't respond. The judge stood, came around the desk, extended his hand. The boy stared at it, and Henry saw him stop breathing. Isaac's whole body had gone rigid. He waited, hand extended, not hurrying. After 10 seconds, Isaac shook it once. His grip was firm and unhurried, lasting 5 full seconds before he released the boy's hand. "You've been very brave. I hope you get the help you need." They left 10 minutes later. Isaac walked beside Henry through the courthouse hallway, down the stairs, out into winter afternoon. He moved without expression, and when they reached the car, he got in without being told. Henry started the engine, pulled out onto High Street. "It's done," he said. All 3 items returned. "You did it, Isaac." The boy stared out the window at the passing buildings and said nothing. But Henry saw Isaac's reflection in the glass. The boy's face had gone slack, defeated, as though something inside him had finally given up. At home, Isaac went straight upstairs. Henry heard the bedroom door close, the lock turn. 3 returns, all successful. The intervention was complete. His wife was in the kitchen. She asked how it had gone. The judge had been gracious, just like the mayor and the banker. All 3 had responded exactly as Henry predicted. His wife asked if Isaac had eaten anything. Henry said no. She asked if Henry had noticed how the boy looked. Henry said he looked tired, which was expected. She asked when Henry thought Isaac would start getting better. "Soon," Henry said. The delusion was dismantled. A few weeks, and the boy would understand what Henry had given him. His wife didn't answer. She just turned back to the dishes, and Henry went to his office. That night, lying in bed, the judge's face kept returning to him. A cold expression when Isaac had said the angel showed him who people were. There and gone. Just surprise. Men didn't like being told a teenager could see through them. Henry closed his eyes. In a few days, he'd start the next phase. The boy would resist at first, but eventually he'd accept it. He was certain of it. The days after the final return blurred together. Isaac stopped coming downstairs entirely. Henry's wife brought meals to his room, left trays outside the locked door, and collected them hours later with the food untouched. She told Henry the boy was getting worse, not better, and Henry said he needed time to process. 2 weeks passed. Isaac remained in his room except for school, where his teachers reported he sat silent at his desk, completed assignments without engagement, spoke to no one. At home, Henry's wife said she could hear him praying through the door. Not the desperate prayer from before, something quieter, more resigned, saying goodbye to something. Henry tried talking to Isaac through the bedroom door, explained that what the boy was feeling was normal, that letting go of deeply held beliefs created grief, but grief was part of healing, that in a few weeks the pain would fade and Isaac would be able to see clearly. Isaac never answered. A month after the returns, Henry's wife told him she'd heard Isaac crying in the middle of the night, sobbing that lasted for hours. She asked if they should take the boy to a hospital. Henry said no. This was expected. Forcing him through it now would prevent worse later. His wife asked what worse trauma Henry meant. He said living your whole life believing in angels and wolves. Isaac was 16. He had time to rebuild. She didn't answer. That night, Henry noticed she'd moved a pillow and blanket to the guest room. She said the couch was more comfortable when her back hurt. She hadn't mentioned back pain before. 6 weeks after the returns, Isaac came downstairs for dinner. He sat at the table with his hands folded, head bowed, but he didn't pray. He picked up his fork, ate 3 bites, set it down. Henry's wife asked if he wanted more, and Isaac shook his head. Henry asked how Isaac was feeling. The boy looked at him for a long moment, and Henry saw something in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Distance, as though Isaac had gone somewhere Henry couldn't follow and come back alone. Better, Isaac said quietly. I'm better now. Henry felt relief flood through him. The boy was speaking again, eating again. Successful reality integration. Progress. He asked if Isaac wanted to talk about what he'd been through, and Isaac said, maybe later. Not yet. That was fine. Henry could wait. Over the next 2 months, Isaac returned to something that resembled normal. He ate small amounts. He went to school, did homework. He no longer locked his door. When Henry's wife asked if he needed anything, he said no thank you, in a voice that was polite and empty. Henry watched him carefully. The boy had changed, quieter, more careful, but he was functioning. The cognitive restructuring had taken hold. Isaac just needed time for the new framework to solidify. In March, 3 months after the returns, Isaac turned 18. Henry's wife made a small cake. They sat at the kitchen table, the 3 of them, and sang. Isaac blew out the candles without making a wish. He thanked them both for the cake, ate 1 bite, excused himself. The next morning, Isaac came downstairs with his black duffel bag, the same one he'd arrived with a year before. He stood in the front hallway, bag in hand, and told Henry and his wife he was leaving. Henry saw the bag before the boy had said a word, and he stood very still. Where are you going? Isaac said he'd been accepted to a community college in Toledo. He'd applied months ago before the intervention. They had dorms. He'd saved enough from his part-time job to cover the first semester. He was starting in the fall, but he wanted to move early, get settled. Henry's wife asked if he was sure, if he wouldn't rather stay through the summer. Isaac said he was sure. Henry stood in the hallway looking at the boy he'd spent a year trying to help and felt grief so heavy it made breathing difficult. He'd failed. Not completely. Isaac was speaking, functioning, planning a future, but the distance was still there. The boy was leaving without having truly healed. Before you go, Henry said, I want you to know I did what I thought was right. I know it was hard, but I believe it helped you. Isaac looked at him with those distant eyes. I know you believe that, he said quietly. He shook Henry's hand. He hugged Henry's wife. He walked out the front door, and Henry watched from the window as the boy got into a car, driven by someone Henry didn't recognize. The car pulled away, and Isaac was gone. Henry's wife stood beside him at the window. She asked if he thought they'd ever see Isaac again. Henry said he hoped so. The boy knew where they lived. When he was ready, when enough time had passed, maybe he'd come back to visit, to tell them he understood now, to thank them. She didn't answer. And in that silence, Henry felt something he couldn't name. His wife had stopped asking questions weeks ago, stopped offering opinions about Isaac's treatment. She prepared meals, cleaned the house, slept in the guest room. But when he talked about his work now, she listened with the same polite emptiness Isaac had shown at dinner. She had concluded something about her husband she would never say aloud. The weeks became months. Spring turned to summer, summer to fall. Henry went back to his practice, took on new foster placements, helped other teenagers through their own crises. But at night, lying in bed, Isaac's face returned to him. The angel shows me who people were. The pity in the boy's eyes when he looked at Henry in the hallway, as though Henry were the one who needed help. Henry told himself he'd done the right thing. Isaac had been caught in a delusional system that would have consumed his life. The boy would understand eventually. He was certain of it. The first year passed. Henry read in the local paper that a family from church had lost their home to foreclosure. The husband worked at the post office 20 years without missing a payment. But the bank claimed irregularities in the paperwork. Legal, apparently. Just unfortunate. Henry sent a card expressing sympathy. The second year, a car accident on High Street killed a woman his wife knew from the community center. Henry had never met her. The police ruled it mechanical failure. Brake line severed. Tragic. His wife attended the funeral. She came home quiet. Didn't speak for the rest of the evening. By the third year, Henry noticed the town had changed in small ways. More vacant storefronts on Main Street. Fewer families at church. A quietness among people he'd known for decades. Eyes that didn't quite meet his anymore. Economic downturn, the mayor's office said. National trends. Nothing to worry about. Henry filed it away as background noise. His practice was busy. Teenagers still needed help. 5 years after Isaac left, another family lost their home. Another foreclosure. The husband had threatened legal action, claimed the bank had falsified documents. Then he dropped the case suddenly, moved his family to Kentucky without explanation. Henry ran into them loading a truck one morning, asked what had happened. The man looked at Henry, said nothing, and climbed into the cab. 8 years after Isaac left, a house fire on Parkview Drive killed an accountant. The fire marshal ruled it accidental, faulty wiring. But the man had been preparing to testify in a civil suit against the city over contract irregularities. The case died with him. Henry's wife read about it in the paper, set it down, carried her plate to the sink. He asked what was wrong. She said nothing. She went upstairs. He heard the guest room door close. 10 years after Isaac left, it was a Tuesday in October. Henry was in his office when his wife called him to the living room. She was standing in front of the television, remote in hand, staring at the screen. The evening news was on. Henry walked into the living room, and his wife turned the volume up. The anchor was mid-sentence. Federal indictment, Bexley civic leaders. Racketeering conspiracy. 3 men arrested this morning. The screen showed footage of Bexley's mayor being led from City Hall in handcuffs. Then the president of Bexley First National, escorted from the bank by federal agents. Then the county judge, leaving the courthouse in the back of an unmarked car. Henry sat down slowly on the couch. His wife stood beside him, remote still in her hand. The indictment alleged a sprawling criminal enterprise spanning a decade. Systematic fraud, manipulated foreclosures, favorable rulings for kickbacks. In at least 4 cases, deaths ruled accidental. Henry stared at the screen. The mayor's face, the same man who had shaken Isaac's hand 10 years ago. Now, federal prosecutors were calling him the architect of a conspiracy that had ruined dozens of families. Then the anchor said something that made Henry's hands go numb. What has puzzled investigators is the timing. The criminal activity began approximately 10 years ago, almost to the week. Prior to that date, no evidence of wrongdoing. after that date, consistent and escalating. Henry's wife turned to look at him. He could feel her staring, but he couldn't look away from the screen. 10 years ago, the exact week Isaac had dug up the items and returned them. The exact week Henry had forced the boy to hand back the watch, the glasses, the ring. The exact week the binding. Henry stood, walked to the window. The backyard where the dead oak had once stood. Ground flat now, grass unbroken. His wife said his name. He didn't answer. She asked if he remembered what Isaac had said. About the wolves, about the binding tree, about people dying. Henry remembered. He'd written it all down in Isaac's file. Paranoid ideation. Delusional belief system. His wife asked if Henry was thinking what she was thinking. He turned away from the window and looked at her. "What are you thinking?" "That Isaac was telling the truth," she said quietly. "About all of it." Henry sat back down, stared at the television. The news had moved on, but he wasn't seeing it. Isaac's terror when Henry had forced him to dig. The certainty in the boy's eyes. People will die. And then they had. The mayor's hand on Isaac's shoulder. The banker's grip on his hand. The judge watching the 2 rings on his finger like he was counting something. 10 years of telling himself it had been necessary. 10 years of waiting for a boy who had been right about everything to come back and say, "Thank you." Henry walked to his office, pulled Isaac's intake folder. He found the intervention page, the dates in his own handwriting. Items returned. Mayor's office, January 15th. Bank president, January 16th. County judge, January 17th. He carried the file back to the living room, showed his wife the dates. She looked at them, then at him. "Call the news station," she said. "Find out the exact date investigators think the criminal activity started." Henry pulled up the local news website, scanned until he found it. According to court documents, the earliest evidence of criminal conspiracy dates to the week of January 15th, 10 years ago. The first documented fraudulent foreclosure occurred on January 22nd. January 15th. The day Henry had made Isaac return the mayor's watch. He closed the laptop. His wife was watching him from the doorway. Isaac was right, Henry said, about everything. She didn't answer. She just looked at him with the same expression she'd had the day Isaac left. Pity. Henry sat in his office after she'd gone upstairs. 4 families dead. Dozens ruined. 10 years of damage that could have been prevented. A 16-year-old boy kneeling in frozen dirt, burying items beneath a dead oak, keeping everyone safe. And what Henry had done to him. Not just the binding ritual. Isaac's entire sense of purpose. His belief he could protect people. His faith that the angel had chosen him. Henry had called it delusion. Had forced Isaac to apologize to the very men he'd been protecting people from. He sat in the dark, staring at Isaac's file, and felt the weight of what certainty had cost. Henry couldn't sleep. His wife had gone to bed hours ago, but he remained in his office with Isaac's file open on his desk. The dates stared up at him. January 15, 16, 17. The days he'd made Isaac return the items. The exact week the crimes began. But it wasn't just Isaac. Henry pulled the filing cabinet open. 20 years of patient files. Teenagers the system had sent him. Troubled, traumatized, and constructing protective beliefs the world called dysfunctional. He pulled the first file. A 14-year-old girl. Intake, March 2003. Presenting complaint. Paranoid features. Insisted her stepfather's friends were dangerous. Refused to stay in placement. Henry's notes. Patient exhibits. Hypervigilance and catastrophic thinking. Gradual exposure therapy initiated. Cognitive restructuring around perceived threats. Return to placement June 2003. Follow-up patient absconded 2 months later. File closed. Henry set it aside, pulled another. A 15-year-old boy. Intake, September 2005. Presenting complaint. Obsessive-compulsive behaviors, ritualistic avoidance of specific adults in his group home. Henry's notes. Patient demonstrates magical thinking and compulsive checking. Reality testing protocol. Systematic desensitization. Significant improvement in ritualistic behaviors by discharge. Henry never followed up. Never checked whether the boy's improvement meant he'd stopped protecting himself or simply stopped showing Henry he was afraid. Another file. A 13-year-old girl. She'd insisted her youth pastor made her uncomfortable. Couldn't explain why, just knew something was wrong. Henry had diagnosed generalized anxiety, worked with her for 4 months on distinguishing real threats from perceived ones. She'd gone quiet eventually, compliant. Henry had noted successful anxiety management and closed the file. He didn't know what happened to any of them. Didn't know if the first girl's stepfather's friends were exactly what she'd feared. Didn't know if the boy's ritual checking was the only thing keeping him safe from someone Henry never bothered to investigate. Didn't know if the 13-year-old's youth pastor ever did what she couldn't explain but somehow knew to fear. Henry had spent 20 years teaching traumatized children to stop trusting their instincts, to believe that the adults in authority knew better than their own fear. That professional assessment mattered more than the feeling in their gut that something was wrong. And Isaac had been the one whose binding got broken in a way Henry couldn't ignore. The one whose angel turned out to be right. How many others had there been? How many protective rituals had Henry dismantled? How many warnings had he diagnosed away? 17 families, 4 deaths. All preventable if he'd just listened to Isaac. But it was bigger than Isaac. It was every file in this cabinet, every child who tried to tell him something was wrong and been taught instead that their fear was the problem. Henry put his head in his hands. The doorbell rang. Henry's head came up. He looked at the clock on his desk. Past midnight. No one rang doorbells at this hour unless something was wrong. He stood, walked through the dark house to the front door. His wife was still asleep upstairs. The porch light was off. He could see a shape through the frosted glass. Someone standing on the porch waiting. Henry turned on the porch light, unlocked the door, and opened it. Isaac stood on the porch in the rain. He was 28 now, older than Henry remembered, but unmistakable. The same small frame, the same careful way of holding himself. He wore a dark coat, soaked through. Water dripped from his hair, ran down his face. In his right hand, he held a shovel. In his left, something wrapped in a white handkerchief. Henry's mouth went dry. "Hello, Henry. Can I come in?" The voice was Isaac's, but different. Quieter, emptier. The voice of someone who'd walked a long way through cold rain and arrived at a place he'd known he'd have to reach eventually. Henry stepped back from the door. Isaac came inside, set the shovel against the wall, stood in the front hallway dripping water onto the hardwood floor. He didn't take off his coat, just stood there, looking at Henry with those distant eyes. "I saw the news," Isaac said. Henry couldn't speak. He stared at the shovel, at the wrapped object in Isaac's hand, and felt his legs go weak. Isaac held out the handkerchief. "Here." Henry took it automatically. His hands were shaking. He unwrapped it slowly, though he already knew what it was. A silver pocket watch. His own. The one his father had given him when he'd finished his doctorate, engraved on the back. To Henry. Who heals broken things. He'd thought he'd lost it years ago, couldn't remember where. But now, holding it, Isaac had taken it before leaving. Henry had noticed it missing a month later, filed the loss away as carelessness, never connected it to the boy who'd left, looking so defeated. "You took this," Henry said. His voice came out hoarse. Isaac nodded. Henry's hands closed around the watch. When? The night before I left. Henry stared at the engraving. All those years, Isaac had been carrying this. Waiting. Isaac, Henry said. I didn't know. I thought I was helping you. Isaac's expression didn't change. I know. The words were simple. No anger, no accusation. Just acknowledgement. It made what came next worse. You're going to bind me, Henry said. And that's why you brought the shovel. Isaac glanced toward the living room, toward the window facing the backyard. Henry followed his gaze. The flat grass where the dead oak had once stood, where Isaac had buried items, where Henry had forced him to dig them up. Your tree fell, Isaac said. There's a young one near the back fence. It'll do. He turned back to Henry. The angel said you'd understand by now, Isaac said. That you'd see what you really are. Do you? Henry looked at the man he'd destroyed 10 years ago. The one who'd been right about everything. The one he'd called delusional while enabling exactly the predation the boy had been trying to prevent. Yes, Henry said. I see it. Isaac nodded slowly as though Henry's admission was what he'd been waiting for. He picked up the shovel from where it leaned against the wall, held it in both hands. Not threatening, just purposeful. Come outside. Henry followed him through the dark house, out the back door, into the yard. The rain had stopped, but the ground was wet. Their footsteps left impressions in the grass as they walked toward the back fence where the young oak stood. Isaac stopped at the tree. It was small, maybe 8 feet tall, planted 3 years ago when the dead oak had been removed. Henry's wife had wanted something living in the yard again, something with a future. He knelt at the base of the tree, began to dig. The shovel cut through wet earth easily. Henry watched. And something about the rhythm of it, the blade sliding in, the dirt being moved aside, brought back a memory he'd tried not to think about for 10 years. Isaac kneeling at the dead oak in January, digging with bare hands in frozen ground. The boy's fingers bleeding. The desperate prayer. The terror in his eyes when Henry had told him to keep going. Henry had watched that and called it necessary. Had watched a 16-year-old boy break apart and called it progress. How many others? Henry asked quietly. Isaac didn't stop digging. How many what? How many foster kids did I hurt? Before you. After you. Isaac was quiet for a moment. Then, I don't know. His practice. 20 years of teenage patience. Kids who came in traumatized, who'd built protective mechanisms the world called dysfunctional, and Henry had systematically dismantled those mechanisms. Reality testing, graduated exposure, forced confrontation with beliefs he'd labeled delusional. He remembered a girl maybe 3 years before Isaac, 14. She'd insisted her stepfather's friends were dangerous, that they looked at her wrong, that something bad would happen if she stayed in that house. Henry had diagnosed her with paranoid features, worked with her for 6 months on distinguishing real threats from perceived ones, sent her back to the placement. She'd run away 2 months later. Henry never found out what happened to her, told himself she'd probably ended up somewhere safe, probably fine. Probably fine. That was what he'd told himself about all of them. The ones who stopped coming to appointments. The ones who aged out and disappeared. The ones whose files he'd closed with notes about successful reality integration, partial symptom reduction, referred to outpatient care. He'd never followed up, never checked whether his interventions had actually helped or just taught traumatized kids to stop trusting their instincts around danger. The woman in her car, the families who'd lost their homes, the 4 people who'd died. All because Henry had been so certain he knew better than a boy kneeling in frozen dirt. Isaac, Henry said, when you were here, When I was fostering you? Was there anyone else? Other kids in the house? No, Isaac said. Just me. Henry felt relief, then immediate shame at feeling relieved, as though only hurting one child made it better. Isaac kept digging. The hole was a foot deep now, widening. He worked with practiced efficiency, someone who'd done this before. Many times, probably. Isaac set the shovel aside, reached into his coat, pulled out Henry's pocket watch, wrapped in its white handkerchief. He unwrapped it, held it up. The engraving caught the porch light. To Henry, who heals broken things. Do you remember when your father gave you this? Isaac asked. When I finished my doctorate, Henry said. He told me I had a gift for helping people who couldn't help themselves. Isaac turned the watch in his fingers. Do you see it now? The language? People who couldn't help themselves. Not people who needed support. Not people facing circumstances beyond their control. People who couldn't help themselves. The problem was in them, not in what was being done to them. Henry's throat closed. The phrase had never sounded that way to him. It had always sounded compassionate. Now it sounded like exactly what Isaac said it was. A framework that put the pathology in the victim instead of the system. Isaac trying to protect families from predatory civic leaders. And Henry had looked at that and seen a boy who couldn't help himself, who needed Henry's intervention to function in reality. But Isaac had been functioning in reality. Henry had been the one constructing a false version. My father was a psychologist too, Henry said quietly. He taught me that professional distance was essential, that you couldn't help people if you got too close to their beliefs, that maintaining objectivity meant not getting pulled into their reality distortions. Isaac placed the watch in the hole. And you never questioned that? Never thought about whose reality was being distorted? Henry had no answer. Isaac started filling the hole back in. Dirt covered the white handkerchief, then the watch. The sound of earth falling was the only noise in the dark yard. When the hole was filled, Isaac patted it smooth, stood. He looked at the young oak, then at Henry. It's done. Henry felt nothing. No physical change, no sense of something leaving him. But he believed Isaac, the same way he should have believed him 10 years ago. Isaac picked up the shovel. He looked at Henry, and his expression was the same as it had been 10 years ago when he'd begged Henry not to make him dig up the items. Profound sadness. Complete certainty. You were just protecting your pack. Henry sat down on the wet grass. He'd protected them because he'd recognized the same kind of predator he was. Isaac stood above him. Don't confess, he said quietly. The binding works better when you carry it alone. He walked around the house, door closing, car engine, silence. Henry walked back inside to his office. Tomorrow morning, a new foster placement was scheduled to arrive. A 12-year-old girl removed from a home she'd said wasn't safe. He reached for the phone to call the placement coordinator. His hand stopped 6 inches from the receiver, a weight pressing down on his arm, dense and absolute. He tried to draw a breath to call out to his wife upstairs, but his lungs felt full of damp earth. Through the window, the young oak. Beyond it, the street where the placement would arrive in 6 hours. And Henry would sit here, locked inside his own body, unable to speak, unable to move, unable to warn anyone what he was. There exists, in the grammars of certain Caucasian languages, a morphological category that Western linguists, for want of a better term, have called evidentiality, a system of verbal suffixes indicating not merely that something happened, but how the speaker came to know it happened, whether by direct witness, by hearsay, by inference from physical evidence, or by a knowledge so intimate, it could only have been acquired through sustained and proximate observation. I mention this not as a preface to a lecture on comparative morphology, though I confess the temptation is considerable, but because it was precisely such a suffix, appended to an otherwise unremarkable verb in the 14th entry of the diary I had been hired to translate, that first produced in me a sensation I can only describe as the recognition one feels when a familiar room has been rearranged by a single millimeter. Nothing visibly wrong, everything subtly, impossibly displaced. But I am beginning in the wrong place, or rather in the right place arrived at by the wrong door, which amounts, as my old professor Signorelli used to say, to the same confusion by a different name. Let me begin instead with the word Kilshi, in Galani. And here I must immediately apologize, for English has no equivalent, and even Italian, which I had once believed capable of capturing any sensory nuance, fails me. The term denotes the quality of sound that occurs when a door has been left not quite closed, and the air pressure differential between the two rooms it separates produces a tone that is neither whistle nor hum, but participates in the nature of both. A frequency so low it is felt in the sternum before it is heard by the ear. The language has, as many Dagestanian isolates do, an extraordinary exactness in matters of acoustic and spatial perception. Where English offers a jar and considers its duty discharged, Galani distinguishes between 7 degrees of not quite closure, each with its own term, each encoding a different relationship between the two spaces the door mediates. Kilshi is the 4th degree, the door open enough that the sound it produces is continuous but not wide enough that the eye can detect the gap from across the room. The sound exists. The opening to all visual evidence does not. I had encountered the word on the 3rd afternoon of my translation work at the federal facility in Sandstone, Minnesota, a complex of low concrete buildings set among birch and pine in Pine County, where the silence of the surrounding forest pressed against the perimeter with a patience that made the razor wire seem redundant. I should explain how I came to be there, but explaining requires context, and context, in the case of a man whose professional life has been devoted to the salvage of dying languages, requires a digression that I hope the reader will forgive, for it is not incidental but structural. Without it, the mechanism of what was done to me remains merely cruel, when in fact it was precise. I was born in 1949 in a valley in southeastern Dagestan, whose name, Galara, derives from the Galani word for the space between two cliff faces where an echo cannot form, a negative acoustic space, a zone of absorption rather than reflection. The valley is, or was, approximately 11 kilometers long and never more than 300 meters wide at its floor, walled on both sides by limestone formations that rise vertically for 600 meters before reclining into the alpine meadows above. In this crease in the mountains, fed by a single tributary of the Samur, accessible only through a gorge that flash floods sealed for weeks at a time in spring, a population that never exceeded 600 souls developed over approximately 2,000 years of relative isolation, a language that bears no demonstrable genetic relationship to any neighboring language family. Galani is not Avar, not Lesgian, not Sakur, not Rutul, though it has borrowed from all of these the way a man living at a crossroads borrows cups of flour from each neighbor and produces from the aggregate a bread that tastes like none of theirs. The language is, or was, an isolate, a phenomenon that occurs when a population remains genetically and culturally contained long enough that its speech diverges beyond the threshold of mutual intelligibility with any surrounding group, a process that in most cases requires thousands of years of sustained separation that in the Caucasus, where the mountains perform the work of oceans, has occurred with a frequency that makes the region the most linguistically dense territory on Earth. I left the valley in 1962 at the age of 13, when my father having died in a construction accident in Makhachkala the previous year, arranged for my passage to an uncle in Tbilisi, where I lived for 6 years, acquired Georgian and Russian, completed my secondary education, and began the process of becoming the kind of person who could leave the Caucasus entirely. I arrived in the United States in 1974 on a student visa. I completed a doctorate in comparative linguistics at the University of Chicago in 1981. I married Nessa in 1983. She was from Bloomington, Indiana, and I will say this about Nessa now at the outset, so that what follows will be understood in its proper proportion. She was a woman of considerable private competence. She had spent 4 years after college working for the State Department's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, administering exchange programs between American universities and Soviet institutions, before deciding, as she put it when I asked, that she preferred working with children who had not yet learned to lie fluently in 3 languages. She took a teaching certificate and became a middle school mathematics teacher, and I accepted this transition without asking the questions that, in retrospect, the transition invited, because Nessa was a woman who made questions feel unnecessary. Not because she discouraged them, but because her competence created an atmosphere in which curiosity about her past felt slightly impolite, like asking an architect why they had chosen to build a smaller house. She spoke some Russian. She told me she had learned it in her State Department years, which was plausible. She had traveled to the Caucasus once before our marriage for what she called a conference on educational cooperation in Tbilisi, and she had returned with a small Georgian enamel box that she kept on her dresser and a knowledge of my region's geography that I found touching in its thoroughness. She knew the name of the Samur tributary, knew that Galara was accessible only through the gorge, and I attributed this knowledge to the thoroughness of her interest in me, which was flattering, and did not consider the possibility that thoroughness might serve purposes other than affection. We moved to Duluth, Minnesota in 1984, when the University of Minnesota's branch campus offered me a position in its Department of Linguistics, teaching to classrooms that grew emptier each semester as the world's interest in dying languages contracted in inverse proportion to the speed at which they were dying. By the autumn of 1989, the year the wall fell, the year the century began to dismantle its own partitions. I was an associate professor of comparative philology, specializing in the phonological archaisms preserved in the Northeast Caucasian isolates, which is to say, I was an expert in the grammar of disappearance. My specialty, the sort of expertise that announces itself in grant applications with the quiet desperation of a man selling ice to Minnesotans, had attracted almost no attention until the warden of the Federal Correctional Institution in Sandstone, a man named Ogilvy, contacted the University of Minnesota's Department of Linguistics, which contacted the Endangered Languages Program, which contacted me. A man had been transferred to the facility from a processing center in Virginia. He could not, or would not, speak. He had arrived with nothing but the clothes he wore and a notebook filled with writing that no one in the Bureau of Prisons, nor anyone in the FBI's Linguistic Analysis Division, which had been consulted and had sent back a one-page response declining to provide examples, could identify. I accepted the assignment with a gratitude I did not bother to examine. The work paid $400 per week. I did not ask at the time why a mute asylum seeker from the Caucasus had been placed in a federal correctional facility rather than a refugee processing center. I did not ask why the prisoner was housed in the administrative wing rather than in general population. I did not ask why the translation request had bypassed the Bureau of Prisons' standard contracted interpretation services that, while unlikely to include a Galani specialist, maintain protocols for handling unidentified languages that did not typically involve hiring individual academics. These omissions were, I recognize now, as legible as the diary itself if one knew the grammar. I did not know the grammar. I was still reading the surface. The diary itself was a standard composition book, the marbled black and white cover one finds in any American stationery aisle. And this incongruity between container and contents struck me on the first morning I was given access to it in a small room adjacent to the administrative wing. The Galani script, set down in pencil with a sharpness that suggested either an extraordinarily steady hand or an extraordinary patience, filled the pages from edge to edge with almost no margins. I found this poignant, or believed I did. The entries were dated in the Western fashion, month, day, year, which was unusual for a native Galani speaker, as the valley's traditional calendar reckoned time by agricultural and astronomical markers rather than numerical sequence. I noted this anomaly and filed it among the minor oddities that any translator expects to encounter in a text produced under conditions of displacement. The prisoner had adapted. The dates were an accommodation. What could not be dismissed as accommodation was the writer's command of the language itself, which was extraordinary, not merely fluent. Fluency is the minimum wage of linguistic competence, but possessed of a literary quality I had encountered only in the letters of the Valley's oldest generation. The syntax was classical. The vocabulary was dense with terms I had not heard spoken aloud since my grandmother's death in 1971. The writer used these terms not as archaisms deployed for effect, but as the natural furniture of his thought, with the easy authority of a man who does not need to reach for words because the words have never left. I translated with care. I established with Ogilvy's office a schedule of 3 visits per week, each lasting 4 hours, during which I worked alone with a notebook and a yellow legal pad, producing first a rough transliteration in pencil, then a polished English translation in ink. The duty officer, a young woman whose wariness suggested long experience processing requests she was not authorized to evaluate, retrieved the notebook from its locked drawer each morning, and I signed for it, and carried it to my room, and closed the door, and entered the world the writer had made. The prisoner himself I had seen only once. On my first morning, a guard escorted him past the open door of my workroom, on the way to what I assumed was the medical wing. He was smaller than I had expected, a compact man of perhaps 50, with the broad hands and compressed posture of someone accustomed to physical labor in confined spaces. And he had looked at me as he passed with an expression I interpreted at the time as curiosity and have since revised to something else entirely. The diary's opening entries evoked a mountain landscape with a density that made the English I produced feel, by comparison, like a charcoal sketch placed beside a Vermeer. The writer conjured the light on the valley's eastern wall, the hour when the sun clears the ridge, not merely the color, but the weight of it. The way morning light in a deep valley carries a substance that light in open country does not, a viscosity, as though the photons must fight their way through accumulated shadow to reach the valley floor and arrive exhausted, heavy, bearing the memory of the stone they have traversed. He detailed the smell of wild thyme, the Galani term javakara, which distinguishes by suffix between thyme growing on south-facing limestone and thyme growing in the shade of juniper, and had selected the former. He captured the texture of morning frost on wooden shutters, a compound word encoding not merely the sensation of touching frost, but the specific resistance it offers to the fingernail. The point at which the crystal structure yields and the water beneath is released. I found myself returning to passages not because they resisted translation, but because I wished to inhabit them longer, the way one returns to a passage of music, not for comprehension, but for residence. It was during one such return that I encountered Tekilshi for the first time. The diary had begun to move, in its 7th entry, from landscape toward interiority. The writer composed an evening in a house. And here the language shifted almost imperceptibly from the past tense narrative of memory to what I initially classified as habitual aspect, the grammatical mood used for recurring or customary actions. The evening was not a specific evening, but a composite. In this composite evening, the writer sat in a room and listened to the kilshi of a door that separated the room from a kitchen, and the sound, he wrote, carried within it the quality of air that has passed over a gas burner recently extinguished. The Gilani has a single word for this, kovali, which encodes not merely the smell of gas, but the thermal signature of air that has been heated and is now cooling, the invisible plume that rises from a stove after the flame is turned off and the metal is still ticking as it contracts. I translated this passage with pleasure. I completed the day's work, drove the 40 minutes from Sandstone to Duluth along County Road 23 through pine forests that in late October had taken on the rusted, exhausted tone of iron left too long in rain, and arrived at the house on East 4th Street where Nessa was preparing dinner. We occupied at that time a modest house, a structure of no architectural distinction, built in the 1940s for a shipyard worker's family and subsequently modified by a series of owners whose renovations had achieved the cumulative effect of making each room slightly but definitively unlike every other room in terms of ceiling height, floor level, and the angle at which the walls met the baseboards. Nessa had owned it before our marriage, purchased with money from her father's estate, and she occupied it with the relaxed authority of a woman who has never needed to negotiate the terms of her own domestic space. We sat across from each other. It was a Thursday. I am certain of this because on Thursdays, Nessa made a risotto with mushrooms she purchased from a man at the Canal Park Farmers Market, and the kitchen door, which connected the dining room to the hall, had not been fully closed, and I heard it. The tkilshi. The very sound notated in the diary. Neither whistle nor hum, felt in the sternum, continuous, produced by a gap too narrow for visual detection. The word rose in my mind with the automatic force of a reflex, and for a moment the two experiences, the word on the page and the sound in my house, occupied the same space in my consciousness, superimposed like two transparencies on a light table, and I could not determine which was the original and which the copy. I knew then. I do not mean I suspected or wondered or felt a stirring of unease that subsequent entries would deepen into certainty. I mean I knew. A word in a dying language spoken by fewer than a dozen living souls had described a sound that I was hearing in my own dining room, and the word's acuity, the fourth degree of not quite closure, the frequency felt in the sternum, the invisible gap, was too faithful to be coincidence and too intimate to be generic. The diary was not describing a house like mine. It was describing my house. And the knowledge arrived not as deduction, but as recognition, the way one recognizes a face in a crowd without needing to enumerate the features. Immediately, completely, and with the terrible clarity of something the body understands before the mind has consented to process it. Nessa noticed my stillness. She asked if something was wrong. I told her I had been thinking about a translation problem. She accepted this, then asked how long the translation work would take, how many sessions remained. The question was reasonable, and I answered that I estimated 3 to 4 more weeks, and she nodded and said she was glad because the drive was long and winter was coming, and she rose to close the door, and the sound stopped. But I noted in the part of my mind trained to catalog linguistic events that she had asked the question before I had mentioned the length of the project, which meant she had been thinking about the timeline independently, which meant nothing or meant something I was not yet prepared to think about. I did not tell her what I knew. This was not a decision I made, but a condition I discovered. That knowledge of this kind, knowledge that arrives in a language only you can read, that refers to a reality only you can verify, that exists in the space between two science systems, with no bridge except yourself, is structurally unshareable. To have told Nessa would have required translating not just the word tekilshi, but the entire evidentiary grammar that made the word diagnostic. And to translate that grammar would have been to explain Galani's acoustic taxonomy to a woman who spoke no Galani, which is to say, it would have been impossible, or would have taken longer than the marriage had left. So I ate the risotto. I went to bed. I lay beside Nessa in the dark and listened to the house, and I knew that the diary was written by someone who had been inside this house, and I did not know why, and I did not know what the remaining entries contained. And I continued to translate because the text was not finished, and I was a translator, and a translator does not leave a text incomplete, even when the text has begun to describe the room in which he sleeps. This is the fact that I must state clearly, because it is the fulcrum on which everything that follows rests. I knew, and I continued. I did not construct a theory of coincidence. I did not spend days assembling evidence toward a conclusion. I recognized the sound in my dining room the way I would recognize my own name spoken in a crowd, instantly, viscerally, beyond argument. And the following morning I drove back to Sandstone and opened the notebook and continued translating, because stopping would have meant that the last act of my professional life was an unfinished text, and some part of me, the part that is scholar before it is animal, interpreter before it is survivor, found this more intolerable than what the finished text might contain. In the days that followed, the diary confirmed what I already knew, and each confirmation deepened the horror, not by adding uncertainty, but by adding detail. The 8th entry cataloged a kitchen, the arrangement of implements on a wooden rack above a stove, the distinct yellow of a wall painted over older paint so that the previous color showed through at edges and corners as a greenish undertone. My kitchen. The 9th turned to a refrigerator whose compressor engaged with a brief mechanical stutter before settling into its operational hum, a stutter the writer likened, using a Galani weaving simile, to the hesitation of a shuttle entering a shed where the warp threads have been set slightly too tight. My Kenmore, purchased second-hand from a colleague. I stood beside it that evening and listened and heard the stutter, and felt the simile settle over the sound with the same devotion to sensory detail that he had applied to the light on the valley's eastern wall and the frost on the shutters of a house 3,000 miles and 27 years away. I translated each entry with the same care I had applied to the mountain passages, because the care was the only thing I could control, and because each entry answered a question I had not yet been able to formulate. Not who had been in my house, I did not know, not why, I did not know, but how, with what attention, what patience, what investment of time and sensory focus. The diary was teaching me the grammar of my own surveillance, and I was learning it in the language of my childhood, and the combination of intimacy and violation was unlike anything I had experienced. Not fear exactly, but the cognitive equivalent of vertigo. The feeling of standing at the edge of a height and recognizing that the same legs that brought you here are capable of carrying you over. The 10th entry mapped a dining room. 4 chairs around a table the writer identified as birch. I noted the error. Our table is oak, and felt nothing because I already knew the diary was describing my house, and a single misidentification did not alter that knowledge. When the 11th entry corrected the error, naming, in a rare Galani botanical term I had encountered only in my grandmother's vocabulary, that the wood was Venara, a white oak distinguishable from birch by its medullary rays. I felt not the collapse of a protective illusion, but a tightening of the screws. The writer's self-correction, composed in a formal register, reserved for amendments to factual record, confirmed that the diary was not a memoir in which a small inaccuracy might be charming, but a professional document in which inaccuracy was not tolerated. The correction was not a crack in a theory. It was a revelation of method. The 12th entry focused on one of the 4 chairs. The left rear leg shortened and shimmed with a folded piece of cardboard, visible only when the chair was tipped backward. A repair that caused the chair, when weight shifted, to produce a sound like a single syllable of protest, brief and percussive, spoken by the wood against the floor and absorbed by the room before it could be answered. I rose from the table that evening. Nessa was in the kitchen, her back to me, and tipped the chair and saw the shim, cut from the back of a cereal box, and this absurd detail, the brand of cereal whose box had been sacrificed to level a chair in a house I had lived in for 5 years without once examining the underside of the furniture, struck me with a force that had nothing to do with recognition and everything to do with proximity. The writer had been beneath this chair. The writer had been close enough to read the printing on a piece of cardboard no larger than a matchbook. The writer had been in this room, on this floor, in a position that required him to lie on his back or crouch beneath the furniture. And he had noted what he found with the same devotion to sensory detail that he had applied to the light on the valley's eastern wall and the frost on the shutters of a house 3,000 miles and 27 years away. Nessa appeared in the doorway. She asked what I was doing. I said I had thought the chair was wobbling. She looked at me, a look I classified at the time as mild concern, and said the chair had always wobbled, and came to the table, and we sat and ate, and I said nothing. That night I did not sleep. I waited until Nessa's breathing steadied into its pattern, left side, one hand beneath the pillow, and I rose and walked through the house in the dark, not to confirm what I already knew, but to understand the method, how the writer had entered, how often, through what opening. I checked every window. The basement window on the west face, a small rectangular frame at foundation level, admitting light to a basement I used only for storage, gave me my answer. The latch was a simple lever mechanism in the lock position, but when I pressed the frame, it moved inward without resistance. The catch had been filed down so that the lever appeared locked while providing none. The filed surface had oxidized. Weeks or months ago, someone had modified this latch with the knowledge that I never checked this window, which I never had, which the diary's writer would have known I never had, because the diary's writer had been in my house long enough to know what I attended to and what I neglected. I stood in the basement in the dark, holding the window open, and felt the October air pour through the gap. And I thought about calling the police, and I grasped immediately why I could not. Because the evidence was a filed window latch that could have been altered by any previous owner, and a diary written in a language spoken by fewer than a dozen people on Earth, housed in a federal facility 40 minutes away, whose contents I could summarize but not verify. Because who would read it? Who would confirm my translation? I was the only person in this hemisphere who could certify what the diary said. and the impossibility of independent verification was not an accident, but a feature of the design, and the design had been constructed by someone who understood that the most effective prison is one whose walls are made of the prisoner's own untranslatable knowledge. I closed the window. I went upstairs. I stood in the hallway beside the coat rack. Wooden, 4 hooks, 1 brass replacement. Beneath the Pirosmani print Nessa had given me the first year of our marriage, and I did the only thing a man in my position could do, which was to go back to bed and to return on Monday to the small room in sandstone and to continue translating because the text was not finished, and I needed to know why someone had surveyed my house in my grandmother's language and what the remaining entries would reveal about the purpose this survey was designed to serve. I signed for the notebook. But before entering my workroom, I did something I had not done in the 2 weeks of my assignment. I walked to the duty station at the end of the corridor and asked the officer, an older man whose badge read Gutierrez, for access to the prisoner's intake file. I was curious, I said, about the prisoner's regional origin, which would help me calibrate certain dialect features in my translation. A reasonable, professional request. Gutierrez consulted his terminal with the unhurried motions of a man who has spent decades processing requests without evaluating their reasonableness. After a moment, he told me the file was restricted. I asked what that meant. He told me it could not be accessed without authorization from the warden's office. I asked if this was standard for asylum cases. He looked at me for the first time since I had approached, and something in his expression shifted. Not suspicion, but the guarded caution of a man who has identified a question he has been told not to answer. He told me I would need to speak with Ogilvy. I did not speak with Ogilvy. I returned to my workroom and opened the notebook to the 13th entry, which detailed the hallway between the dining room and the front door. The coat rack, the brass hook, the mail table, the Pirosmani print identified with a thoroughness that confirmed what I already knew and did not need confirmed. And I translated it, and the 14th, and the 15th. And as I worked, I listened, for the first time, to the sounds of the corridor beyond my door, the corridor that led deeper into the administrative wing, toward the offices I had never visited. From that direction, nothing. Not silence exactly, but the quality of sound that a space produces when it is occupied by someone who has made a practice of not being heard. The 16th entry decomposed the sound my front door made when locked from the inside, a 3-part mechanical sequence transcribed with the fidelity of a recording. I went home and locked the front door and heard the 3 sounds. The bolt, the click, the settling vibration the writer had likened to a held breath released. The 17th entry devoted 2 full pages to a bathroom, hexagonal tiles white with grout darkened unevenly, a mirror mounted to require a downward incline of the head, a frosted window and the shadow of a birch branch moving across it with the rhythm of a hand writing slowly. All present, all true. All known by someone who had stood where I was standing with the taxonomic attention of a technician, not a scholar. The attention was operational. On Wednesday, I returned to Sans, and at the end of the corridor I had never entered, the section that led to the warden's office, I stopped. I had walked past it a dozen times without interest. Now I continued. The corridor narrowed, not dramatically, by perhaps a foot over 20 meters. And this narrowing could have been a structural necessity, the building's 1940s floor plan adjusting to a load-bearing wall. But the effect was of convergence, of a space designed to channel rather than welcome. At its end was a closed door. Beside it, a small placard, administrative, authorized personnel only. Beneath the placard, a keycard reader of a type I had not seen elsewhere in the facility. Newer, sleeker, A security upgrade applied to this door and no other. I stood before the door and listened. Nothing. Not the ordinary nothing of an empty room, but the cultivated nothing of a space in which sound has been considered and suppressed. I placed my hand on the door's surface. It was warm. Warmer than the corridor's ambient temperature. Warmer than a door behind which no one was present should have been. I returned to my workroom. I opened the notebook to the 18th entry, and the language changed. The shift was not in vocabulary or syntax, but in aspect, the grammatical category that governs the temporal contour of an action. The previous entries had used habitual aspect, recording repeated or customary actions. The 18th entry employed the progressive current aspect, the suffix tiscali, indicating an action unfolding at the moment of writing. The subject is sitting at a table with papers before him. The hour is late. The woman has gone to bed. The subject holds a pen in his left hand, and here I stopped, because I am left-handed. And the writer had encoded this through the Galani instrumental case that distinguishes between dominant hand and subordinate hand tool use. And the subject is writing on a yellow legal pad, and the marks he makes are in a script the observer recognizes. The writer had recorded me translating the diary. The spatial cases placed the observer inside the room, behind and to the right of me, at a distance quantified in traditional loom widths, approximately 1.5 meters. The evidentiality suffix was jour, indicating a single observation. One night, one moment. The writer had watched me work and had recorded what he saw in the language I was using to read his record. And the recursion, the text about the reading of the text, produced a vertigo that was not physical but semiotic, the signifier reaching through the page to grasp the signified and finding that the signified was holding the page. I set the pen down. I sat for several minutes. Then I stood and walked out of the room. I had not planned to do this. The movement was kinetic. The body's refusal to remain in a space whose dimensions had become, through the act of reading, indistinguishable from the thing being read. I walked to the administrative corridor. I passed Gutierrez. He looked up, looked down, and continued to the warm door and stood before it, and listened to the cultivated silence behind it, and understood, with the clarity of a man who has been reading a document about himself for 2 weeks and has finally arrived at the page that places the author inside his workplace, that the diary's writer was not confined behind this door. He was accommodated behind it, and he was listening to me, listening to him. I returned to my workroom. I translated the 19th entry, which tracked my sleeping posture. One arm extended across the space where Nessa had been, reaching for warmth that had already departed. A habit she had mentioned to me once with the tender exasperation of a woman who had watched her husband's body search for her every night for 6 years. The writer knew this. The writer had seen this. The evidentiality suffix was kun, prolonged personal witness. And the spatial case placed the observer inside the bedroom, and I translated it with the mechanical fluency of a man who has discovered that the act of translation continues whether or not the conscious mind consents, because a translator does not alter his standard of execution simply because the text has begun to chart the interior of his bedroom. The entries that followed, 20th through 24th, accelerated. The habitual aspect returned, but with a purposefulness the earlier entries had lacked, and the observations became measurements. Room dimensions in Galani units, then converted into meters, a conversion demonstrating familiarity with Western metrical systems no asylum seeker would casually possess. Distances between furniture, sight lines from each window annotated for obstructions, which doors locked and which did not. whether keys were kept in locks or in the hallway table drawer beneath the Pirosmani print. I translated all of this. My hand moved. The pen formed English words. The words mapped the security architecture of my own home, and I wrote them down because when the trap has been identified and the exits measured and the file window latch has confirmed the surveyor's access, the only action remaining to a man constituted as I am constituted, a man who has spent his life inside texts, for whom understanding has always been the highest form of agency, is to continue reading, to pursue the meaning to its end. The 25th entry detailed my schedule. Departure at 7:40, varying by no more than 5 minutes. Return between 5:15 and 6 o'clock. The writer noted my habit of stopping at a convenience store on Masabi Avenue for a newspaper I could have received by subscription, but preferred to buy in person. A habit the writer attributed, correctly though I had never articulated it, to my need for a transitional act between the campus and the house, a small errand serving as threshold. He had identified a pattern I had not consciously recognized and had articulated it in my grandmother's language with a clinical sharpness that made the personal insight feel less like empathy than like diagnosis. The 26th entry detailed Nessa's schedule. Her departure at 8:30 for the middle school, her return unpredictable, the house reliably empty between 8:30 and 5:15 on weekdays. The writer measured this interval in the Galani unit of labor duration, a traditional measure based on the time required to card a standard weight of raw wool, which lent to the calculation an archaic gravity, as though the vulnerability of a house in Duluth were being assessed according to the rhythms of a Bronze Age economy. That evening, I drove home through the pines and considered my options. I could go to the police and report a threat in a language no one could verify. I could confront Ogilvy and be referred to the FBI, which would refer me to a linguist, who would be me. I could stop translating, return the notebook, decline the assignment, and live in a house whose vulnerabilities had been cataloged by someone accommodated 40 minutes away behind a warm door. But I could not stop. The text was not finished. I knew the compulsion to finish was what the text architect had relied upon, that whoever had designed this mechanism had understood that a man who has devoted his life to the completion of texts cannot abandon one, even when the text has begun to lay out the means of his destruction. They had weaponized my vocation, and the weapon worked. I went home. Nessa was reading, a novel held with the spine cracked and the pages bent back. She asked if the translation was nearly finished. I said I was perhaps 2/3 through. She nodded, a nod of acknowledgement, efficient, complete, closing the topic rather than opening it. And I had seen this nod many times in our marriage and had always interpreted it as the gesture of a woman who processes information quickly and moves on, which is a generous interpretation and may even be the correct one, and which I no longer trusted. On Friday, I returned to Sandstone and translated the 27th entry, and the text abandoned its last pretense of memoir. The Galani word was kvareli, a formal contract between parties in which the terms have been specified, the compensation agreed upon, and the obligations made binding through witness declaration. A word from the Valley's traditional dispute resolution system, a legal term I had encountered only in records of blood feuds, adjudicated according to principles older than any written code. Its use here, in a surveillance dossier inside a federal facility, declaring a contract for the death of a professor of linguistics, was a desecration of the language itself. The Cavarelli had been commissioned. The commissioner, the Galani agentive nominal, specifying the initiator's relationship to the action's object, had provided the specifications. The commissioner had selected the language, and the commissioner had specified, in the future intentional aspect, that the text was to be translated by its subject, and that the translation was to be completed before the Cavarle's execution, so that the subject would understand, in the interval between comprehension and consequence, the exact nature of what had been done and by whom. Until this entry, I had known that someone had surveyed my house. I had not known why. The word Cavarle supplied the why with a bluntness that made the diary's literary beauty feel retroactively obscene. The mountain passages, the frost on the shutters, the weaving simile for the Kenmore stutter, all of it deployed in the service of a contract whose object was my death. The beauty had been camouflage. The language had been selected not for its expressiveness, but for its impenetrability. A tongue that could pass through any security screening without risk of being read by anyone other than the one person for whom it was intended. Me. The remaining entries I translated without pause. I did not eat the sandwich the duty officer had brought. The 28th through 34th entries contained operational specifications, approach routes through the alley behind East 4th Street. The filed basement latch noted with professional approval. The interior laid out as schematic, with floorboard acoustics mapped. My medicine cabinet inventoried, the telephone's location and cord length measured against the distance to the nearest exit. Each entry condensed and purposeful. The prose stripped of the literary density that had characterized the early pages. A shift in register that confirmed the shift in function from memoir to manual. The 35th entry turned to Nessa, not as a wife, not as a domestic partner. The writer used the evidentiality suffix kun and the spatial case indicating interior proximity, and the result was a passage of such intimate detail that reading it felt less like translation than like violation. The way she held a book, spine cracked, pages bent back. The way she stood at the kitchen window in early morning with her coffee held in both hands, the cup against her lower lip. The expression, the face a person wears when they believe they are alone. She wore during those moments an expression I had seen 1,000 times and never thought to name, and that the writer had captured with a fidelity that made me feel not afraid, but exposed. I noted, as I translated, that the writer's account of Nessa's solitary expression did not match my own experience of it. I had always read her morning stillness as contemplation. A woman thinking private thoughts over coffee, at peace. The writer captured the same posture, the same cup position, the same gaze through the window. But the Galani compound he used was not the face of contemplation, but the face of assessment. A term drawn from the Valley's hunting vocabulary applied to the expression of a person calculating wind direction and the distance to a ridgeline she intends to cross. I sat with this for a long time. I sat with the Galani word for assessment, from the lexicon of the high-altitude hunt, denoting the stillness that precedes movement across difficult terrain. And I thought about mornings, 6 years of mornings, perhaps 2,000 mornings in which I had walked into the kitchen and seen my wife at the window and felt a small warmth at the domesticity of the image, the coffee, the stillness, the ordinary privacy of a woman in her own house before the day begins. 2,000 mornings. And in each of them, if the writer was correct, and the writer, I had been forced to learn, was unerring in everything. Nessa had not been contemplating. She had been assessing. The distance between the kitchen and the front door, the interval between my departure and hers, the weight of the life she was measuring against whatever that life was worth to the person who had agreed to end it. The word sat in the room the way a word sits in a language that has no synonym for it, occupying all the space, admitting no alternative. And I understood that the diary had not merely mapped my house, but had mapped my marriage, and that its map was more accurate than mine had ever been. The 36th entry completed the architecture. The commissioner, the writer noted, had provided a photograph for identification purposes. The photograph showed the subject seated at a table, a glass of wine before him, his left hand resting on the surface with fingers slightly spread. The subject was looking toward the camera with an expression the writer conveyed using the Gilani compound for the face a person makes when they are happy and do not yet know they should not be. I knew this photograph. Nessa had taken it. September, early in our marriage, candles from the market, the risotto, the wine, her camera lifting. My expression, the expression of a man who believed himself loved, the agent of suffix, the commissioner's categorical relationship to the subject, in Gilani, is for professional, ili for familial, za for intimate. The writer had used za. The pen left my hand. Not placed, dropped. It rolled to the edge of the legal pad and stopped against the spiral binding, and I looked at it and could not remember how to pick it up. The fluorescent tube hummed. The building settled. I was aware of my breathing, which had become shallow and deliberate. The breathing of a man whose autonomic systems have identified a threat the conscious mind is still assembling. Nessa. The photograph could not have left her possession without her knowledge. The suffix could not have been selected without the writer's direct acquaintance with the commissioner's relationship to the target. Za. Intimate. Someone who shared his domestic space. Someone who knew which window latched and which did not. Someone who knew the language of his childhood well enough to select it as the medium of his death warrant, knowing that no other person, perhaps no other person on earth, could decode what it said. Until this moment I had known that someone had surveyed my house and that the survey served a Covarelli. I had not known who had commissioned it. The knowledge arrived not as a reinterpretation of what I had seen in our marriage, but as a new fact that illuminated an old one. I thought of her nod, the efficient topic-closing nod, and it was the same nod it had always been. But now I knew who she was nodding for. I thought of her question about the timeline, how long the translation would take, and it was the same practical question. But now I knew why the answer mattered. I thought of the State Department years she had summarized so briskly, the Russian she spoke so capably, the Tbilisi conference laid out with just enough detail to satisfy and not enough to investigate, the Georgian enamel box on her dresser that I had always taken as a souvenir and that now felt like a credential. And I thought of the morning face, the face of assessment, the hunter's stillness. The writer had not taught me to see something new in Nessa. He had given me the word for something that had always been there, that I had seen every morning for 6 years and translated, as translators do, into a meaning I preferred. I picked up the pen. I did this by looking at my hand and instructing it to close around the barrel, a procedure I had never before needed to perform consciously. But the body, when it has received information the mind has not yet processed, responds by withdrawing its automatic functions and demanding that each be authorized individually, as though the self has been placed under review and no action may proceed without clearance. I translated the 37th entry. The operative, the writer, was housed not in general population, but in the administrative wing in the warden's private office. An arrangement facilitated through a mechanism the diary did not detail, but I thought of Ogilvy, his measured bureaucratic demeanor, his careful incuriosity about the notebook's contents, his failure to question why a mute asylum seeker required housing in the administrative wing rather than the medical unit. And I understood that the mechanism bore the signature of the same operational competence I had admired in Nessa for 6 years. The ability to make systems perform functions they were not designed for quietly, without leaving evidence of the redesign. The federal facility in which I sat had never been neutral ground. It was infrastructure, prepared, adjusted. Made to serve a purpose its original builders had not intended. No different in principle from the filed window latch or the diary itself. He was not a prisoner. He had never been a prisoner. He was a professional whose work required the ability to occupy any environment. A house, a facility, a warden's office, with the sustained, invisible patience of a man whose product is a document that, when read by its intended reader, will explain that his life has already ended, and that only his awareness of this fact remains to be arranged. The 38th and 39th entries were administrative. Contingencies, fallback protocols, and shorthand drawn from Galani agricultural vocabulary. The 39th noted, in a subordinate clause, that the commissioner had selected the language of composition, not merely for its impenetrability, but for a reason the writer conveyed using a Galani ethical term, a word meaning the obligation to ensure that a person affected by a decision understands the decision and the identity of the person who made it. She wanted me to know. She had selected Galani because she wanted me to grasp not only that I was going to die, but that she had arranged it, and that the arrangement had been conducted in the most intimate medium available. The mother tongue, the language of childhood, because she wanted the betrayal to be carried in the same words that carried every memory the language had ever held. My grandmother's stories, the names of alpine flowers, the 18 varieties of snowfall, the sound of a door not quite closed. She wanted the language of my tenderness to become the language of her cruelty, and she wanted me to know this, and she wanted the knowing to be the last thing I possessed. The 40th entry, the last, was 3 lines. Upon completion of the translation, the operative will vacate the facility through the administrative exit. The subject's comprehension of the dossier is the final condition of the cavalry. No further action by the commissioner is required. What remains is professional. The last word was dachtili. In Galani, it is a temporal marker composed of 2 roots. Dach, meaning the reading or the interpretation, and viteli, meaning upon the moment of its completion. Together they form a word that means at the instant when understanding arrives. The li ending transforms the temporal marker from a neutral indicator of sequence into something closer to a conditional trigger, a grammatical mechanism that makes the completion of understanding not merely an event, but a cause, as though the act of comprehending the word were itself the thing the word sets in motion. My grandmother used this word when telling stories. She used it to mark the moment when the listener grasped the tale's meaning, the instant of interpretive completion that transformed a person hearing a story into a person who had heard one. In that context, dachtili carried no menace. It was a storyteller's word, a word of closure, of gentle finality. I wrote dachtili on the legal pad. I wrote its English translation. Upon the moment of completion. I placed the pen beside the pad. The ink was wet. The Galani script lay beneath my translation like a shadow beneath a body. The same shape, visible only when the light fell from a certain angle. And from the corridor that narrowed toward the warm door that connected my workroom to the warden's office, came a sound I identified before my conscious mind could name it, because I had translated its notation 3 hours earlier. The click of the keycard reader disengaging, the hiss of the magnetic seal, the whisper of a heavy door swinging open on recently oiled hinges, then footsteps, not approaching, receding. Moving away through the administrative wing toward the exit the 37th entry had specified, the service door onto the facility's rear lot where a vehicle would be waiting, and from which the drive to Duluth was approximately 35 minutes by County Road 23, 5 minutes less than my own drive. He had already factored in the difference. I could have run. I considered this with the thoroughness of a man who has exhausted every other use of his mind. I had my car keys. The interstate was 20 minutes south. I could have driven to a sheriff's office and reported a threat in a language no one could verify. And the apparatus Nessa had so carefully prepared would have processed my account with the same incurious efficiency Ogilvy had applied to every other element of her design. But the truth was simpler and worse than any logistical calculation. There was nowhere left to go. My home was a kill zone. My wife was its architect. The language of my childhood had been made into the instrument of my destruction. Every space I had ever inhabited existed now inside a text I had translated with my own hand, and the text had no outside, no position from which it could be read that was not already written to its pages. To run would have been to carry the text with me, because the text was in my language and my language was in my body. And my body could not be left behind. And beneath even this, beneath the logic, beneath the geography of a life that had been totally penetrated by a text, there was the compulsion I have already named and will not soften. I could not leave the sentence unfinished. Dafteli demanded its period. The story the diary had written was the story of a man who translates his own death and then drives home to meet it. And I had always been, a man who follows a sentence to the end of its meaning, even when the meaning is the end of the man. This was what Nessa had understood. This was what the language had been chosen to exploit, not my expertise, my faithfulness. I sat at the desk. The corridor was silent now. Not the cultivated silence of occupation, but the vacancy of a space that has discharged its purpose. The operative had left. The Cavalry was active. And I was sitting in a federal facility in Pine County, Minnesota, 40 minutes from a house whose every vulnerability had been cataloged in the language of my childhood. The filed window latch, the path that avoided the floorboards that creaked, the bedroom where Nessa slept on her left side with one hand beneath the pillow. And the man who had cataloged them was already on the road 5 minutes ahead, carrying in his memory the same floor plan I had spent 3 weeks transcribing onto a yellow legal pad with the diligence of a scholar who has never learned to leave a text unfinished. On the pad, the last word was still drying. Daftali. Upon the moment of completion. My grandmother's word for the end of a story. The instant when meaning arrives, when the distance between the telling and the told collapses to nothing. The word had kept its meaning. Understanding had arrived. The story was over. What remained was the drive. 40 minutes through the dark pines, along a road I had traveled 100 times, toward a house where everything stood as the diary had detailed, where the door to the hallway would be standing not quite closed, producing in the space between two rooms a sound for which a dying language had found it necessary to create a word so exact it could cross any distance without losing a single overtone of its meaning. And where, at the kitchen window, a woman I had loved in a language I could no longer trust would be waiting with the face I had always misread in a house whose door was already open. His hand found her hand in the dark. Not reaching, it was not so purposeful as reaching, but moving through the black air with the slow, exploratory patience of a creature that has nothing left but touch. And there, suddenly, the shape of her fingers, the pad of her thumb settling across his knuckles with a pressure he had known for 11 years, and which was, he understood without language, the pressure of a person holding what they were about to release. He could not see her face, He could not see his own hand. The dark was not an absence, but a substance, thick and faintly granular, as though the collision had pulverized the air itself into particles that would not settle. He gripped her fingers and felt the bones shift under his and the cold, the deep, wet cold of skin that has been in water and then lifted from it, which is not the cold of winter air, but something worse, a cold that has got inside the surface of things and will not come back out. She was alive. He knew this from the grip and from the breathing he could hear close to his right ear, a thin sound with a catch in it. Not the even rhythm of rest, but the staggered rhythm of a person working to hold down the cry in her chest so that she could use her chest for thinking instead. He opened his mouth to speak her name and found that the shape of it had gone from him. The impact had knocked the word loose. He held her hand and waited for it to return. It came back in pieces. The H first, then the whole thing. Helen, not a question. A placing. A verification that the word still connected to the woman whose hand was in his. She answered. Her voice arrived from several directions at once because the space they were in was made of steel, and the steel folded every sound back on itself, but he caught the shape of his own name. Roger. And the word legs, and understood that she was asking about his legs, about why he had not moved, about why she had found him lying on his back in the water instead of standing beside her in the dark. His legs. He had not, until this moment, attended to his legs. The registration of this, the sheer failure of his body to have informed him, was worse, momentarily, than what the attending revealed. Below the pelvis, where the familiar topography of thigh and knee should have been, there was a flat compression, a pressure that was too large and too total to be called pain. Something lay across them. He reached down with his free hand, and his fingers found steel. The sharp folded edge of a locker that had torn from its housing on the far bulkhead when the ship rolled and had come to rest across both his legs just above the knee, pinning them against the deck plates with the full authority of the ship's own weight, channeled into a single line of contact. He tried to move the locker. He tried with one arm, then released Helen's hand and tried with both, his shoulders lifting from the deck, his stomach clenching, his breath held, and his teeth locked, and his whole body directed at the single project of shifting this piece of steel that lay across his thighs. The locker did not shift. It did not acknowledge the effort. It was not heavy in the way a man could negotiate with. It was the weight of the ship itself, concentrated and final. And the ship was finished, negotiating. He told her, not in complete sentences. The dark, compressed language to its essentials, but in fragments delivered to the air between them, the way a damage report comes in over a bridge telephone. Pinned. Both legs, full length of the locker. No, can't shift it. Across the meat of the thigh, he thought. Hard to tell because he could not feel much below the edge. The numbness was already established, had perhaps been there since the collision, the legs existing now only as a theoretical extension of his body, a region he could name but could no longer fully inhabit. Her hand found his again. He felt the grip return, the thumb settling across his knuckles, the same position, the same pressure. Not comfort, but confirmation. The physical receipt of a message received. She was moving. He felt the water shift around his waist. The water, yes, which he now registered for the first time as a separate fact rather than as an ambient condition. He was lying in water. It covered him to the waist. The water was still and black and so cold that his body had ceased to distinguish it from the steel and the dark and the air itself. Everything below the waterline was one temperature, one substance, one undifferentiated field. His legs, the locker, the deck, all the same now. All the ship. Helen's hand left his. He heard her moving, the sounds distinct if he held himself very still and attended. The lap of water against her body as she waited, the tick of a wedding ring against a pipe fitting, the sound of her breathing when she was counting breaths to keep the counting from stopping. She was feeling her way around the space, mapping it. He could follow her progress by the disturbance in the water and the small noises of contact. Her palm flat against the overhead, her knee bumping the base of a stanchion, the whisper of her fingers reading the surface of a bulkhead, the way a person reads Braille, the whole hand sliding, the fingertips catching on rivet heads and seam welds and the edges of conduit runs that told her, by touch alone, the shape and size and nature of the place in which they were imprisoned. The circuit was not large. She completed it and returned to him, her hand finding his shoulder, then his face. A quick check, the pads of her fingers on his cheekbone and jaw, and then his hand again. She told him what she had found, and he listened with the concentration of a man assembling a picture from a language he only partly speaks, his eyes open in the dark, though the opening served no purpose, the habit of looking toward a speaker so ingrained that even the complete absence of light could not extinguish it. The space was a storeroom or an auxiliary compartment between the main cargo hold and the engine casing. 3 steel walls and a low overhead. A fourth side, what had been a doorway or a hatch, was now submerged, the upper edge of the frame sitting perhaps 18 inches below the waterline. The water filled the lower third of the compartment and was coming in through that submerged opening slowly, in a seep rather than a pour, which meant the ship had settled into some position that left this pocket partially above whatever waterline now obtained outside. The air was breathable, but it tasted of diesel and something astringent he could not name, a sharpness at the back of the throat. That was not the diesel itself, but something released from it by the water or the impact or the slow corruption of the ship's systems as they failed one by one in the dark below them. The water, she said, had risen since the collision. She could tell because when she first came to, she had been lying on dry steel, and now the dry steel was gone. This was the first time either of them acknowledged what the water meant. It entered the conversation not as a dramatic revelation, but as an engineering fact, the way a navigator observes a shift in current without emotion. Because emotion would require time they did not have to spend on it. Roger said nothing for a while. He was calculating. The water was at his waist. If she was right that it had risen from the deck to this level in whatever time had passed since the collision, a time he could not know, could not even estimate, because the collision had happened, and then there had been a gap that was not time in any useful sense, and now they were here. Then the rate was measurable, and the endpoint was calculable, and the calculation produced a number that was not large. She spoke again. Her voice was different now. Not the assessment voice, not the mapping voice, but a voice he recognized from other contexts, from decisions she had made across the years of their marriage that she had already made before she spoke them. Decisions about houses and crossings and whether to go back to Deal when her father was ill, and whether to come aboard the ship with him for the Channel run, which she had decided in the affirmative on a Wednesday in November while standing at the kitchen window with her back to him, her decision visible in the set of her shoulders before she turned and said it. She told him she could swim the flooded hatch. She delivered this not as a proposal requiring his consent, but as information. She was a strong swimmer. She had always been. He knew this. He had stood on the bank of the Serpentine on summer mornings, watching her stroke out to the middle and turn and come back, her arms long and unhurried, her breath control better than his, her body in water a different thing from her body on land, more certain, more native. as though the medium brought out a competence that dry ground could not quite use. She would go through the hatch and follow whatever passage lay beyond it, holding her breath through the submerged sections, finding air pockets in the spaces above, working her way upward through the ship toward whatever remained of the hull above water, toward the deck, toward the world, toward people. She would find someone. She would bring them back. He said what needed to be said, which was that she should not do this. He said it with his body first. His hand tightened on hers, the grip sudden and hard enough that he felt her knuckles shift. And then with the words he could manage in the dark, which were not persuasive words or rational words, but the blunt, bare words of a man whose wife is about to swim into a flooded wreck and who cannot follow her because a steel locker has made the decision for him. Stay. Wait. Someone will come. The ship would have been missed by now. Vessels in the channel, the Coast Guard, the harbor at Dover. Someone. I can feel it moving, she said. The water. She meant the water. He could feel it too, now that she had named it. A faint current entering through the hatch, not strong but present. A flow that meant the sea outside was still working on the ship, still finding new ways in, still filling what was not yet filled. The current meant the passages were open. The current meant there was a way through. But the current also meant there was force in the water, force that could carry a swimmer where the swimmer did not want to go, force that the dark would make impossible to anticipate or resist. She did not argue with his objections. She was quiet for a long time, long enough that he began to hope she had reconsidered. And then she moved her hand from his grip to his face and held his jaw in both palms, her thumbs on his cheekbones, the heels of her hands on the hinges of his jaw, and she held his face the way she had held it on the morning they married in the registry office, in Deal with rain on the windows and her father outside smoking because the man could not be still, and she leaned close enough that the sound went directly from her mouth to his ear, private and entire. I'll come back. Then she was doing something with her hands, his hands, and he felt the rope. She had found it somewhere in the compartment during her circuit, a length of nylon line thick as a man's finger. The kind of utility rope that a cargo vessel carries for 100 small purposes and which had been coiled and hung on a hook or stowed in a locker that the collision had opened. She was tying one end around his wrist. He felt her fingers working the knot, quick and sure, the loops pulled tight against his skin, the free end dressed and tuckered so that it would not slip. It was a bowline. He could tell by the shape of it against his wrist, the fixed loop, the standing part, the way the tail came back through. She had tied it correctly. She had tied it the way someone ties a knot that must not come undone. She put the coil in his free hand and closed his fingers around it. Then she took the other end of the line, and he heard her wrapping it around her own wrist. Once, twice, a different arrangement from his, not a fixed knot, but a wrap that she could release and re-grip as she swam, holding the rope in her hand the way a climber holds a belay line. The tension controlled by grip rather than by a knot that could not be adjusted. She was not waiting for his permission. He understood this from the efficiency of her movements, from the way she had stopped speaking, from her breathing, which had shifted from the staggered rhythm of controlled fear to the steady rhythm of a person who has decided and is now only executing. She was already gone. The rope was the last thing she would do in this place, and she was doing it well. He held the coil. He felt the rope run through his fingers as she moved away from him toward the submerged hatch. First the slack loops lifting from his palm, then the line pulling straight. Then a pause in which neither of them breathed and the compartment was so silent he could hear the water entering through the hatch below, a faint, glassy sound. The sound of the sea finding its way into the broken body of the ship. The sound she made entering the water was smaller than he expected, a whisper of displacement, a faint gulp of air that was her last breath above the surface, taken in the quick, efficient way of a woman who had done this in the Serpentine 100 mornings, filling her lungs from the bottom, the diaphragm pushing down, the rib cage expanding against the cold, the air taken in and held with the discipline of a body that knows how to use every particle of oxygen before it must breathe again. Then she was under, and the rope was moving. Not a tug, a drawing. A steady, purposeful tension, pulling the line from the coil in his hand, loop after loop, the nylon sliding through his fingers with a faint singing sound as it paid out. He could feel the rhythm of her stroke in the rope, a slight pulse with each arm pull, regular, strong, the rhythm of a body moving through water with intent and direction. She was swimming. The rope was the proof. Each pulse was a stroke, and each stroke was a body length farther from him and a body length closer to whatever lay ahead. He held his hand up, the hand with the coil, and let the rope feed through his grip, counting the loops as they left his fingers. Each loop was roughly an arm span of line. He counted 15, 20, 30, and then lost the count because his hand was too cold to distinguish individual passes of the nylon. The coil got smaller in his palm. He held the diminishing bundle and felt the line go out, and each loop that left was a measure of the distance growing between his body and hers, a distance he could not see and could not cross, measured only by the length of rope remaining. The coil ran out. The last loop left his hand, and the rope went taut from the knot on his wrist into the water and away through the hatch, a straight line of nylon running from him to her through the flooded dark, and the tension held. He could feel her at the other end, not her body, not her shape, but her purpose, the ongoing fact of her swimming, transmitted through the rope the way sound is transmitted through a wire, reduced to vibration, to tension, to the faint and rhythmic proof that the far end of the line was still connected to a living woman moving through water. The tension held. He lay in the dark and felt it. The rope was a thread between them, and the thread was alive with her. Then the tension changed. Not vanished, changed. The steady swimming pulse slowed and then stopped, and the rope went still, and then a different motion came through the line, a series of small movements, irregular, the feel of someone adjusting position, finding purchase on something, stopping. She had reached a place, an air pocket, a compartment, a surface. She had found something, and she had stopped. A long pause. The rope hung still in the water, then a gentle tug, a single, deliberate pull. Not the involuntary pulse of swimming, but a conscious signal, a tug that said, "I am here. I have stopped. I am alive." He tugged back, once, small, hoping she could feel it through however much rope lay between them, through however many turns and corners of the flooded passages the line had been drawn through. He tugged and held his breath and waited. Nothing. The rope was still. He could not know whether she had felt his answer. He could not know anything. He held the rope and breathed, and the water moved against his waist with the faint, searching pressure of a tide that has not yet decided whether to rise or fall. Then the tension resumed. The swimming pulse again. She was moving, continuing, going farther. The rope hummed with her stroke, and then the humming stopped, and the rope went slack. All the tension leaving it at once, the line drifting in the water around his wrist, with the aimless, spiritless motion of a thing no longer connected to purpose. He waited. He held the slack rope and waited. He held it and felt the water around his waist, and the steel across his legs, and the dark in his eyes, and he waited. Nothing moved. The ship settled a quarter of an inch. He felt this as a tilt in the angle of the deck beneath him, a shift so small that a standing man would not have noticed it, but which a man pinned flat on his back felt in his whole spine, the inclinometer of his body registering what no instrument could have measured at this scale. The water level rose by a thickness he could not quantify. The air moved not at all. He was alone. The rope lay on the surface of the water in loose coils that touched his forearm and drifted with the minute currents of the compartment, going from him to the hatch, and through the hatch into the corridors, connecting him to a woman he could not see and could not hear, and could not reach, and could no longer feel through the line. He wrapped the slack around his fist and held it. He held it because it was the last object in the dark that had been in her hands, and because his own hands needed something to do that was not the work of panic, and because somewhere at the other end of this rope, in the flooded corridors, in the labyrinth of steel and water and darkness, that was now the interior of the ship. Helen was there, and the rope was the proof, the only proof, that there was not the same as gone. He held the nylon, and he waited. The blackness waited with him. It did not have qualities of patience or impatience. It was simply the medium in which he now existed, as total and as permanent as water is to a fish. And like a fish, he had stopped noticing it as a condition, and had begun to live inside it as a fact. He was a man in the dark. The dark was not a problem to be solved or a threat to be endured. It was the nature of his world, the element in which everything that would happen to him from this point forward would happen. Time passed. He could not measure it. He had nothing to measure it with. No watch that he could feel ticking against his wrist, because the rope was tied over the place where the watch had been, and no light to see by, and no sound to mark intervals. The ship had stopped making the sounds it had been making. The groaning had subsided, or paused, or reached some intermediate equilibrium. The creaking of strained steel, which had been a constant accompaniment since the collision, had diminished to an occasional tick, irregular and widely spaced, as though the ship were making final minor adjustments to its new position on the bottom and would soon be still entirely. He breathed and felt the rope and waited. These three acts composed the whole of his existence, and they had merged into a single act, a cycle without differentiation. The air entering and leaving his lungs while his hand held a slack line while time produced nothing. The three operations running simultaneously and continuously, and without result, a machine performing its functions, the functions circular, the circle the size of his body, and his body the size of the world. The water rose. It rose so slowly that the only way to confirm it had risen was to notice, after a period he could not quantify, that a part of his body that had been above the waterline was now below it. His navel went first. He felt the water find a small depression in his abdomen and settle into it with the specificity of a finger pressing into soft tissue. Then the hollow of his solar plexus, the cold finding the thin skin over the xiphoid process and claiming it, the water entering this concavity with an intimacy that was not violence but was worse than violence, because violence has a duration and this did not. The water came and stayed and would not leave, and the boundary between his body and the water shifted upward with each increment, his body becoming the sea's body 1 inch at a time. He could not move away from it. He could not lift himself. The locker held his legs flat, and his back was against the deck plates, and the water rose into the spaces of him with the same indifferent thoroughness with which it was filling the ship. It did not hurry. It did not pause. It had no interest in him. He was merely a shape in its path, a volume to be incorporated, a set of cavities and surfaces to be covered as the general level rose, his ribs. The water found his lower ribs on the left side first, because the deck was tilted a few degrees to port. He felt the cold cross each rib individually. The 11th, the 10th, the 9th. Each one a line of contact, a frontier, the water advancing rib by rib, the way a tide advances over a corrugated beach, filling each trough before surmounting each ridge. It was systematic. It had the character of a process that would complete itself regardless of his participation, and his participation was not requested. He tried, for the second time, to free his legs, not with the wild, full-body effort of the first attempt, but with a methodical engineering approach, bracing his shoulders against the deck, placing his palms flat against the underside of the locker, and pushing upward with whatever strength his arms and chest could generate. The steel moved. Not much. A vibration, a suggestion of give, the merest acknowledgement that a force was being applied. But it moved, and this encouraged him, and he pushed harder, and the movement stopped, and he pushed harder still, and the locker dropped back to its original position with a sound that was very small and very final, the sound of something that has tested a challenge and found it insufficient. He rested. The effort had used air. He could feel the deficit in his lungs. The next several breaths went deeper than usual, the diaphragm pulling harder, the body restocking its reserves. The air was not good. It had not been good since the beginning, but now it was specifically not good in a way he could identify. Each inhalation cost more than the one before it, as though the air were thinning, losing whatever property his lungs required, becoming more atmosphere than oxygen. The useful component diminishing as his own exhalation added carbon dioxide to a space that could not refresh itself. He thought about Helen, not in narrative, not the sequence of their life, not the story of them, not the wedding and deal, or the mornings by the Serpentine, or the way she arranged her shoes inside the front door with the heels aligned to the baseboard, which was the smallest and most permanent thing he knew about another human being, and which he now held in his mind with a ferocity that alarmed him, as though the arrangement of shoes were a religious text, and he a man in the last moments of his faith. He thought about her the way a man thinks about air, not as a concept, but as a requirement, the absence of which was a pressure in his chest. That was not the cold and not the water and not the weight of the locker, but something else, something that operated below all of these in the substrate, in the place where the body stores the knowledge that cannot be spoken because it predates speech. She was in the corridors. She had been in the corridors for, he did not know, a long time. The rope had been slack for a long time. The last signal, a single gentle tug, had come a long time ago before the water reached his ribs, before the air thinned to its current state, before the dark had finished eating time. He tugged the rope again, a small, hopeful pull, the same one he had tried before, repeated now not because he expected an answer, but because the act itself was a form of prayer, a physical petition directed at the void at the other end of the line. And a man in the dark needs to pray, even if the prayer has no destination. The rope came toward him with no resistance, slack, meters of it. He gathered it in his lap, the wet nylon coiling on the surface of the water that covered his belly, and the gathering produced no tension, no answering pull from the far end, nothing to indicate that the rope was still connected to anything that could pull back. He stopped gathering and held what he had. The coil sat in the water on his chest like a small, cold animal. The rest of the line trailed away into the dark, through the hatch, into the corridors, into whatever world existed on the other side of the bulkhead, a world that included Helen and the sea and the ruined interior of the ship, and all the darkness between these things, and the rope connected him to that world by a thread that no longer moved. He said her name into the dark. Helen. The word hit the steel walls and came back to him from 3 directions. Each return was smaller, The last was barely a breath, and then it was gone, and the silence that replaced it was denser than the silence it had interrupted, as though the sound had consumed something in the air that the air could not regenerate. No answer. He had not expected one. She was beyond the walls, beyond the hatch, beyond the reach of a voice in a steel box. The ship was between them. Not the ship as he had known it, the orderly vessel with its numbered bulkheads and labeled compartments and painted guidelines, but the ship as it was now, a wreck, a flooded mass of steel lying on the bed of the Dover Strait, its interior rearranged by gravity and salt water into something that bore no relation to the plans that had hung in the navigation office, a new architecture, unmapped and unlit and filling. He held the rope. He held the rope and breathed the thinning air and felt the water rise, and he waited, because waiting was the only act available to a man whose legs were underneath a steel locker and whose wife was in the dark. The water found his sternum, and what changed was the sound. Each breath he drew now returned to him differently. The resonance of the air pocket had shifted, the echo tightening, his own inhalation arriving back at his ears a fraction sooner than before, as though the walls had moved closer. They had not. The water had moved higher, and the volume of air between the surface and the overhead had compressed, and the acoustic properties of that diminished volume had changed accordingly. And the change was this: he could hear himself. He could hear the wet click of his throat with each swallow. He could hear the saliva in his mouth when he moved his tongue. The pocket had become a space the size of his own breathing, and every sound his body produced was returned to him with an intimacy that was not company, but surveillance. The room listening to the small machinery of his life with a closeness that made the machinery sound fragile, provisional, a set of functions that were still running, but that the room had taken a detailed interest in. The way a man takes interest in a clock that is about to stop. He began to attend to his body in a way he had not done before. Not the gross facts, the pinned legs, the cold, the water, but the small, specific details of his physical existence in this space, the inventory of a man who has realized that his body is the only territory he still governs, and who wishes to know the exact boundaries of his domain before the boundaries contract further. His right hand, still functional, though the fingers were slow, he could curl them, straighten them, press his thumb to each fingertip in sequence and feel the contact. This hand was above the water, resting on his upper chest. The skin was cold but not numb. The tendons responded. This was the better hand. The hand he would use if he needed to use a hand for anything exact. His left hand? Worse. This was the hand with the rope knotted to the wrist, and the wrist was in the water, and the hand had been in the water since the beginning, and the cold had entered it deeply. He could make the fingers close. He felt the muscles of the forearm contract, but the fingers themselves were distant, imprecise, no longer capable of fine discrimination. He could hold the rope. He could not have tied a knot. His arms, adequate. The cold had penetrated the forearms, but the upper arms, still partly above water, retained some warmth, some function. He could move them. He could lift them. He could, if required, exert a pulling force with his right arm that would be meaningful, though for how long he could sustain it, he did not know. His torso, a divided territory. Above the waterline, currently at the 6th rib, his chest still felt like his chest, the skin responsive, the muscles capable of the work of breathing. Below the waterline, the torso was the waters, as cold and undifferentiated as his legs, as much a part of the ship as the deck beneath him. The boundary between these two zones moved upward with each advance of the rising water, the habitable region of his body, shrinking like a country losing coastline to an advancing sea. His head, the last high ground. His face, his jaw, the back of his skull pressed against the deck. These were still entirely his, still warm enough to feel, still sensitive enough to register the air on his skin as it thinned and soured. His ears worked. His nose worked, though the air it processed tasted of diesel and his own exhalation and the flat, mineral tang of the sea that was filling the compartment from below. This inventory took a long time or no time. He could tell which. The dark had consumed time so completely that the question of duration had lost its meaning, the way a question about color loses its meaning to a man who has never seen light. He existed in a continuous present, a now that stretched in both directions without boundary, and within this now he breathed and held the rope and attended to his body and waited. The ship moved again, a slow, grinding shift. Not a sudden lurch, but a progressive change in the angle of the deck, a rotation of perhaps 2 degrees that he felt along the entire length of his spine, the steel beneath him tilting toward port, and with the tilt the water shifted, sloshing against the left wall with a sound like a palm slapping wet stone, and the level rose on his left side faster than on his right, the water reaching his armpit on the left, while it was still at his 5th rib on the right. Then the ship settled into its new position and the water equalized, finding its level, as water always does, indifferent to the shape it inhabits. And the new level was higher on both sides than the old level had been. The 5th rib now on the right, where the 6th had been, his left armpit now the permanent waterline on that side. The air pocket was smaller. He could feel this not as a measurement, but as a pressure. The space above the water felt closer, tighter, the overhead nearer to his face, though he knew intellectually that the overhead had not moved, that only the water had moved, that the reduction in the air pocket was a function of the water's rise and not the ceiling's descent. But the body does not reason. The body feels, and what it felt was compression, a closing in. The space in which he could breathe contracting around his face with each degree of the water's rise. He breathed faster. Then he slowed his breathing deliberately, counting each inhale and exhale. 4 counts in, 4 counts out. The way he had been trained to breathe in heavy weather, when the bridge of a ship in a storm becomes a place where a man must ration his body's responses or be overwhelmed by them. The counting steadied him. For a time, he did not know how long. The counting was enough. Then the counting was not enough, and the steadiness left, and what replaced it was not panic, but something older and quieter than panic. A resignation that settled into his chest like a physical weight, pressing down on the mechanism of his breathing from above while the water pressed up on it from below, and between these two pressures, his lungs worked in a diminishing space, drawing in the thin air and expelling it. The cycle continuing because the body continues its cycles long after the mind has withdrawn from the project of living. He thought, Helen has been gone a very long time. He thought, or no time at all. He could not tell the difference. The dark had consumed time the way the water had consumed his body, inch by inch, without announcement, until the thing that remained was so reduced it was no longer the thing it had been. He was not waiting in time, he was waiting in the dark, and the dark did not move, and therefore nothing moved. And therefore Helen had been gone for 5 minutes and 5 hours, and the two propositions occupied the same space because neither could be tested, and neither could be preferred over the other except by an act of faith. He chose 5 hours. Not because the evidence supported it. There was no evidence. But because 5 hours was the worst number, and the worst number was the true number, because in the dark and the cold and the water, a man learns very quickly that the worst number is always the true number, that optimism is a form of blindness, that the dark does not deal in comfort. 5 hours. Helen had been in the corridors for 5 hours, and the rope was slack, and had been slack since he could not remember when. since before the water reached his armpits, since before the second settling of the ship, since before his hand lost the ability to distinguish one coil of rope from the next. He pulled the rope toward him again, gathering slack, hand over hand, the wet nylon sliding through his grip. He gathered, and the rope came, and there was no resistance at the far end, no tension, no answering presence, and the coil on his chest grew and grew, and he gathered 20 feet of line before the rope went taut and stopped, and he could feel, at the very limit of what the line could transmit, something fixed at the other end. Not a pull, not a movement, a fixture. The rope had snagged on something, or had been tied to something, or was simply caught in the flooded passages through which it ran, and the something was not Helen, and was not alive and did not answer when he tugged. He held the taut rope and breathed, and the air thinned, and the water rose, and the compartment got smaller and smaller and smaller. Then the tension eased. He could not say when. The transition happened somewhere in the undifferentiated time between one breath and the next, but the taut line went slack in his grip. Whatever had snagged it in the corridor shifting or releasing as the ship resettled on the bottom, and the rope lay against his chest again, limp. The connection still there, but carrying nothing, a line running from his wrist into the dark, with no answering force at its end. The shivering came and went. It had been present early, a violent, systemic shaking, that it felt like the ship's own trembling conducted through the water into his skeleton. And it had lasted for what might have been an hour, the muscles contracting and releasing in spasms he could not control. The body performing its ancient protocol for generating heat. The protocol that works on land, in air, in conditions the body was designed for, and which is futile in water at 4 degrees, because the water conducts the generated heat away faster than the muscles can produce it, so that the shivering becomes a process of accelerating one's own cooling. The body working against itself, expending its last energy reserves to produce heat, that the water steals before it can be used. Then the shivering stopped. Not gradually, but at once, as though a switch had been thrown. And the stopping was worse than the shivering, because the stopping meant the body had given up the protocol, had moved beyond it to a phase that has no program, no instructions, nothing. A phase in which the cold is simply the medium of existence, and the body stops fighting it the way a drowning man stops struggling, and the water enters without resistance. He was cold in a way he had never been cold. It was not the cold of winter or of wind, or of standing on the bridge of a ship in a January gale with the spray freezing on the windscreen and the watch coat buttoned to the throat. It was a cold that had entered the structure of his body, that had settled into the marrow of his bones and the fluid of his joints, and the slow thickening blood that his heart was pushing through vessels that were contracting, narrowing, the peripheral circulation shutting down in the body's last strategic retreat, pulling the remaining warmth inward to protect the vital organs, while the extremities, the hands, the feet, the skin, were surrendered to the sea. His thoughts moved slowly. Each thought arrived like a barge in a narrow canal, occupying the full width of his consciousness, leaving no room for another thought until it had passed through. He could hold one idea at a time. Helen, then the rope, then the water, then the air, then Helen again. The rotation was automatic, a circuit his mind ran without direction. And each time it completed the circuit and returned to Helen, the thought was the same thought. She is in the corridors, the rope is slack, she has not come back. And the thought produced the same response, which was not despair and not hope, but a condition between the two that the dark had invented specifically for him, a condition that could be sustained indefinitely because it had no resolution and required no energy and would continue until the water rose above his face and the breathing stopped and the circuit stopped and everything stopped. He held the rope. It was everything. It was Helen, or the memory of Helen, or the possibility of Helen. And the three were the same in the dark because in the dark, memory and possibility and presence are all conducted through the same medium. Touch, tension, the physical fact of a nylon line connecting one point in space to another. And the line was the only conductor he had. He talked to her. Not aloud. He did not have the air for aloud, and the last time he had spoken her name, the sound had died against the walls, and the silence afterward had been worse than the silence before. He talked to her inside his head, in a voice that was not his speaking voice, but his thinking voice, which was quieter and less certain, and which spoke in fragments rather than sentences. Come back. The water's at my chest. I can still breathe. Come back. You said you would come back. The rope is slack. I am holding the rope. Come back. The prayer did not help. He had not expected it to. A man praying in the dark is not communicating with anyone. He is performing a ritual that keeps the part of the mind that generates prayers from generating something worse. And the ritual is worth performing for this reason alone, even if the prayer has no recipient and no answer and no power to change the water level, or the air quality, or the position of the steel locker on his legs. Something happened in the water near the hatch. Not a dramatic event. A shift in the current, a change in the pattern of flow through the opening, a subtle alteration in the way the water moved against his body. The seat became a pulse. For 3 or 4 seconds, the water entering the compartment pushed harder, as though something outside had displaced the volume, and the displacement had sent a pressure wave through the flooded corridors. And the wave had reached the hatch, and had entered his compartment, and had moved the water against his body, and had passed. He waited for it to repeat. It did not. The seep returned to its steady, quiet inflow, and the water rose again, and his body recorded the change, and he lay in the dark and breathed and held the rope, and the rope was slack and had been slack for... He did not try to calculate how long. The air was worse. Each breath now required a deliberate decision. Not because his lungs could not draw the air in, but because the air, once drawn in, no longer produced the satisfaction that breathing should produce, the sense of replenishment, the small reward that the body gives itself for completing each respiratory cycle. The reward was gone. The breathing continued, but it was work now, a task he performed, because the alternative to performing it was to stop, and to stop was to die, and he was not yet at the stopping point, though he could feel the stopping point out there in the dark, ahead of him, not far, a place he was approaching at the rate the water was rising, which was slow and steady and patient and sure. He thought, I am going to die in this place. The thought arrived without drama. It arrived the way the water had arrived, by increment, by accretion, by the slow accumulation of small facts that had been adding up in a part of his mind he had not been attending to, and which had now finished their sum and presented the total with the quiet finality of a balance sheet. He was going to die. The water was going to rise until it filled the pocket, and then he was going to breathe water instead of air, and then he was going to stop. The arithmetic was simple. The arithmetic was the only simple thing left. He loosened his grip on the rope. Not a decision, a failure of the muscles to sustain the grip. The fingers opening of their own accord, the nylon sliding from his palm, not because he chose to release it, but because the cold had taken from his hand the capacity to hold. The rope lay against his chest in the water, drifting, purposeless. The knot on his wrist held. The knot was the only thing that still held. He lay in the water with the water at his upper chest and the dark in his eyes and the diesel in his lungs and the rope on his chest and the locker on his legs, and he felt the distance between himself and the world above, the gray channel, the shipping lanes, the white cliffs, the harbor at Dover, the streets of Dio where Helen's father had stood outside the registry office smoking in the rain, and the distance was not measured in feet or fathoms, but in the thickness of the steel above him and the weight of the water on the steel, and the absolute silence that the steel and the water made between them, a silence that sealed him off from the living world as completely as earth seals a coffin. And in this silence he waited for the water to finish what it had begun, and the waiting was a kind of consent, a lowering of the hands, a turning away from the fight that had never been a fight because the water was not his opponent and had never been his opponent and did not know he existed. He breathed. He stopped holding the rope. The slack end drifted away from his fingers and lay against his neck in the water, a meaningless length of nylon, growing from his wrist to somewhere in the flooded dark, connecting him to nothing that answered. He closed his eyes. The closing made no difference. The dark behind his eyelids was the same dark as the dark in front of them, but it was the act of a man who is finished looking, and he made it because the body requires certain ceremonies at certain moments, the small rites that mark the passage from one state to the next, and the state he was entering was the state of having given up. Then the rope moved. Not the slack drift of current, not the faint oscillation that the ship's settling produced in everything that floated. The rope went taut with a single violent jerk, a hard pull that ran through the nylon with the force and speed of an electrical discharge, and the jerk hit his wrist and straightened his arm and drove the knot into the tendons below his palm with a pain that was the first real pain he had felt in he did not know how long. The pain was bright and specific, and it reached through the anesthesia of the cold and the resignation and the closing of his eyes, and it seized him by the wrist, and it pulled. His eyes opened. His body woke. The lethargy, the consent, the turning away, all of it was gone in a single instant, overridden by something that lived below the surface of his conscious mind, below the resignation, below the prayer, in the root of the brainstem, where the oldest instructions are written. And what woke was the thing that wakes when something touches a sleeping animal. Not thought, not hope, not interpretation, but the pure electric fact of stimulus. Something moved. He gasped. The gasp used air he could not afford. His hand closed around the rope. The right hand, the better hand. And he held it, and felt the tension and waited. Nothing for a count of 3 breaths. 4, 5. The rope was taut, trembling faintly. The nylon vibrating with the tension that came from the far end, from the hatch, from the corridors, from wherever the rope led in the flooded dark. Then another pull, harder. Not a tug, but a wrench, a sudden lateral force that dragged his arm sideways in the water and twisted the rope against his wrist so that the knot bit into the tendons, and he felt, through the cold, through the numbness, through the damaged circuitry of his frozen nerves, a sensation that was unambiguously pain, then 3 pulls in rapid succession, violent and arrhythmic, as though something on the other end of the rope were thrashing. Helen? He said her name into the dark, and the dark gave it back to him and gave him nothing else. Then a long pause. The rope trembled in his grip. He held it with both hands now, and the right hand gripping, the left hand pressing the line against his forearm. And he stared into the dark and saw nothing and heard nothing, and the silence stretched and the rope trembled, and the trembling was the only thing in the world that was not still. Water moved in the compartment, not the flat, incremental rise he had grown accustomed to, but a new disturbance, a pressure pulse traveling through the flooded corridors and entering through the hatch, as a surge that lifted the waterline against his chest and then subsided. Then another. Then a third, stronger. The water in the compartment responding to a force being applied somewhere deep in the ship's interior. The corridor system transmitting the pressure the way a hydraulic line transmits a pump stroke. The pulse arriving attenuated but unmistakable. He held the rope and felt. The rope told him more than the water. Each pulse in the water was vague, directionless, a pressure that could have come from the ship's own settling or from the tidal shift of the channel outside the hull. But the rope's vibrations were specific. A rapid, mechanical trembling sharper with each passing minute. The tugging interspersed with this new rhythm now, as though whatever was producing the movement was also producing the pulls. The two transmitted simultaneously through the same taut line to his wrist, and the intensity of both was increasing, and the increase meant the source was getting closer. Something was coming through the flooded corridor toward the hatch. Something was following the rope. Then the rope jerked again. 5, 6, 7 pulls, fast and hard. The kind of pulling that has no rhythm and no purpose beyond the generation of force. And with each pull his arm was dragged toward the hatch, and the knot cut deeper into his wrist, and the rope sang with the tension, a high, thin sound that the steel walls caught and amplified. And he could feel through the rope, through the tension, through the singing nylon, something at the other end that was not swimming, but was moving, not gliding, but lurching. Something making its way through the water with a motion that was powerful and irregular and close. Then the clicking. He felt it before he heard it. A vibration in the rope. Fine, rapid, rhythmic, traveling up the taut nylon from whatever was on the other end, and arriving at his wrist with the directness of a pulse, a rapid, fitted tick that entered through the knot and passed through the bones of his hand and into his forearm. Click, hiss, click, hiss, click, hiss. Then the steel of the deck conducted it, and the bulkheads conducted it, and the ship's skeleton carried the vibration the way a tuning fork carries a struck note, and the sound was everywhere. In the water, in the walls, in the overhead, in his wrist. A wet, rhythmic, mechanical sound, regular as a metronome, with a regularity that was not biological, not the snap of a jaw or the click of teeth, but something fitted, something that operated on a cycle of intake and release. But the rope brought it first, and the rope brought it closest, the vibration intimate against his wrist, the rhythm entering his body through the nylon with the directness of a thing counting his bones. But the mind of a man lying in the dark in 4 feet of water in the hull of a sunken ship does not distinguish between the source of a sound and the sound itself. The mind of such a man feels a clicking through the rope, and the mind says, teeth. The mind says, jaws. The mind says, something that feeds, something that hunts, something that has found the rope in the flooded corridors and is following it the way a predator follows a blood trail, using the line the way a spider uses a web thread, the vibration traveling from the thing to him, because the thing is on the rope and the rope is on his wrist, and the thing is coming closer with each click, closer, closer. The rope a path laid through the dark water leading from the open sea to the exact point where a man lies pinned and cannot move and cannot flee and cannot do anything except feel the approach conducted through the nylon into the bones of his hand. The surging stopped. The clicking continued. The rope vibrated with it, the nylon humming against his wrist, the sound so close it seemed to originate inside his own body, in his wrist, in his forearm, in the marrow of his bones where the vibration had settled and was resonating. He could not tell whether the source was 10 feet away or 100. The rope made everything intimate. The rope made everything close. Roger held his breath. He held everything. He lay in the water with his face above the surface and his arm extended toward the hatch, and the rope taut in his hand, and he felt the clicking vibrating through the nylon, and the clicking was the only sensation in the world. Click hiss, click hiss, click hiss. The water surged. A displacement wave came through the hatch. He felt it as a swell that lifted the water level against his chin, the cold finding the underside of his jaw, and then the wave passed, and the water dropped, and the rope jerked hard, and the clicking intensified, the vibration in the nylon becoming a tremor, a shaking, as though whatever produced the sound had increased its effort, and with it, a new pattern in the pulls, a grinding, sustained tension, the rope being hauled sideways through the water, the feel of something straining against an obstruction. And the whole apparatus of this breathing was there, at the hatch, in the corridor beyond the hatch, the sound channeled through the taut rope and amplified by the ship's steel skeleton, so that it arrived at his wrist with a directness and a volume that made it seem closer than it was. Close enough to be inside the compartment, close enough to be beside him, though the dark showed him nothing and no light penetrated the space. Something was pulling the rope from the hatch, not the distant swimming pulls he had felt before, but a close, grinding tension, as though whatever was on the other side of the opening had gripped the line and was hauling itself toward the hatch frame. And the rope transmitted this effort directly to his wrist, the nylon vibrating with a force that was not rhythmic, but labored, the effort of something large working against a constriction, struggling to pass through a space that would not quite admit it. And the clicking accompanied the struggle, each click hiss punctuating a burst of exertion, each pause between clicks a recalculation. And the thing was not through the hatch, but it was at the hatch, and it was trying. The rope jerked again, hard, twice, and he understood with a clarity that the cold hours had burned clean of everything except the essential. Something had come through the flooded corridors following the rope, and it had reached the hatch, and the hatch was partly blocked. Collapsed framing, shifted stores, the rearranged interior of the wrecked ship. And the thing was forcing its way through the obstruction, and every pull on the rope was the pull of a body hauling itself closer, and the rope went from the thing to his wrist, and when the thing got through the hatch, it would follow the rope to him. He held still. The clicking continued at the hatch, steady, patient, inhuman, and the water in the compartment pulsed with each effort from the other side, small displacement waves entering through the submerged opening, lapping against his chest, and each wave was a measure of the force being applied on the far side of the wall, and the force was considerable, and the obstruction was not holding. Panic is not a decision. He understood this now. Panic is not a failure of will or a collapse of reason. It is a program, older than language, older than thought, written into the body before the body had a mind to consult, a series of instructions that the nerves execute at a speed the conscious mind cannot match. And by the time Roger's mind registered what was happening, his body had already begun. His right hand, the better hand, the hand that still worked, was already moving, reaching down under the surface, past his hip, into the pocket of his trousers where the knife was, and his fingers were closing on the handle with a strength that had not been there before, a strength the fear had unlocked from wherever the body stores its final reserves, the last energy, the emergency supply that is released only when the organism faces extinction and must perform one more act before it can stop. The knife came out of the pocket. He felt the handle in his palm, the familiar shape, the brass bolster, the roughened bone scales that he had held 1,000 times in the light. On the deck, in the galley, for 1,000 ordinary purposes that were all of them a world away from this. And his thumb found the nail nick and pulled, and the blade opened against the spring with a sound that was very small and very clean. He brought the knife to the rope. His left hand, the frozen hand, the useless hand, found the section of nylon between the knot on his wrist and the point where the rope entered the water, and he held it as well as he could, pinching it between the heel of his palm and his forearm, pressing it against his own skin so that the rope was immobilized. And with his right hand he set the blade against the nylon and began to cut. The nylon was wet and thick, and the blade was a pocket-knife blade, not a rigger's knife, and the cutting was not quick. He sawed. The blade moved back and forth across the rope in a desperate, ragged rhythm, each stroke separating a few strands, each stroke thinning the line, and with each stroke he could feel the structure of the rope degrading, the tension changing as the intact fibers took the load of the severed ones, the nylon stretching and thinning, the rope becoming less rope, and more a collection of threads that were individually too weak to hold and were only holding because they held together. The clicking was louder. Whatever was at the hatch had shifted the obstruction. He felt the change as a surge of water through the opening, a pulse that lifted the level against his chin and then subsided. And with the surge, the clicking sound was suddenly less muffled, less filtered by the corridor's geometry. The steel that had been dampening the sound now admitting it more directly, and the click hiss was clear and intimate and close, not in the compartment but at the threshold, at the edge, filling the flooded opening the way a voice fills a doorway. He cut harder. The blade caught and skipped and caught again, and the fibers parted, strand by strand, and the rope thinned, and the tension in the remaining fibers increased with each strand cut, the load concentrating on fewer and fewer threads, and the threads were singing now, the sound of nylon under extreme tension, a high, thin whine that he could feel in the blade and in his wrist and in the bones of his forearm. The last fibers held for a moment, a single moment, in which the rope was no longer a rope, but a thread, a filament, the thinnest possible connection between his wrist and whatever was at the hatch. And then the thread broke. The release was immediate and total. The tension vanished. The two ends of the rope fell apart, the short length still tied to his wrist, springing back and slapping the water, the long length disappearing into the dark, sinking through the hatch. The connection that had been made in this compartment by Helen's hand severed now by his. The clicking stopped, not receded, not diminished, stopped, as instantly and as totally as a voice stops when a telephone wire is cut. One moment the click hiss was there, vibrating through the taut nylon into his wrist, conducted through the rope with the intimacy of a sound transmitted bone to bone, and the next moment the rope was slack, and the vibration was gone, and the sound was gone, and the silence that replaced it was so sudden and so complete that for a long moment Roger could not identify it as silence. His ears continued to hear the ghosts of the rhythm, the neural echo, the pattern his brain had locked onto and could not immediately release. Then the echo faded, and the silence was real, and the silence was total, and the water settled to its flat, dead surface, and the only sound in the compartment was his own breathing, ragged and fast, and using air he could not afford. Whatever had been producing the clicking was still out there, still in the corridor, still breathing, still alive. But the rope had been the conductor, and the conductor was cut, and the sound had nowhere to travel. He lay in the water. He breathed. The air was thin, and the cold was total, and the fear was draining from his body like water from a bathtub, leaving behind a hollowness, a vacancy, a space where the panic had been that was now occupied by nothing. And the nothing was almost peaceful. He was alive. The thing had lost its guide. He had cut the rope, and the thing had retreated, and the logic of this was simple and animal and complete. He had severed the connection between himself and the predator had gone. He closed the knife and let it rest on his chest above the water. He held the severed end of the rope. The short length, a foot of frayed nylon, still knotted to his wrist. And he breathed, and the breathing was easier, not because the air was better, but because the fear was spent. And in its wake, the body was doing what the body does after extreme exertion. It was shutting down, conserving, reducing operations to the bare minimum. The autonomic functions running on reserve while the voluntary systems went dark one by one. He lay in the dark and the water and the nothing, and he waited. And the waiting was different now. Before, he had been waiting for Helen. Now he was waiting for whatever came next. And whatever came next did not include the rope, and did not include the clicking, and did not include the thing in the water, because the path was gone and the connection was gone, and he was alone, truly alone, alone in a way that the slack rope had never made him, because the slack rope had still been a line between 2 points, and the cut rope was a line between 1 point and nothing. The water continued to rise. It found his collarbone, settling into the hollows above the bone with the precision of water poured into a mold. It found the base of his throat. He tilted his head back and pressed his skull against the deck and breathed through his nose, and the air pocket was measured in inches now. A thin layer between the surface and the overhead, the last volume of breathable air in the compartment. And he breathed it, and it was not enough, and it was all there was. He thought, I am going to die here. The thought was the same thought he had had before, but it was different now because before it had been a calculation, and now it was a fact. And the difference between a calculation and a fact was the difference between looking at the sea from a ship and being in the sea. He was in the sea. The water was taking the last of the air, and there was nothing to be done about it, except to breathe what remained and to keep breathing until the breathing produced nothing, and then to stop. The water touched his chin. He pressed his head back as far as it would go, the base of his skull hard against the steel, his face the last island in a rising sea, and he breathed through his nose in quick, shallow cycles, the air entering and leaving with a whistle that he could hear. The whistle of a man breathing through a diminishing aperture. And each breath was smaller than the last because each breath was drawn from a pocket that was smaller than the pocket the previous breath had been drawn from. The dark was complete. The water was almost complete. The air was a membrane. Then, light. Not light as he understood it. Not daylight, not electric light. Not the warm spectrum of a known source. A beam, thin, white, cutting through the water beneath him and sweeping across the submerged bulkhead with a controlled, searching motion. The beam passed across his chest, and the water turned green in its path, green and filled with particles. Diesel, rust, fiber, suspended in the illuminated column like dust in a shaft of sunlight. And then the beam moved away, and the dark returned, and then the beam came back and found his face and held. He screamed, not because the light hurt, though it did, his pupils contracting so violently after the hours of dark that the pain was a blade behind his eyes, but because the light was the most unexpected thing that had happened to him since the collision. The scream used air, the last air. The sound went out of him and into the compartment, and hit the walls and came back, and went out through the hatch into the flooded corridors, and the water carried it farther than any sound should carry in a wrecked ship. Hands on his shoulders. Hands finding his face, his jaw, his airway. Hands unlike Helen's, larger, gloved in neoprene, operating with a drilled competence that was not tenderness, but training. the efficient touch of men executing a procedure they had rehearsed until the procedure was indistinguishable from instinct. The hands assessed him. Airway clear, responsive, legs pinned. And then the hands went to work on the locker. He could not see the men. His eyes would not open against the light, or would not open at all. The hours of dark had done something to the mechanism of his eyelids, the muscles cramped or frozen, and the light was too strong, and the transition was too sudden, and his mind had stopped processing input in the way that a machine stops when its capacity is exceeded, going still, holding the last frame. But he heard the clicking. He heard it, and every muscle that could still respond locked at once. His shoulders lifting from the deck, his neck rigid, the scream rising again in his throat. And the clicking was right beside his head, immediate and intimate. Click hiss, click hiss, click hiss. And his hands came up to ward it off, to push it away, the hands of a man in the dark, fighting off what has come for him. The gloved hands caught his wrists, held them, firmly without violence, the grip of a man who has restrained panicking survivors before, and who knows that the restraint must be absolute and brief and calm. His hands were held, and his wrists were held, and the clicking continued beside his head, and it did not stop, and it would not stop, and he forced his eyes open against the light and saw a face behind glass, black rubber framing the mask, a mouthpiece gripped between teeth, and on the left side of the mouthpiece a valve, chrome, small, moving with each breath, opening to admit air from the tank on the man's back, closing to expel the used air into the water around them, a mechanical cycle that produced, with each repetition, a sound. Click hiss. Roger looked at the valve. The valve opened. Air entered the mouthpiece. The valve closed. Air was expelled. Click hiss. The sound was wet because the valve operated at the interface of air and water. The sound was rhythmic because breathing is rhythmic. The sound was exactly, precisely, identically, without variation. The sound he had heard in the dark. The diver's eyes behind the glass looked at him. They were steady and human and calm, and they looked at him, and he looked at the valve, and between the eyes and the valve, a fact assembled itself with a slowness that was not the slowness of the cold or the dark, but the slowness of a mind that is constructing something it does not wish to construct, laying each piece in place with the reluctance of a man building his own scaffold, each piece fitting perfectly into the piece before it, each piece making the structure more complete and more terrible. They brought him through the corridors. He could not swim. His legs trailed behind him, dead, unresponsive. And the divers carried him, one on each side, pulling him through the flooded passages with a professional efficiency that required no communication, their lights cutting through the murk, the beams catching the shapes of the ship's interior, buckled frames, shifted cargo, a fire extinguisher still clipped to a bulkhead, a coat hanging from a hook with its arms spread as though the person wearing it had been lifted out of it by the shoulders and the coat had remained. And the corridors were not corridors but tunnels, blocked and rerouted and narrowed by the collapse, and the divers navigated them with the confidence of men who had already mapped the way in. The rope had been their map. He understood this without anyone saying it. Helen had held the rope and swum through the hatch and followed the corridors and found the way up and found the surface and found the search boats and found the divers and had led them back, the rope in her hand, the other end tied to his wrist, the line between them, the thread through the labyrinth, the path that made the unmappable navigable, and he had cut it. They surfaced in a space above the ship. The air hit his face, and the light was gray, and the sky was there, the actual sky, the sky of the world. And it was January in the Channel, and the light was the colorless light of a winter morning over water, and the color of the sky was the color of the sea, and the two were nearly indistinguishable. Gray above and gray below, the horizon a smudge, and a rescue launch was alongside, and men were leaning over the gunwale with their hands extended. They lifted him aboard. They wrapped him in blankets. They cut his trouser legs open and examined what the locker had done. They put a needle in his arm. They spoke to him in voices that he could hear but could not assemble into meaning, the words arriving individually. Sir breathed, still cold, but refusing to connect into sentences, the syntax broken, the grammar of communication destroyed by whatever had happened to the part of his mind that processed language, which was the same part that had held Helen's name and which was now holding something else, something that occupied the full capacity of that part and left no room for anything else. He asked. The stripped, saltwater sound that came out of his mouth did not resemble language, but the men understood it because the men had been on rescue boats before, and they knew the sound a man makes when he is asking the question that cannot be answered quickly and cannot be answered well. The men looked at each other, then at him. Their faces composed themselves into an expression he recognized, the expression of men holding back information they are not yet certain they should deliver, the expression that is itself the delivery, the held-back face that tells the story before the story is told. He did not need them to tell him. The knowledge was already assembling itself inside his chest, had been assembling itself since the diver's mask, since the valve, since the click hiss that was the same click hiss, each piece connecting to the next with the slow, annihilating clarity of a fracture propagating through glass. The tugs, the violent, arrhythmic jerking that had woke him from his dying. He held this memory up to the new knowledge the way a man holds a document up to a light and sees the watermark he missed on first reading. The tugs had not been violent. They had been urgent. They had been a woman pulling a rope in the dark, pulling with both hands, pulling with the desperate, rhythmic insistence of a person who cannot shout and cannot be seen and has only one instrument left, one way to send a message through the flooded steel labyrinth to the man at the other end. Pull, I found them. They are with me. Hold on. We are coming. And the thrashing, the erratic, powerful jerking he had felt, just before the clicking grew loud at the hatch. Not a predator lunging. A diver in full equipment, forcing his way through collapsed framing in the corridor. The bulky tanks catching on shifted steel. The rope going taut and slack and taut. As the man struggled through the constriction, Helen braced on the other side, pulling the line to keep it clear. Her grip the anchor, the rope the thread. The thread held taut between her hand and his wrist, while the diver worked through the narrowed passage toward the hatch. He had understood this much in the corridors. He had understood it when the diver's lights swept over the collapsed framing and the scuffed steel where something large had forced its way through. The rope had been their map. Helen had held one end, and his wrist had held the other, and the line between them was the path through the labyrinth. But it was not until he heard the crew talking, low, near the stern, not to him, two voices, one asking, one answering, and he caught only a fragment, lost the guide rope. Current took her into the forward hold, that the last piece fell and the fracture completed itself. The rope that was her purchase in the current, her fixed point in the zero-visibility water. She had tied a bowline on his wrist, a knot designed to hold under any load, a knot that would not slip, a knot that made his wrist the anchor point of the entire system. And she had wrapped her own end around her hand, a grip she could adjust, a grip she could release and retake as she swam, a grip that depended, for its purchase, on the tension in the line, on the fact that the other end was fixed. His wrist held the bowline, her hand held the wrap. The whole architecture of their connection, the rope, the knot, the grip, the current, the dark, rested on his wrist, being there, being fixed, being the point that did not move, and he had cut it, strand by strand, fiber by fiber, while she pulled from the other side, the last desperate tugs he had felt before the blade went through, while she pulled not to attack him, but to hold on, to maintain the tension that kept the wrap tight around her hand, to keep herself anchored in the dark against the force of the water that was waiting to take her the moment the tension failed. And the tension had failed because he had put a blade through it. Her grip had been holding the line taut, and the line had been holding her position, and the position had been holding her life. And when the tension disappeared, when the fibers parted under his blade and the resistance ceased and the cut end sank through the hatch, she had nothing. The current took her the way a river takes a thing that is no longer held, without effort, without pause, without the possibility of return. And the divers could not follow because the rope that would have told them where the current went was gone, was cut, was lying on the bottom of the corridor in two useless lengths, and Helen was in the water, and the water was in the ship, and the ship was on the bottom of the channel, and that was where she was. Roger lay on the deck of the rescue launch, and he looked at the sky. The sky was gray. The channel was gray. The ship beneath them. The hull visible as a dark interruption in the water's surface 50 yards to starboard, a mass of steel lying on the bottom in 40 feet of water, was gray. Everything was the same color and the same temperature and the same substance, and his hands were on his chest, and they were empty, and they were his hands, and they had done everything they had done. Someone had cut the knot from his wrist. He did not remember this happening. The medic had done it while working on his arms, cutting the nylon loop with a pair of shears and discarding it without comment. And his wrist was bare now, the skin exposed to the gray air for the first time since Helen had tied the bowline in the dark. The skin where the rope had been was marked. A groove ran around the full circumference of his wrist, pressed into the flesh by hours of tension and immersion. A line of compressed tissue, red against the white of his waterlogged skin, as precise and as legible as a line drawn with a pen. The weave of the nylon had imprinted itself into the groove, a pattern of crossed fibers stamped into his wrists like a text in a language he could now read, each fiber mark a word, each word a part of the sentence that the rope had been writing on his skin since Helen tied it there. The sentence that said, "I am the connection between you and the woman who loved you, and the connection was here, and the connection is gone." He held his wrist up to the gray light. He held it and looked at it, and the groove was there, and the groove was all there was. His hand hung open above his face, the fingers curled loosely, the palm turned up toward the sky. A hand that could grip, that could hold, that could close a knife and cut a rope. A hand that was warm now, warming in the blankets, the circulation returning, the color coming back. A hand that was capable of everything, and that had, in the dark, been capable of the one thing, and the one thing was enough. And the gray light held it, and the gray light held everything. And below the launch, the channel moved, and the channel was the color of the rope, and the rope was gone, and the mark remained. The man who called himself Keller was already in the helicopter when Mason Hebert came around the hangar at 6:15. He was sitting in the left seat with his briefcase balanced across his knees and his hands resting flat on its calfskin surface. He wore a charcoal suit with a faint window pane pattern, a white shirt with the collar still holding its starch, and oxblood wingtips that had been recently resoled. The shoes had never been near a marsh. Nothing about the man had ever been near a marsh. Mason stopped at the edge of the concrete pad and looked at him through the plexiglass. The booking had come in 3 days earlier through the service's answering machine. A corporate voice, female, had given the name Keller and a callback number with a Houston area code. 3-hour charter, deep basin overflight, survey photography. She'd specified the Bell 206, which was the only aircraft Mason operated, which meant she'd looked him up, or someone had looked him up for her. She'd left a credit card number that cleared before Mason finished his coffee. Now Keller sat in Mason's helicopter with the patience of a man who had been waiting for much longer than 15 minutes, and Mason noticed the way he would have noticed a gauge reading 6 degrees off normal, that the man had not looked up when Mason's boots hit the concrete. He had not turned his head at the sound of the hangar's side door opening. He was looking straight ahead through the windscreen at the tree line beyond the runway, and he was still as standing water. Mason opened the right side door and climbed in. The rotor disc was a low shelf above him as he settled into the pilot's seat and pulled the 4-point harness across his chest. He could smell the man now, a cologne that was either very good or very expensive, and underneath it the dry institutional smell of air-conditioned offices and freshly printed documents. Mr. Keller. The man turned his head. He had a face that would have been difficult to describe to a sketch artist. Medium features, medium coloring, brown hair cut short and parted with geometric care. His eyes were the color of creek gravel. He smiled or produced the arrangement of muscles that served as a smile and offered his hand. His palm was dry and cool and held Mason's hand for exactly the duration that a handshake was supposed to last and not one beat longer. He said something about the weather that Mason didn't register because Mason was looking at the man's left wrist. He wore no watch. Corporate surveyors wore watches. They wore GPS units and flight tracking bracelets and chunky digital chronographs that logged altitude and air temperature. This man's wrists were bare except for a thin white scar that ran vertically along the ulnar bone and disappeared under his cuff. It was a surgical scar, not a wound, old, neat, made by someone who knew where the nerve was and chose to go around it. Mason started the turbine. The familiar whine climbed through the airframe and into his molars, and he went through the pre-flight sequence from muscle memory while his conscious mind worked on the scar and the shoes and the empty wrists. Keller opened his briefcase. Inside, a Nikon F5 with a 200-millimeter lens, 2 spare rolls of Fuji Velvia 50. A slide film, which was unusual. Digital cameras had been standard for corporate survey work for at least 2 years, and a thin manila folder that he removed, glanced at, and returned to the briefcase. The camera and film sat in a fitted tray. Below the tray, the briefcase was deeper than it looked. Mason saw a printed table of numbers on the top sheet. Coordinates, maybe, or financial figures. The type was too small to read from the pilot's seat. The rotor came up to speed. Mason checked pitch, checked fuel pressure, checked the caution panel. The panel was green across the board. He pulled collective, and the bell lifted off the pad with the gentleness that 22 years of flight time produces, the helicopter rising as though it had simply decided on its own that the ground was no longer interesting. They cleared the tree line, and the Atchafalaya opened below them. The basin at dusk was a palimpsest of water and land that could not be parsed from any angle except directly above. Cypress stands rose from water the color of steeped tea, their canopies contiguous, their trunks submerged to the first fork. Channels threaded between them in patterns that corresponded to no road, no property line, no surveyor's plat. The water moved south in a current so slow that its motion was visible only in the behavior of surface debris. A log rotating a quarter turn per minute, a mat of hydrilla drifting at walking speed toward the Gulf. From 500 feet, the basin looked like a single organism breathing through a million pores. Mason had been flying this landscape for 9 years. Before that, he'd been doing something else in it, but that was a sentence he had never completed, even in his own mind, and he did not complete it now. He followed the heading the woman on the phone had specified, 195 magnetic, which would take them southwest over Henderson's Swamp and into the deep basin between the two guide levees. And he watched Keller from the corner of his vision. Keller had the Nikon to his face. The motor drive chattered in bursts of 3 and 4 frames, inaudible beneath the rotor noise, but visible in the faint vibration of the man's hands. He was shooting straight down through the open window, and Mason could see the lens angling to track specific features below. Not the kind of panoramic survey photography that appeared in environmental impact reports, but targeted, deliberate frames. He was shooting particular places. After 20 minutes, Keller put the camera in his lap and consulted the folder again. He traced the line on the top sheet with his index finger. His nail was trimmed to the quick, perfectly even, no cuticle visible. And then looked out the window and pointed south-southeast. Mason adjusted heading. They crossed the canal he recognized as Bayou Sorrel, and beyond it the landscape changed. The cypress gave way to dead timber. Tupelo skeletons standing in open water, their branches stripped by years of submersion. The water here was different too, darker, without the tannin clarity of the live swamp. It lay flat and opaque between the stumps like poured resin. This was the lower Atchafalaya floodway, the drowned country south of the Henderson levee, and Mason knew every acre of it because he had made it. Not all of it, but enough. The levee breaches between 1991 and 1994 had drowned 60,000 acres of marginal wetland and displaced the communities built on them. A few hundred people living in stilt houses and houseboats and fishing camps that had been there for generations. The floods had been classified as natural events by the Army Corps and the state. They were not natural events. Mason's hands were steady on the cyclic. They had always been steady. That was part of what had made him useful. Keller pointed again, farther south, deeper. Mason turned the helicopter without answering. The surveyor photographed the dead forest for 40 minutes in the last good light. The sun was a flattened disk on the western levee, throwing long shadows across the drowned timber and turning the standing water the color of dark honey. Keller worked systematically, shooting in overlapping sequences that would stitch together into a mosaic. He shot the remains of a fishing camp, 3 pilings standing at odd angles where a pier had been, the pilings barnacled with watermarks like tree rings measuring the floods that had taken the structure apart. He shot the scar of an access road that now ended at the waterline like a sentence abandoned mid-thought. He shot a drainage culvert still visible in the levee face, its concrete collar cracked and displaced by the force of water that had come through it when the charges detonated 10 feet below the water table. Mason saw the culvert and recognized it. He knew the specific culvert. He knew the date and the approximate time and the weight of the ANFO charge that had fractured the substrate beneath it. And he knew that the family living in the fishing camp 300 yards downstream, a man, his wife, their 2 grandchildren, had never been found. He said nothing. He kept the bell on heading and let the culvert fall behind them. Keller spoke for the first time since the ground. His voice came through the headset with the mild compression of the intercom system, which stripped its upper harmonics and made it sound like a voice on a corporate conference call. Impersonal, considered, addressed to no one in particular. He said the water was shallower here than it had been in 1993. He said the subsidence rate was accelerating and the floodway was converting to mud flats faster than the core models predicted. He spoke about the landscape the way a project manager speaks about a construction site that is slightly behind schedule, but still within acceptable tolerances. Then he closed the folder and put the camera back in the briefcase and closed the briefcase. He folded his hands on its surface again in the same arrangement as before, as though his body had a default position it returned to when the task at hand was complete. They flew in silence for several minutes. Below them, the dead forest thinned and gave way to open water dotted with the low hummocks of subsiding land. Former ridges and natural levees that had been high ground before the floods and were now barely above the waterline, covered in the coarse salt grass that colonizes land on its way to becoming sea. Keller's voice came through the headset again. He said he understood that Mason maintained a numbered account at a bank in Georgetown, Grand Cayman, under the name Warren Del Com. He said the current balance was $412,000, give or take the interest accrued, since the last quarterly statement. He said this with the same level project management cadence he'd used to discuss the subsidence rate. Mason's hands were still steady. His feet were still light on the pedals. The turbine's whine had not changed, and the rotor disc was still pulling clean air, and the helicopter was still flying at 500 feet over the drowned country. Because Mason Hebert had been flying helicopters for 22 years, and his body did not stop doing its job when his mind went somewhere else entirely. But his mind had gone somewhere else entirely. Keller continued in the same unhurried tone. He mentioned the 2 Canadian passports behind the refrigerator in Mason's rented house on Cecilia Road. Behind it, not inside it, in the gap between the condenser coils and the drywall where the landlord's electrical inspection sticker had never been moved. He mentioned that the passports were in the names of Antoine Broussard and Michel Thibodeau, and that both photographs had been taken at the Walgreens on Highway 31 in Breaux Bridge on a Friday afternoon in March 1998. He mentioned the brand and vintage of the scotch Mason drank on the nights when he sat at the kitchen table with the lights off, Macallan 18, and the number of bottles currently in the cabinet above the stove, which was 3. Mason flew. The horizon was a dark line between the water and the sky, and it wasn't moving. And the airspeed indicator read 85 knots, and the fuel gauge showed 1 hour 40 minutes remaining, and none of these instruments were lying to him. The instruments never lied. Everything else in the world lied, but the instruments told the truth. And right now, the truth was that he was 500 feet above the Atchafalaya Basin, with a man in the passenger seat who knew things that no one should know because Mason had spent 9 years making sure no one could know them. He considered his options. The left door had been removed for the charter, standard for aerial survey work, giving the camera an unobstructed downward angle. The passenger sat in the left seat with the open door frame beside him, and 500 feet of air between the skid rail and the water. Mason outweighed the man by 30 pounds, and the cyclic stick was within easy reach of his left hand, while his right controlled the collective. He could roll the aircraft, not a barrel roll, the Bell couldn't do that, but a hard cyclic push to the left that would throw an unbelted passenger out the open door before his hands could find a grip. It would take less than a second. The helicopter would recover, or it wouldn't. But either way, the man and his briefcase would be in the water. Mason didn't do it. He didn't do it because Keller had not unfastened his 4-point harness at any point during the flight, and he didn't do it because the man's left hand had moved very slightly during the last set of disclosures, had moved down from the briefcase surface to the briefcase's brass latch, where it rested with the index finger curled through the latch loop in a way that could mean he was about to open it, or could mean he was holding something inside it. He thought about the scar on Keller's left wrist. He thought about the neatness of it. He thought about a man who did not wear a watch and carried film stock 2 years out of professional date and sat perfectly still in other people's helicopters, and he adjusted his estimate of the situation. Keller told him to descend to 200 feet and maintain heading. Mason descended to 200 feet and maintained heading. The dead trees rose around them like the masts of a foundered fleet. The surveyor let 8 minutes pass in silence after the disclosures. Mason counted them on the fuel gauge. The turbine consumed 24 gallons per hour, and 8 minutes was 3.2 gallons, and the math was something for his hands and eyes to do while the rest of him worked the problem. The problem had a shape now. The shape was familiar to Mason because he had once operated on the other side of it. The side where you know everything about a person and the person knows nothing about you, where you have been studying the terrain while they are still looking at the map. He had been the man in the passenger seat, metaphorically, for the better part of a decade. And he recognized the stillness that comes from having already decided what happens next. Keller reached into the briefcase. Mason's right hand tightened on the collective. What came out was not a weapon in any ordinary sense. It was a flare gun, a Helimarine distress launcher, the kind found in the emergency kits of offshore supply boats, orange plastic body, stubby barrel, loaded with a 25-millimeter red parachute flare. Keller held it in his lap for a moment, letting Mason see it, letting the orange plastic register against the charcoal wool of his trousers. Then he raised it and pressed the barrel against the back of Mason's seat, where the nylon fabric stretched over the tubular steel frame 6 inches behind Mason's left kidney, not pointed at Mason, pointed at the seat, and through the seat at the fuel line that ran along the airframe's spine from the belly tank to the turbine. He didn't speak immediately. He let the pressure communicate. Mason could feel the flare gun's barrel through the seat back, a small, definite circle of compression against the steel tube, and behind it, the weight of the man's arm braced without tremor. When Keller spoke, he gave coordinates. He recited them once, in the same dry conference call tone, and waited. The coordinates were 8 digits. Mason didn't need to enter them into the GPS because he knew where they were. He knew the exact spot. He knew what was under the water at those coordinates and what had been above the water before 1993, and what the ground had looked like when he'd walked it with the Garmin and the demolition charts and the sample core of the levee substrate. The coordinates were for the Delacroix Breach. The Delacroix Breach was the 4th of 6 operations Mason had conducted for the consortium between 1991 and 1994. It was a levee break on a secondary channel south of the main Atchafalaya flow, and it had been the largest and the least controlled of the 6. The ANFO charge had been calculated for a localized fracture, a crack in the substrate that would produce a slow, deniable seepage over weeks. Instead, the hydrostatic pressure behind the levee had blown the fracture wide open within hours, and 1,600 acres of inhabited marshland had gone under in a single tide. The water came at night in February, and the marsh community at Delacroix Bend, 41 people living in 12 structures, received no warning because the nearest phone line was 4 miles north and the access road was already underwater by the time the current reached the houses. 26 of the 41 were recovered. 15 were not. Mason turned the helicopter south-southeast toward the coordinates and dropped to 150 feet. The dead timber closed around them and the light was failing, and he flew between the gray trunks by the last of the dusk and the dim green glow of his instrument panel. The flare gun's barrel held its pressure against the seat back. The fuel gauge showed 1 hour, 20 minutes remaining. The air smelled of standing water and decomposition, and beneath it, a smell his body recognized before his mind named it. The particular mineral smell of alluvial clay, the smell of the basin floor exposed by subsidence, the smell of ground that was slowly returning to the water table, from which it had been temporarily removed by 100 years of levee engineering that Mason Hebert had helped destroy. He found the breach site by the gap in the tree line. The levee scar was still visible from the air, a depression in the natural ridge where the substrate had not recovered from the fracture, the vegetation thinner, the soil darker and wetter than the surrounding ground. Beyond it, where the marsh community had been, there was nothing but open water and a single hummock of surviving land, perhaps 200 yards long and 40 wide, rising no more than 3 feet above the waterline, covered in salt grass and a few scrub willows that had taken root since the flood. Keller pointed at the hummock. Mason began his descent. The hummock's surface was uneven, tilted slightly toward the south where the subsidence was eating the land from below. Mason circled it once at 50 feet, checking for soft spots by the color of the vegetation. Dark green meant standing water beneath the root mat. Yellow-brown meant relative dryness, relative firmness, a surface that might hold the bell's 3,000 pounds without the skid sinking past the cross tubes. He found a patch of yellow-brown near the northern end, roughly 50 feet square, and he brought the helicopter down with the particular care of a pilot who does not fully trust the ground. The skids touched. The bell settled. The grass flattened beneath the rotor wash and then sprang back as Mason rolled the throttle to idle, and the blades decelerated. The hummock held. Keller removed the flare gun from the seat back. He held it in his right hand with his finger off the trigger. The barrel pointed at the ceiling, and with his left hand, he reached across his body and released the 4-point harness. The buckle opened with a metallic sound that was very loud in the sudden reduction of turbine noise. He looked at Mason for the second time since the flight began. The first time had been the handshake. This time he held the look for longer, and Mason saw that the man's creek gravel eyes held no expression that could be accurately named. Not cruelty, not satisfaction, not the focused alertness of someone performing a dangerous task. If anything, the expression most closely resembled the patience of a man waiting for a scheduled event to arrive on time. He told Mason to shut down the turbine and exit the aircraft on the pilot's side. Mason shut down the turbine. The whine descended through the registers and the rotor coasted, and the silence came in. Not the total silence of an enclosed space, but the layered, breathing silence of a swamp at dusk, full of small sounds that had been masked by the engine. The tick of water against the hull of the hummock, the electrical buzz of insects in the salt grass, a bullfrog somewhere in the timber making a sound like a rope being pulled through a metal ring. He opened the right side door and stepped down onto the skid and then onto the ground. The ground was firmer than he'd expected. A dense mat of root fibers and clay, slightly spongy but bearing his weight without visible compression. His boots left shallow prints. He walked 5 steps from the helicopter and stopped and turned around. Keller was still in the passenger seat, visible through the plexiglass. He was doing something with the flare gun. Mason watched him break the barrel open and check the flare cartridge, a habitual gesture, almost automatic, and then close it again. He reached into the briefcase and removed something Mason couldn't see clearly. Then he climbed out on the left side and walked around the nose of the helicopter and stood in front of Mason at a distance of approximately 8 feet, which was far enough that Mason couldn't reach him before the flare gun came up, and close enough that the flare gun couldn't miss. "Turn around," the surveyor said. Mason turned around. He faced the southern end of the hummock, where the land sloped down into standing water, and the last of the daylight lay in a thin orange line along the horizon. He heard Keller climb back into the helicopter behind him. He heard the briefcase latch click. He heard the creak of the pilot's seat as the man leaned down beneath the console. Then a sharp chemical hiss, like a match head the size of a finger. and a sustained white-hot sound that Mason recognized from demolition work. Thermite. The compound burned at 2,500 degrees and could not be extinguished by any means available to a man standing in a marsh. He listened to it consume whatever it had been placed against. The sound lasted roughly 15 seconds. A high, focused roar, focused and sustained, not explosive. And then it stopped. And what replaced it was the small, precise sounds of the man working in the cockpit. The snip of a blade through wire. The click of a component being lifted from its bracket. The soft thud of the briefcase closing. Then the flare gun fired. Not into the helicopter, but upward, into the open air above the hummock. Mason saw the red star climb on its parachute and hang over the dead timber, throwing a copper light across the water and the stumps in the back of his hands. He didn't turn around. He watched the flare descend over the swamp, its reflection doubling in the standing water, until it guttered and died somewhere past the tree line. Within 30 seconds, an airboat engine caught in the reeds to the south. Someone had been waiting. When he turned around, the cockpit had been methodically destroyed. The avionics bay beneath the console was a blackened void. The thermite had consumed the wiring harness, the radio power supply, and the GPS processor in a single focused burn. The scorch marks stopped cleanly at the edges of the console housing. The cyclic stick was untouched. The collective was untouched. The airframe was intact, and the turbine was intact, and the fuel system appeared intact. But the helicopter would never fly again without a complete avionics rebuild that required equipment that did not exist within 100 miles of this hummock. The flare gun lay on the passenger seat, barrel open, spent. Keller stood at the open left doorframe. He reached into the left cargo pocket of his trousers and removed a waterproof envelope, the kind used for marine charts, heavy plastic, with a Ziploc seal, and held it out at arm's length, at waist height, the way a courier presents a package for signature. He told Mason he was not here to kill him. He said it simply, without emphasis, the way a man states the time. Mason looked at the envelope and did not take it. The surveyor set the envelope on the ground between them. Then he turned and walked to the southern edge of the hummock, where the land sloped into water and pushed through the salt grass. The airboat was idling in the reeds, not hidden and abandoned, but held in position by a second figure at the tiller, a shape Mason could not resolve against the dark water. The logistics of the thing settled into place. The boat had been stationed before the flight with an operator, the operator waiting for the flare. He had sat in the reeds for 3 hours knowing the exact duration of the charter because the woman who booked the charter had told him. The surveyor climbed aboard. The propeller roar filled the swamp and the boat slid south through the reeds and into open water, and Mason stood on the hummock and watched the wake spread and flatten until the boat disappeared behind a stand of dead tupelo, and the sound diminished, and then the sound was gone, and there was nothing in any direction except water and stumps and the darkening sky. The envelope lay on the ground where the surveyor had placed it. Mason did not pick it up. He went back to the helicopter. The cockpit was dark. The panel lights were part of the avionics, and the avionics were gone. He pulled the access plate below the console and felt along the main wire bundle. The harness was fused to the structural frame in a mass of copper and char. He traced the antenna lid for the VHF radio by touch, following it aft along the airframe's spine, and found the coaxial connector intact where it entered the fuselage. The antenna was fine. The radio's power supply was slag. He moved to the emergency kit behind the passenger seat. The ELT, the emergency locator transmitter required by the FAA, a self-contained unit with its own battery and antenna, was gone. The retention bracket was empty. The clips were still in the lock position, which meant someone had released them and removed the unit deliberately. Not the thermite. The ELT bracket was behind the passenger seat, well clear of the console. No heat damage. This had been done by hand. Mason checked the aft fuselage panel. He found the ELT's power leads. They were cut, cleanly with a blade, at the junction where the unit's pigtail met the airframe wiring. The cuts were straight and recent, the copper bright. The surveyor had done this while Mason stood with his back to the aircraft, listening to the thermite consume the only other system that could have called for help. He went through the rest of the aircraft, systematically, the way he would have gone through a pre-flight with a discrepancy on the checklist. The console compartment held his cell phone. A Motorola clamshell, its faceplate cracked, the battery good for 3 days if he didn't make calls, a logbook, a pen, and a half-eaten package of peanut butter crackers. No flashlight. The surveyor had taken it, or it had never been there. The first aid kit was intact, but contained nothing useful for signaling. The cargo bay behind the cabin held 2 tie-down straps, a quart of hydraulic fluid, and a red nylon tool bag containing a Phillips screwdriver, a pair of pliers, a crescent wrench, and a roll of safety wire. He pulled out the cell phone and pressed the power button. The screen lit with the dim green glow of a healthy battery and no signal bars. He climbed out onto the skid, then onto the cabin roof, his boots finding the riveted seam between the panels. He stood upright with the phone extended above his head and turned in a slow circle. The screen's pale light was the brightest thing on the hummock. The signal indicator did not move. The nearest tower was in Henderson, 40 miles north through flat water and dead timber and the curvature of the earth. He tried each of the 4 cardinal points, holding the phone at full extension, waiting 10 seconds at each heading. Nothing, not one bar. He climbed down. He stood by the helicopter with his hands at his sides and ran the inventory one more time. No radio, no beacon, no signal, no boat. A helicopter with a functioning engine and no way to fly it. He was the most qualified person within 40 miles to solve this type of problem, and there was no solution. And the absence of a solution had the design, load-bearing quality of a structure built by someone who had anticipated the capabilities of the person inside it. He could walk. The water was 3 to 8 feet deep, depending on channel, and the bottom was a soft, alluvial mud that would take a man to the knee or the waist or the chest. He could swim. The channels held alligator gar the length of a man's leg, and alligators that fed in the shallows after dark. He could wait. Waiting was how you died in the basin. By subsidence and dehydration and the incremental subtraction of the ground beneath your feet. He picked up the waterproof envelope. Inside the plastic sleeve were 3 documents. The top document was a property deed. Legal description, metes and bounds, notarized stamps, the full apparatus of Louisiana real property conveyance. The parcel described encompassed the Delacroix floodway, the entire tract of submerged land surrounding the hummock he was standing on. The deed transferred ownership from the Tidewater Land Consortium Limited, a name Mason knew because it was one of the 17 shell entities through which the real consortium had moved money during the acquisition phase, to Mason Hebert, individually, in fee simple absolute. The deed was dated March 14, 1991, 2 years before the Delacroix breach, 1 year before Mason had placed his first charge. The second document was another deed, different parcel, same structure. The Bayou Sorrel Tract, same transferor, same transferee, same date. The third document was a typed letter addressed to no one, formatted as a personal statement. It described in first person the actions of a landowner who had purchased marginal wetland parcels through a consortium of straw buyers and then destroyed the levees, protecting the communities on that land in order to consolidate the parcels for speculative resale. It described the method ANFO charges below the water table detonated remotely. It named the communities. It named the dead. It expressed remorse. It named no one else. It was a suicide note. Mason didn't need to read it twice. He knew how documents worked. He had carried documents like these in coolers next to the detonators. The consortium had always been meticulous about paper. The deeds predated the floods. The suicide note named no one but him. The offshore account held exactly the amount a lone actor speculator might accumulate. And Mason was standing on the land, 60 miles from the nearest road, with no radio, no signal, and no witness to say the surveyor had ever been here. The families hadn't found him. No one from Delacroix Bend had the resources or the knowledge to find him. The surveyor worked for the consortium. The real one, the board of directors behind the shell entities. And the board was doing what boards did when the auditors arrived. Somewhere in Baton Rouge, the originals of these deeds were already filed. The shell entities were already dissolved. The only name left in the chain of title was his. He wasn't being punished. He was being discarded. The way you discard the part of the tool that touched the material. The drill bit, the blade, the charge. When the project is done, and the inspectors are coming, and the frame worked in either direction, if he died on this hummock, dehydration, exposure, the water, the note and the deeds told a complete story. Guilty landowner returns to the scene of his crimes and cannot live with what he's done. If he survived, if a fisherman spotted the wreck, if a search helicopter found him, he would be standing on his own property, holding his own deeds, with an offshore account matching the acquisition proceeds, telling a story about a mysterious corporate surveyor that no flight record would confirm and no charter booking would corroborate. The consortium didn't need him dead. They needed him irrelevant. The frame fit a living man as well as a corpse, and the living man might even be more useful. A ranting, paranoid defendant was better theater than a body. Mason set the documents on the helicopter's skid rail. The night had fully arrived while he was reading, and the dark was complete. Not the dark of a room which has walls and edges, but the dark of an open basin, which has no boundary and no floor and extends in every direction until it becomes the water in the sky. The hummock was a patch of solidity in the middle of it, and the helicopter was a shape on the hummock, and Mason was a shape beside the helicopter, and beyond all of it, there was nothing but the basin. He sat on the skid rail. The metal was still faintly warm from the turbine's residual heat. The documents were beside him on the skid where he'd set them. The bond paper had been out of the waterproof sleeve since he'd read it. 10 minutes, maybe 15. And the humidity had already found it. The pages had gone slack. The notary stamps were smearing at the edges. The embossed seal of the Tidewater Land Consortium was flattening as the Wyber swelled, and the corporation's name, raised in blue ink on the deed's first page, was bleeding. The letters dissolving into each other, the blue spreading across the bond. The ink was the same color as the water around the hummock. Somewhere in Baton Rouge, in a climate-controlled vault with a dehumidifier, the original sat on paper that would never soften, bearing a name that would never dissolve. That name was his. The frogs were calling in the timber, a sustained wall of sound that rose and fell in waves, individual voices merging into a single harmonic. Water lapped against the hummock's edge in a rhythm that was almost domestic. The insects added a thin electrical layer above the frogs, continuous and directionless. Somewhere in the dead trees to the south, perhaps 200 yards out, a heavy body moved through shallow water. The sound was arrhythmic and slow. A wading sound, not a swimming sound. Something large walking on the bottom. The frogs stopped, all of them, simultaneously, as though a circuit had been broken. The silence that replaced them had mass, a pressurized absence, the acoustic signature of every small living thing within range ceasing to announce itself at once. Mason knew this silence from the levee work. It meant a predator had entered the area, and every frog in the timber had done the ancient calculation and arrived at the same answer, and gone still. The waiting sound continued. Mason sat on the skid rail and listened. The usual pattern was 10 seconds to 2 minutes of silence. The predator would pass, the nearest frog would resume, and the rest would follow in a wave. He counted. 10 seconds, 20, 30. The waiting sound was closer now. Not rushing. The rhythm hadn't changed, but the acoustics had shifted the way sounds do when a source has moved 30 or 40 yards nearer. It was coming from the timber to the south, where the water was deepest and the stumps stood thickest. At 60 seconds, the frogs had not resumed. The waiting sound was close enough now that Mason could hear the secondary details, the suck of mud releasing a foot, and the small splash of water displaced by a body pushing through it, the faint scrape of something against a submerged stump. It was not hurrying. It did not need to hurry. It was moving toward the hummock, at the pace of something that had not yet decided what it intended, and was closing distance until the decision became necessary. Mason did not stand up. He did not turn on the cell phone for its light. He sat on the warm skid of his dead helicopter on the sinking ground and listened, and his body understood. Before his mind assembled the thought into language, the two sounds belonged to each other. The silence was the reaction. The waiting was the cause, and the direction of the cause was toward him. The waiting stopped. The basin held its breath. The insects continued. They were too small, too far along in their mating cycles to stop. And their sound was thin and electrical and continuous, a current running through a wire. And it made the absence of the frogs and the absence of the waiting louder than any sound could have been. It was in the water. It had been coming toward the hummock, and had stopped. And stopping was worse than coming, because coming was a trajectory that could be tracked, and stopping was a decision being made in the dark by a presence Mason could not see or identify and could not reach, even if he'd had a weapon to reach with. He was on the side that didn't know. He had spent a decade on the other side. The side that studied the terrain, that surveyed the target, that moved through the dark toward a point on a map, while the people at the point slept and did not know he was coming. He recognized the position he was in because he had built it for others. The levee communities had sat in their houses on their high ground and listened to the water and not known that the water was coming for them because a man with a detonator and a map had decided it should. And now Mason sat on a different piece of high ground and listened to the water and did not know what was in it, and did not know if it was coming for him, and the not knowing was the same not knowing, the same dark, the same basin. His boots were wet, not from standing water, from a capillary seep, the saturated root mat wicking the basin upward through the soil. The water was above his ankles and warm with the heat of the ground. The hummock had settled again while he sat. Another fraction of an inch surrendered to the water table, the land going back to where it came from. The dark was absolute. The insects held their thin electrical frequency, and the water lapped against the hummock's diminishing edge, and from the direction of the dead timber to the south, close, perhaps 50 yards, perhaps less, there was nothing, no step, no drag, no retreat. Just the held silence of every living thing that could stop making sound, and the presence that had caused them to stop, still there, still in the water, still close enough that Mason could feel it the way he had once felt the hydrostatic pressure behind a levee wall. An invisible weight, patient, on the other side of something that was no longer thick enough to hold. The mansion had 63 windows, and Hazel had counted every one. 42 were locked from the outside with deadbolts Victoria had installed herself. The rest were painted shut, or looked out onto the cliff drop where the cliff walk tourists used to pass before the estate boundary fence went up. Hazel was 34 years old, and she could not remember the last time she'd been past the front gate. The second-floor hallway was so cold, she could see her breath sometimes. The draft through the painted-shut windows carried the smell of damp earth from somewhere below. Victoria said they didn't need heat. Heat was wasteful. Hazel had been polishing the same piece of silver for 20 minutes when she heard the footsteps upstairs. She set the cloth down, picked it up. The spoon was an ornate Victorian thing, tarnished black in the crevices despite the polish, and it would take her another hour to finish just this one piece if she did it right, if she did it the way Aunt Victoria would inspect it. The footsteps moved from the bedroom to the bathroom, water running. Hazel's hands were gray with polish. The cloth smelled like ammonia and something underneath. Something sour, like the rot that came up through the floorboards. She wiped her hands on her jeans, an old pair, the knees threadbare, because Victoria didn't let them buy new clothes, and stood at the doorway to watch the hall, waiting. Chloe was in the kitchen. Hazel could hear her unloading the dishwasher, each plate a careful click against the counter. Chloe did everything carefully now. She used to slam things when they were younger. Cabinets, doors, her fork against her plate, when Victoria made her eat after she'd said something wrong at dinner. Victoria had beaten that out of her by the time Chloe turned 23. Now Chloe moved through the house the way Hazel did, quiet and small. The water shut off upstairs. Hazel went back to the spoon. Victoria bought the polish in bulk from a janitorial supply warehouse in Providence. She drove there herself twice a year in the Buick and came back with boxes of it, along with the industrial bleach and the paper towels and the garbage bags. Hazel and Chloe weren't allowed to go. Victoria said it was because they would embarrass her, the way they looked, the way they acted around other people. She said people would know something was wrong with them. That was probably true. Their mother used to take them places, before. Hazel could barely remember it now. She'd been 12 when their mother died, Chloe 10. But she remembered the grocery store trips, the library. Their mother's voice had been soft. Nothing like Victoria's. Victoria's voice was hard and measured, every word a small cut. Their mother had laughed sometimes. Hazel couldn't remember the sound of it anymore, but she knew it had happened. After the funeral, Victoria had moved into the house, their mother's sister. She'd started clearing out their mother's things within a week. The clothes went first, then the photographs, the books. Anything that had belonged to their mother disappeared into boxes that Victoria loaded into the Buick and drove away. She said it was too painful to keep reminders. She said they needed to move forward. Within 6 months, there was almost nothing left. Just a few things Victoria had missed or forgotten about. Chloe's sweater had been one of them. Their mother had worn it on cold mornings, sitting at the kitchen table with her coffee. Now Chloe wore it every day. The hole in the elbow had been there for years. Chloe wouldn't let Hazel mend it. The footsteps started down the stairs. Hazel counted them. 16 steps from the second-floor landing to the entry hall. Victoria's shoes made a particular sound. Hard leather heels on the marble, a sharp crack with each step. Hazel had learned to identify where Victoria was in the house by sound alone. It was a survival skill. If you knew where she was, you could avoid being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You could avoid the questions about what you were doing, why you were doing it that way, why you thought you had the right to make decisions without asking first. The footsteps stopped in the hall. Hazel kept polishing. She did not look up. Looking up without being spoken to was a mistake. Victoria called it insolence, and Hazel had been slapped across the face for it enough times to learn. The spoon's surface was beginning to shine. Hazel could see her own reflection in the curve of the bowl, distorted but recognizable. Behind her reflection, the doorway should have shone in the polished silver. It was empty, just the morning room wall, no one standing there. Victoria appeared in the doorway. She was 68 years old, and she dressed like it was still 1982. Pleated slacks, a silk blouse with a bow at the neck, low heels. Her hair was white and pulled back into a tight bun. She wore lipstick the color of dried blood. She stood very still in doorways when she wanted your attention. The window was behind her. The light came through, bright and cold, and where Victoria's body should have cast a shadow on the floor, there was nothing. The light passed straight through. Hazel had seen her stand like that for 5 minutes once, just watching, waiting for Chloe to notice and apologize. Hazel set the cloth down and looked up. Victoria told her the silver service needed to be finished by noon. Then she mentioned that Chloe was making noise in the kitchen. Hazel said she would tell her. Victoria turned and walked toward the dining room. Hazel listened to the footsteps recede. She picked up the cloth. Her hands were shaking, and she hated that. She hated that she was 34 years old and afraid of a woman who was 5'3" and weighed maybe 110 pounds. But fear wasn't rational. Hazel knew that. Fear was what happened when someone had complete control over whether you ate that day, whether you had heat in your bedroom, whether the door to the bathroom stayed unlocked or got bolted from the outside as punishment. Chloe came in from the kitchen. She was 2 years younger than Hazel, 32, and she looked older. Her hair was dark and limp, pulled back in a ponytail. She wore a sweater that had belonged to their mother 20 years ago, before their mother died and left them with Victoria. The sweater had a hole in the elbow. Chloe's face was pale, and there were shadows under her eyes that never went away. Hazel relayed Victoria's complaint. Chloe didn't respond, didn't look up, didn't look toward the dining room where Victoria had gone. She just sat down at the table across from Hazel and picked up a fork from the pile. She started polishing without being asked. They worked in silence for a while. The clock on the mantel ticked. Outside, the wind was picking up. Hazel could hear it in the window panes, each one a different pitch. Chloe said she'd had the dream again. Hazel didn't ask which dream. Chloe had been having the same dream for months now. She was outside the house, walking down Bellevue Avenue in the sun, and when she turned around to look back, the mansion was gone, just empty space where it used to be. Chloe said it felt real when she woke up. She said she could still feel the sun on her face. Hazel told her to stop talking about it. The dream wasn't real. This was real. The table, the silver, the house around them. That was all they had. Chloe looked at her for a long moment. Then she went back to polishing. Her hands moved in small circles over and over, and Hazel watched the light catch on the tines of the fork in her hand. How easy it would be to drive it into Victoria's throat. It wasn't the first time, but thinking about something and doing it were different, and Hazel knew she would never do it. She was too afraid. They both were. The mirror in the hallway shattered at 11:30. Hazel heard it from the morning room. A sound like a gunshot, sharp and clean, and then the cascade of glass hitting the marble floor. She stood up so fast the chair tipped backward. Chloe was already at the doorway, staring into the hall. The mirror was one of the big ones, 6 feet tall, ornate gold frame, hanging on the wall across from the staircase. It had been there since Hazel was a child. Now it was in pieces on the floor, huge jagged shards and smaller glittering fragments spreading across the marble in a pool that looked almost like water. The frame was still on the wall, empty. Victoria came out of the dining room. She looked at the glass. She looked at Hazel. She asked what Hazel had done. Hazel tried to explain. They were in the morning room. They didn't touch it. They just heard it break. But Victoria cut her off, told her not to lie. Hazel's voice went high and desperate. She insisted they had been sitting at the table the whole time. Victoria walked across the hall, her shoes crunching on the glass. She stood in front of the empty frame and reached toward it. Her hand passed an inch from the gilded edge, but she told Hazel she'd examined the wall and it was cracked. Shoddy workmanship. Then she turned and looked toward where Chloe stood. Chloe was staring past Victoria at the empty frame, her arms wrapped around herself. Her eyes were focused on the wall behind where Victoria stood. She didn't look at Victoria's face, didn't meet her eyes, didn't acknowledge her presence at all. Chloe whispered that the mirror had just broken. Victoria said mirrors didn't just break, but Hazel was looking at the floor, at the way the glass had fallen. It hadn't just cracked, it had shattered outward. The pieces sprayed across the floor in a pattern that looked almost deliberate, like something had hit it from behind, from inside the wall. Hazel looked at the empty frame. For just a second, less than a second, she thought she saw her own reflection in the space where the glass used to be, still holding the polishing cloth, still standing in the morning room doorway. Then Victoria was walking toward them, her shoes still crunching. And Hazel looked down at the floor because that was safer. Victoria told them to clean it up, both of them. And when they were finished, they would skip dinner tonight. Maybe that would teach them to be more careful with things that didn't belong to them. She walked past them, back toward the dining room, and Hazel heard the door close. Chloe was shaking. Hazel reached for her arm, but Chloe pulled away. Chloe said Victoria didn't believe them. Hazel said it didn't matter. Chloe said it did. They hadn't done anything. The mirror had just exploded. Hazel said Victoria had already decided. Hazel went to get the broom from the kitchen closet. Behind her, she heard Chloe start to cry, small hitching sounds. She was trying to keep quiet. Hazel stood in the doorway, listening. She stood there long enough that her feet went cold on the marble. She was so tired of this, all of it. The house, the rules, the fear. The way Victoria made them smaller every single day until Hazel could barely remember what it felt like to be a person, instead of a thing that cleaned and obeyed and apologized. When she came back with the broom, Chloe had stopped crying. She was standing in the hall, staring at the broken mirror frame. The glass was everywhere. It would take them hours to clean up properly, to get every last shard out of the cracks in the marble. Hazel started sweeping. The sound of the bristles on the floor was loud in the silence. Chloe knelt down and started picking up the bigger pieces, dropping them into a garbage bag. Neither of them spoke. Outside, the wind kept rattling the windows, and somewhere in the house, very faint, Hazel heard a door close. But Victoria was in the dining room, and Hazel and Chloe were here. Hazel stopped sweeping. She asked Chloe if she'd heard the door. Chloe said she had. They both glanced toward the stairs. Chloe suggested Victoria must have gone back upstairs. But Hazel had not heard footsteps on the stairs, and the sound had come from the other direction, from the east wing, where the old bedrooms were, the ones they never used anymore because Victoria kept them locked. Hazel started sweeping again. She told herself it was nothing. An old house settling, wind pushing against a door somewhere. That was all. But her hands were shaking, and this time it wasn't because of Victoria. They didn't eat that night. Victoria locked them in their bedroom at 7 and didn't unlock it until morning. Hazel lay in her bed and listened to Chloe's stomach growl in the dark. The room had 2 twin beds, a dresser, and one window that looked out onto the cliff. They had shared this room since they were children. Hazel knew every crack in the ceiling, every stain on the wallpaper. She had counted them all over and over during the nights when Victoria punished them by turning off the heat or taking away their blankets or just locking the door and leaving them in the dark for days. Chloe fell asleep around midnight. Hazel stayed awake. She was thinking about the mirror, the way it had shattered outward. Her own reflection she thought she'd seen in the empty frame. She was still awake at 2 in the morning when she woke up standing in the downstairs hall. The transition was instant. One moment she was lying in bed staring at the ceiling. The next she was on her feet halfway across the entry hall, her hand outstretched toward something. Hazel's mind tried to stitch the two moments together and failed. There was nothing in between. No memory of getting up. No memory of walking. Just the ceiling above her bed and then the entry hall, and the gap between was empty. The first thing she registered was the cold. Her feet were bare on the marble, and the cold was so sharp it felt like standing on broken glass. Then the smell, something metallic in the air, copper and salt. Then the sound, a fading echo of something crashing, metallic, like she'd just knocked something over, but the noise was already dying. The kitchen light was on, bright and wrong. Hazel hadn't turned it on. She blinked hard, trying to orient herself. Her right palm ached. When she looked down and turned it over, she saw a thin cut across the base of her thumb, already crusting with blood. She didn't remember cutting herself. She walked into the kitchen. The fluorescent light was too bright. It made her head hurt. All the pots and pans from the hanging rack above the island were on the floor, not just fallen, scattered. The big cast-iron skillet had left a dent in the linoleum. A copper pot had rolled all the way to the far wall. Hazel stood there in the doorway staring. She didn't remember coming downstairs, didn't remember walking through the dark house, didn't remember touching the pots. But her palm was bleeding, and she was here, and the pots were on the floor, and no one else could have done this because Chloe was upstairs and the bedroom door had been locked from the outside. She stepped into the kitchen and picked up the heavy cast-iron skillet. Her thumb traced the edge that had cut her. She heard footsteps on the stairs. Hazel set the skillet down. She did not pick it back up. She turned toward the hall just as Chloe appeared in the kitchen doorway. Chloe stopped when she saw the mess. She looked at Hazel, at the pots on the floor, at Hazel's bleeding hand. She asked what happened. Hazel said she didn't know. She'd been in bed. Then she was here. Chloe walked over and took Hazel's hand, turned it over to look at the cut. She said Hazel must have been sleepwalking. Hazel said the door was locked. How did she get out? Chloe's face went still. She said the door hadn't been locked when she woke up. It was standing open. That's why she'd come downstairs. Hazel pulled her hand back. She said that wasn't possible. Victoria locked them in every night. Chloe said maybe Hazel had picked the lock in her sleep. Or maybe it had never been locked at all. Hazel said Victoria always locked them in. Always. Chloe didn't answer. She just knelt down and started gathering the pots, putting them back on the counter. Hazel looked at her bleeding palm, at the dent in the floor, at the scattered cookware. She tried to remember coming down here, tried to remember touching the rack, but there was nothing. Just the ceiling in their bedroom, and then the hallway downstairs, and the gap between was empty. In the morning, Victoria didn't say anything about the noise. She came into the kitchen at 6 and looked at the pots on the counter, looked at the dent in the floor. She asked which one of them had done it. Hazel said she didn't know. Victoria looked at her for a long moment. Then she said she didn't want to hear excuses. She wanted the floor repaired and the pots cleaned before noon. She walked out. Hazel and Chloe stood there in silence. Chloe's hands were shaking. Hazel said she didn't remember doing it. Chloe said that didn't matter. It had happened. Hazel looked down at the cut on her palm. The blood had dried. She could see the thin line where the metal edge had sliced her open. The next incident happened 2 days later. Hazel was in the library, dusting the bookshelves. The library was on the second floor, a long, narrow room with windows on one side and floor-to-ceiling shelves on the other. Most of the books were old, leather-bound sets their grandfather had collected, histories and atlases and encyclopedias from the 1940s. No one read them. Hazel just dusted them once a week and put them back. The spines were so brittle, they sometimes cracked when she touched them. The room smelled like mildew and something sweet underneath, something rotting in the walls. 63 rooms in this house and only 2 people breathing in it. The silence was heavy. She was halfway down the third shelf when she felt the room tilt. Not physically, just a sudden wrongness in her head. She put her hand on the shelf to steady herself. The next thing she knew, she was standing at the far end of the room. The window had a crack running from corner to center. A Bible was on the floor beneath it, its leather cover split. A collection of Robert Frost poems lay near her feet. Her hands were shaking. Her right arm ached. Hazel looked down at the books, at the cracked window. She didn't remember crossing the room, didn't remember throwing anything. But the books were on the floor, and the window was broken, and she was here, and no one else was in the room. Victoria appeared in the doorway. She asked what the noise was. Hazel tried to explain. The books, the window, she didn't remember. But Victoria walked past her and saw the cracked glass. She turned around. Hazel flinched, waiting for the slap. But Victoria just stood there looking at her. After a long moment, she told Hazel she was careless and stupid, and she would pay for the window repair out of the allowance Hazel didn't even receive anymore, because Victoria had stopped giving the money 3 years ago. Then she left. Hazel stood there for a long time, staring at the broken window, at her hands. They were steady now, but her right arm still ached, and the books were still on the floor, and she couldn't remember crossing the room, couldn't remember throwing anything. That night at dinner, Victoria made the announcement. Hazel sat at the table across from Chloe. Victoria sat at the head. Except Victoria's chair looked empty. Hazel had to focus to see her there. Had to hold the image steady in her mind, or it would slip away and she'd be looking at an empty seat. She blinked hard and Victoria solidified. Pleated slacks, white blouse, pearls. Victoria set her fork down and looked at Chloe. She said she had been in contact with a psychiatric facility in Massachusetts, a place that specialized in treating women with behavioral problems. She said Chloe's instability, the dreams, the crying, the way she couldn't follow simple instructions without falling apart, was becoming too much to manage at home. The facility had an opening in 2 weeks. Victoria had already filled out the intake paperwork. Hazel set her fork down. She looked at Chloe. Chloe was staring at her plate and had not moved. She wasn't looking at Victoria. She never looked at Victoria anymore. Hazel asked if this was permanent. Victoria said it was an extended evaluation. 6 months, possibly longer. It would be better for everyone. Chloe needed professional help, and Hazel would be able to focus on maintaining the house without having to manage her sister's episodes. Chloe stood up. Her chair scraped against the floor. She walked out of the room without asking to be excused. Hazel looked at Victoria. Victoria was still sitting there, eating her chicken in small, deliberate bites. Except the plate in front of her was clean, empty. There was no chicken, no wine glass, no fork in her hand. Hazel blinked. The image flickered. Victoria eating. Victoria gone. Victoria eating. Victoria gone. Hazel stood up and followed Chloe. She found her sister upstairs in their bedroom packing a duffel bag. Chloe said she wasn't going to any asylum. She was leaving tonight. Hazel asked how. The gates were locked. Chloe said she'd been working on the lock on the east wing window, the one that opened onto the side lawn. She could climb out, drop to the lawn, walk to the road. Someone would pick her up. Someone would help her. Hazel felt panic rising in her throat. She said Chloe couldn't leave. Victoria would punish her. Victoria would send Hazel to the asylum instead. Chloe stopped packing. She turned around and looked at Hazel. She said there was no Victoria, there was no asylum. There was just Hazel talking to empty chairs and Chloe trying to survive. Hazel said that wasn't true. She'd just had dinner with Victoria. Victoria had told them about the facility. Chloe's face crumpled. She said Hazel had been sitting alone at the table for half an hour talking to no one. Chloe had watched from the doorway, had watched Hazel have an entire conversation with an empty chair. Hazel's hand started shaking. She said Chloe was lying, trying to make her doubt herself. Chloe walked over and put her hands on Hazel's shoulders. She looked her right in the face. "She's not here, Hazel." Hazel shoved her away, told her to shut up. But Chloe kept talking. She said Victoria had been dead for 5 years. Hazel and Chloe had put arsenic in her tea and buried her in the basement. Chloe's mind had broken afterward. She'd gone along with Hazel's delusion for years, set places for Victoria at dinner, pretended to hear her voice. But Chloe had been getting better. The poltergeist wasn't a ghost. It was Hazel. Hazel had been destroying things during fugue states, trying to wake herself up. The mirror, the pots, the books. All Hazel trying to break through her own delusion. Hazel told her she was insane. Chloe said maybe, but she was getting better. She could see clearly now, and she was leaving tonight, with or without Hazel. Hazel said she couldn't. Chloe said, "Watch me." That night, Hazel lay awake listening to Chloe breathe. Around midnight, Chloe got out of bed. She pulled the duffel bag from under her mattress and started putting clothes into it. She moved quietly. When she finished, she went to the door and picked the lock with a hairpin. How long had she been practicing that? The lock clicked open. Chloe picked up her bag. Hazel got out of bed, told her to stop. Chloe didn't stop. She walked into the hallway. Hazel followed. They went downstairs, Chloe in front, Hazel behind. When they reached the first floor, Chloe turned toward the east wing. Hazel grabbed her arm. Chloe tried to pull away. Hazel held on. She asked Chloe what she thought would happen out there. Did she really think someone would help her? Chloe said she didn't know, but she had to try. Hazel told her she was being stupid, selfish. If she left, Victoria would make Hazel's life hell. Chloe's face hardened. She said Hazel's life was already hell. The only difference was Chloe had finally woken up. Hazel tightened her grip on Chloe's arm, told her she wasn't going anywhere. Chloe told her to let go. Hazel didn't let go. Chloe tried to twist free, and Hazel grabbed her other arm, pushed her back against the wall. Chloe was yelling now, screaming at her to let go, calling her crazy, saying she couldn't keep living like this. But Hazel wasn't listening. She was looking past Chloe towards the end of the hall. Victoria was standing there. She was watching them. Her face was calm. She walked toward them slowly, her footsteps making that sharp crack on the marble. She stopped a few feet away and told Hazel to bring Chloe upstairs. They would deal with this in the morning. Chloe was clearly having an episode. She needed to be restrained. Chloe wasn't looking at Victoria, wasn't reacting to her voice. She was staring at Hazel with wide, terrified eyes, screaming that no one was there, that Hazel needed to look, really look. Hazel started pulling Chloe toward the stairs. Chloe was fighting her, thrashing, trying to break free. She was screaming that Victoria wasn't there, that Hazel needed to look, really look. But Hazel didn't look. She kept her eyes on Victoria. Victoria was nodding, approving. She told Hazel to be firm. Chloe needed discipline. Hazel dragged Chloe up the stairs. Chloe was sobbing now, begging Hazel to stop, to please just look and see that she was alone. But Hazel could see Victoria right behind them, following them up the stairs. She could hear Victoria's breathing. She could smell her perfume, that old lady smell, powder and roses. Except when Hazel turned her head to look directly at Victoria, the image slipped, flickered. For just a second, the hallway was empty. Then Victoria was back, solid and real. They reached the bedroom. Hazel shoved Chloe inside and locked the door from the outside. Chloe pounded on the door from the inside. Hazel stood there with her hand on the wood, listening to her sister scream. Victoria put a hand on Hazel's shoulder. Except Hazel didn't feel the weight, didn't feel pressure, just the cold. Victoria told her she'd done the right thing. Chloe was a danger to herself. The asylum was the only option now. They would call in the morning and see if they could move up the intake date. Hazel nodded. She asked Victoria what they should do in the meantime. Victoria said they would keep Chloe locked in the room. No food, no water. Let her calm down. In a few days, she would be more cooperative. Hazel said okay. Victoria walked back to her room at the end of the hall. Hazel heard the door close. She stood outside Chloe's door for a long time, listening to her sister cry. After a while, the crying stopped. The house went quiet. Hazel went back to the guest room and lay down on the bed. She stared at the ceiling. She was thinking about what Chloe had said, about Victoria not being there, about Hazel talking to empty chairs. It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. Hazel had seen Victoria tonight, had heard her voice, had smelled her perfume, but she hadn't felt Victoria's hand on her shoulder, not weight, just cold. Hazel closed her eyes, told herself to stop thinking. Chloe was sick. The stress had broken something in her brain, that was all. But Hazel couldn't stop thinking about the way Victoria had appeared in the hallway tonight. One second, the hall was empty. The next, Victoria was just there. Hazel hadn't heard her footsteps before she appeared, hadn't heard a door open. And when Hazel had turned to look directly at her, the image had flickered, like a projection, like something her mind was creating. Hazel turned over and pressed her face into the pillow. She needed to sleep. In the morning, she would call the asylum, get Chloe the help she needed. Everything would go back to normal. She almost believed it. 3 days later, Hazel found Chloe trying to climb out the east wing window. Hazel had brought her food, just a piece of bread and some water. And when she unlocked the bedroom door, Chloe wasn't there. Hazel searched the second floor, found the door to the east wing standing open. She ran down the hall and found Chloe at the window, one leg already over the sill. Hazel grabbed her and pulled her back inside. Chloe fought her. They struggled. Chloe was stronger than Hazel expected. Or maybe Hazel was weaker. She hadn't been eating much either. And for a moment, Hazel thought Chloe might actually overpower her. But then Hazel got her arms around Chloe's waist and dragged her to the floor. They lay there in the dust, both of them breathing hard. Chloe was crying. She kept saying she couldn't stay here. She couldn't do this anymore. Please, Hazel, please just let her go. Hazel held her. She said she couldn't. She said she was sorry. But Hazel was looking at the window. It was open. The paint around the frame was chipped and broken where Chloe had been working on it. The wood beneath showed boot prints. Hazel looked down at her own feet. She was wearing the same boots. The treads matched. The poltergeist came back to her. The doors kicked open. The windows forced. The boot print in the closet door downstairs. The same boots Hazel was wearing now. Chloe had said it was Hazel. That Hazel had been making noise, trying to get herself to see. Hazel looked down at her sister. Chloe's face was streaked with tears and dust. She looked exhausted. Hazel asked her why. Chloe looked up. She said she wanted to live. That was all. Hazel let go of Chloe and stood up. Chloe stayed on the floor. Hazel walked to the window and looked out. Below was the side lawn. Beyond that, the road. In the distance, she could see the lights of other houses. She turned around. Chloe was sitting up now, watching her. Hazel asked what Chloe thought was out there. Chloe said freedom. Hazel said there was no such thing, not for people like them. They were damaged, broken. Chloe said she didn't care. She'd rather be broken and free than broken and trapped. Hazel started to respond, but then she heard Victoria's voice from the doorway. She was telling Hazel to step away from the window, to bring Chloe downstairs. The car was ready. They were going to the asylum now, today. Victoria couldn't wait any longer. Chloe was too dangerous. Hazel turned and looked at Victoria. Victoria was standing in the doorway, her purse over her arm, her car keys in her hand. She looked calm, patient. She told Hazel to hurry. Hazel looked back at Chloe. Chloe was staring at the doorway. But she wasn't looking at Victoria. She was looking at empty space, at nothing. "You're not leaving me." The words came out of Hazel's mouth before she'd thought them through. Chloe's eyes snapped to her face. She asked what Hazel meant. Hazel said exactly what she'd said. Chloe wasn't leaving. Not in the car with Victoria. Not through the window. Not ever. Chloe stood up slowly. She asked if Hazel really saw Victoria standing there. Hazel said yes. Of course she did. Chloe asked what Victoria was wearing. Hazel described it. The gray slacks, the white blouse, the pearls. Chloe shook her head. She walked toward the doorway. She walked right through the space where Victoria was standing. Victoria didn't move, didn't react, didn't make room. Chloe walked through her like she was air. Hazel felt the world tilt. She looked at Victoria. Victoria looked back at her. She told Hazel to bring Chloe downstairs. Now. Hazel followed Chloe into the hallway. Chloe was walking toward the stairs. Hazel caught up with her and grabbed her arm. Chloe spun around. She asked Hazel if she'd seen what just happened, if she'd seen Chloe walk through her. Hazel said Victoria had moved, stepped aside. Chloe said no. No, she hadn't, because she wasn't there. Hazel's hands were shaking. She looked back at the doorway. Victoria was still standing there, still watching. Hazel looked at Chloe. Chloe's face was pale, desperate. She was begging Hazel to see it, to wake up. Hazel closed her eyes. When she opened them, Victoria was gone. Hazel's breath came out in a rush. She looked up and down the hallway, empty. She turned to Chloe. Chloe was watching her. She asked if Victoria had disappeared. Hazel said yes. Chloe asked if Hazel was starting to understand. Hazel didn't answer, because she was hearing Victoria's voice again, from downstairs, calling her name, telling her to bring Chloe to the car. Hazel started walking toward the stairs. Chloe tried to stop her, but Hazel shook her off. She went downstairs. Victoria was in the front hall, standing by the door. The car keys were still in her hand. She told Hazel they needed to go, right now. The asylum was expecting them in an hour. Hazel asked where the car was. Victoria said it was in the driveway. Hazel walked to the window and looked out. The driveway was empty. She turned around. Victoria was still standing there, calm and patient. Hazel asked why she couldn't see the car. Victoria said Hazel wasn't looking properly. Hazel felt something snap. She walked back upstairs. Chloe was in the hallway, watching. Hazel went into Victoria's bedroom at the end of the hall. She opened the closet. Victoria's clothes were hanging there. The same clothes she'd been wearing for years. The same slacks and blouses and cardigans. Hazel pulled them off the hangers. They felt real. They smelled like powder and roses. But when Hazel looked closer, she saw the dust. Thick layers of it covering everything. These clothes hadn't been worn in years, and beneath the powder and roses smell was something else. Something sour. Fabric rotting in a closed room. Hazel dropped them on the floor. She walked to Victoria's dresser and opened the drawers. Inside were more clothes, all dusty, all untouched. She opened the drawer where Victoria kept her jewelry. The pearls were still there. Hazel picked them up. They were cold, covered in dust. Chloe appeared in the doorway. She asked if Hazel was okay. Hazel didn't answer. She was looking at Victoria's bed. The covers were pulled tight, tucked in at the corners. But there was dust on them, too. No one had slept in this bed in a long time. Hazel asked Chloe when Victoria had died. Chloe said 5 years ago, November. They'd put arsenic in her tea and buried her in the basement. Hazel felt the room spin. She sat down on the bed. Dust puffed up around her. Chloe came over and sat next to her. She was crying. She said they'd killed Victoria 5 years ago. Put the poison in her tea. Hazel said that wasn't true. Chloe grabbed Hazel's wrist. She said Hazel didn't remember, that Hazel had been keeping her here, that Chloe had been too scared to stop it, had set plates for her, talked to empty air, but Chloe could see now. Victoria wasn't there. Hazel pulled her hand back, said Chloe was sick. Chloe shook her head. She pointed at Hazel's boots, the same tread in the window frame. Hazel looked down. Dust on her knees. Fresh dust. Chloe grabbed Hazel's hands, turned them over. Bruises on the knuckles. A cut healing on the palm. Hazel stared at her own hands. They looked strange, like they belonged to someone else. She flexed her fingers. The bruises shifted. She could feel the soreness in her knuckles, but she couldn't remember how it got there. Couldn't remember hitting anything. Chloe said Hazel had been doing it. The mirror, the pots, the books, all Hazel, in her sleep, trying to wake up. Hazel stood up. She said Chloe was lying. Victoria was downstairs right now. Chloe said no, she wasn't. Hazel walked out of the room and went downstairs. Chloe followed her. Hazel looked in the front hall, empty. She checked the kitchen, the dining room, the morning room. Empty, empty, empty. Hazel went to the basement door. It was locked. It had been locked for 5 years. Chloe said the key was in the kitchen drawer. Hazel found it. She unlocked the door. The air that came up from below was different. Not just cold, but damp, heavy. It smelled like old coal dust and wet stone and something else underneath. Decay. Hazel started down the stairs. Chloe stayed at the top, watching. The wooden steps creaked under Hazel's weight. The sound echoed in the dark. Hazel kept one hand on the rail and descended slowly. The cold got worse with each step. By the time she reached the bottom, she could see her breath. She found the light switch on the wall, flipped it. The bare bulb overhead flickered once, twice, then caught. Weak yellow light spread across the basement. The bulb swung slightly on its cord and making the shadows move. Hazel stood still, letting her eyes adjust. The basement was larger than she remembered. The ceiling was low, supported by thick wooden beams. The walls were stone. In the corners, the light didn't reach. She could see the shapes of old furniture pushed against the walls, a broken dresser, a stack of chairs, boxes covered in dust. The coal storage area was in the back corner. Hazel walked toward it. Her boots echoed on the concrete floor. As she got closer, she could see the floor more clearly. Most of it was old concrete, stained and cracked. But in one section, near the coal chute, the concrete was newer, rougher. The color was slightly different, like someone had dug it up and re-poured it. Hazel knelt down in front of it. She reached out and touched the surface. It was cold, real, solid. She heard Chloe's voice from the top of the stairs, asking if she was okay. Hazel didn't answer. She was staring at the concrete, thinking about what was underneath. She stood up and walked back upstairs. Chloe was in the kitchen. Hazel asked her if it was true. If they'd really killed Victoria. Chloe said yes. Hazel asked why Chloe had let her live in a delusion for 5 years. Chloe's face crumpled. She said she'd been lost too, She'd been just as broken, but she'd gotten better. And now she needed Hazel to get better too. Hazel heard Victoria's voice again, from the dining room, telling her not to listen to Chloe. That Chloe was sick, dangerous, that Hazel needed to protect herself. Hazel turned toward the voice. Chloe grabbed her arm and she said Victoria wasn't there. Hazel said she could hear her. Chloe said it was Hazel's mind, creating the voice. Hazel jerked away from Chloe, told her to stop. But Victoria's voice kept talking. It said Chloe was trying to leave, trying to abandon Hazel, that Hazel couldn't let her go, that if Chloe left, Hazel would be alone, completely alone. Hazel looked at Chloe. Chloe looked terrified. She said she wasn't abandoning Hazel. She wanted Hazel to come with her. They could leave together, get help, start over. Hazel shook her head. She couldn't leave. This was her home. Chloe said this wasn't a home, it was a prison, and they'd been keeping themselves in it. Victoria's voice said, Hazel knew what she had to do. Hazel closed her eyes. She did know. She'd known for a while now. She had to make Chloe stay. Hazel looked at Chloe. Chloe was standing in the doorway, watching her with wide, frightened eyes. Hazel said they should leave, together, right now. Pack some things and walk out the front door and never come back. Chloe's face transformed. Relief, hope. She said yes. Yes, they could do that. Hazel nodded. She said they should have some tea first, to warm up before the walk. It was cold outside. Chloe hesitated. Hazel saw it. The pause, the flicker of doubt. Hazel smiled. She said it would only take a minute, just one cup. Then they'd go. She said Chloe should go upstairs and pack. Hazel would bring it up when it was ready. Chloe looked at Hazel's face for a long moment. Then she said okay. She was too tired to fight anymore, too desperate to believe Hazel had finally agreed. If tea kept Hazel calm enough to walk out the door, Chloe would drink it. Hazel turned toward the counter. She got out the teapot, the good one, the porcelain one with the roses, the one they'd used 5 years ago. She got out 2 cups, 2 saucers. She set them on a tray. The counter had a thin film of grime that never came clean no matter how much she wiped. She filled the kettle, put it on the stove to boil. While she waited, she opened the cabinet where Victoria used to keep the cleaning supplies. The arsenic was still there. A small brown bottle with a faded label pushed to the back behind the bleach. Hazel pulled it out, wiped the dust off with her sleeve. She had touched this bottle before. 5 years ago, she and Chloe together. The knowledge sat in her mind like a stone. The kettle started to whistle. Hazel turned off the stove and poured the water into the teapot. She spooned tea leaves into the pot. Earl Grey, Victoria's favorite. Her hands were steady. She picked up the arsenic bottle, held it for a moment. The glass was cool in her palm. Then she unscrewed the cap. The sound was very small in the quiet kitchen. A soft click as the threads released. She tilted the bottle over one of the teacups. The white powder poured out slowly. She measured it carefully. Not too much. Just enough. When she had the right amount, she set the bottle down on the counter. She picked up a spoon, stirred the powder into the empty cup. The spoon scraped against the porcelain. A small, sharp sound. She stirred slowly, watching the powder swirl and settle and disappear against the white interior of the cup. When it was fully dissolved, she lifted the spoon out, set it on the counter. A few grains of white powder clung to the metal. Then she poured the tea, the poison cup first. She filled it halfway. The liquid was dark amber, almost red in the kitchen light. Steam rose from the surface. She could smell the bergamot, sharp and floral, then the clean cup. She filled it to the same level. Both cups looked identical now, steam rising from both. The same color, the same smell. She picked up the tray and carried it upstairs. Chloe was in their bedroom packing a duffel bag. She was smiling. Hazel hadn't seen her smile in years. Chloe said she couldn't believe they were really leaving. Hazel set the tray on the dresser. The bergamot smell from the Earl Grey filled the room, sharp and floral, cutting through the dust and mildew. Steam rose from both cups. Hazel's hands had been steady in the kitchen, but now the porcelain rattled slightly on the tray as she set it down. Hazel said she should have agreed years ago. She was sorry it took so long. Chloe picked up her cup, blew on it to cool it. Said this was nice. They should have done this more often. Hazel watched her sister lift the cup to her lips. Chloe drank. 1 sip. 2. She set the cup down and said the tea was good, strong. Hazel said it was Victoria's favorite blend, Earl Grey. Chloe's smile faltered. She said they didn't have to talk about Victoria anymore. They were leaving. Hazel said yes. Chloe picked up the cup again, drank more. She was talking about Providence, about getting help. Her voice was getting slower, quieter. She stopped mid-sentence, looked down at her cup, then at Hazel's cup, still full, untouched, then at Hazel's face. Her eyes went wide. Chloe tried to stand. Her legs wouldn't hold her. She sat back down on the edge of the bed, looked at Hazel, her mouth open, but no sound came out. She tried to lift her hand, and it fell back into her lap. Heavy, too heavy. Hazel watched her sister's face, watched the realization settle in, watched Chloe understand that she was trapped in this room with her killer, and there was nothing she could do. No screaming, no running, just the quiet, spreading weakness. Chloe's eyes were still on Hazel's face, not angry, not afraid, just sad, profoundly sad. Hazel looked down at the teacup on the dresser, still half full. She had done this before, to Victoria and now to Chloe, because the voice in her head had told her to, because she couldn't survive alone, because she was broken, and the only way to keep Chloe here was to make sure Chloe could never leave. Chloe slumped sideways. Hazel caught her, lowered her to the bedroom floor, said her name, said she was sorry. But Chloe's breathing was getting quieter. Her eyes were still open, still looking at Hazel until they weren't. Hazel sat on the bedroom floor. Chloe's hand was in hers, cold. The house was silent except for Hazel's breathing. Then she heard footsteps in the hallway, coming closer. Hazel looked up. Victoria was standing in the bedroom doorway. She told Hazel to set the table for dinner. 3 places. The good china. Hazel stood up slowly. She looked down at Chloe's body on the floor, then back at Victoria. Victoria told her to hurry. The silver needed polishing first. Hazel stepped over Chloe's legs, walked past Victoria in the doorway, down the hallway, down the stairs. 16 steps to the entry hall. She walked to the morning room. She picked up the cloth. The spoon was still there, tarnished black in the crevices. She lifted it. The metal was cold. She began to polish,